Hello, everyone. Good morning. Innovators, coders, builders, and creators from across India and beyond. A very warm welcome to Hack, where imagination meets. I am Srishti Srivastava, along with the entire team, are excited to kick off a day full of hacking, learning, and building the future. Today, we'll explore two powerful tracks blockchain and generative AI with our mentors, speakers, and community engaging with all of you live. Before we get started, let's do a quick check if you all can hear us. If you guys can just drop any emoji in the chat, so just we can know that we all like excited for the event. So let's begin. So before diving into it, I would like to share a short glimpse of Hackspace. Hackspace is a next gen online innovation arena where coders, designers, builders, and tech enthusiasts come together to learn, experiment, and create. It brings students, mentors, and industry experts under one roof through live sessions, Discord activities, hands on challenges, and real world problem statements. Whether you're exploring blockchain, diving into generative AI, or simply leveling up your skills, Hackspace gives you the perfect mix of learning, building, and community energy. Think of it as a space where ideas spark, skills sharpen, and beginners turn into innovators. This is Hackspace, where you don't just learn tech, you experience it. So, moving forward, I think it's time to bring the spotlight to someone very special, our mentor for the very first session. Please welcome Ms. Denisha Gupta, who will be taking us on stage for the blockchain track. She's a smart contract developer with hands-on experience in building and working with blockchain-based applications. She is a fellow at Dev3 Pack and also a SheFi scholar, where she actively contributes to the Web3 and blockchain ecosystem. We are truly excited to learn from her and gain a deeper understanding of smart contracts and blockchain development. Ma'am, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Srishti, for introducing me. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, you are audible.
All right, thank you so much, everyone, for joining in. And today we'll be starting with a small, very beginner's introduction to what blockchain is and what Web3 is. Let me just share my screen so that. mm Let me know if it's visible. Cool. Okay, cool. So before I begin about explaining what blockchain and Web3 is and how is it changing the world, I would like to know how many of you are already familiar with blockchain. Do you have any idea around what blockchain technology is? Where does it stand in our whole tech spectrum? And anything, or if you don't know anything, that's why I'm here to shed more light on it. Is there a chat that I can see alongside if anybody is commenting, or should I just keep going on?
You can keep going on.
Okay, cool. Um, okay, so before we begin, why should we even care about what blockchain is and why do we need it? It's because it is like the digital money that we can have access to any time from anywhere in the world, and it's like the true ownership, and nobody needs to, we don't have to ask anybody else to access our own assets. It defines your own ownership over your assets, instead of being, always going to the bank and asking them about the status of our money, or going through a third website to just pay a merchant. I don't know if you guys have used Google Pay or anything like that. So when you are paying to any merchant, you're always using a third party to ask them for your money from them, and then doing the transactions. Instead of doing that, when you use your money on blockchain, or just in general when you use uh, blockchain technology, when you use crypto, you are directly accessing your funds without the permission or need of any middlemen. It allows you global access. That means if I'm in India sitting today and I want to send my money abroad, somewhere in Spain or somewhere in Italy, I can easily do that using just my crypto wallet. I don't need to pass through any extra fees or extra middlemen to be able to send my money cross borders, or to be able to spend my money uh, anywhere in the world. Next question that arises in most of you is, who owns your data? Your data that you are posting on your social medias every day, the things that you're uh, writing blogs or posting on Instagram or Facebook, whatever social media, they are owning your data. And you, like, I don't know if any one of you reads the terms and condition that is mentioned whenever you sign up on an app. They always explicitly mention that as soon as you post your data, your pictures, your family pictures, the ownership of that particular photo data goes to the company, and you no longer are a part or other owner of that particular data. So that is like a big breach of privacy. If you think around, like, your identity is being uh, taken by some other platform, and they are making money out of it, and you're getting nothing, right? Now, when we talk about Web 1, Web 2, and Web 3, what is Web 3? To uh, dissect it a more, when we talk about Web 1, it was just read. That means you can browse through the internet, you can see what's going on, but you never had a speech. Talking about Yahoo or Explorer, if you guys have might heard of. You can go back in time. It was just that, and the internet was pretty new. People just used to read in forums or news, but they didn't really had any right to write or right to speech on the internet, unless and until Web 2 comes into the picture, when different platforms like YouTube and Facebook, Instagram, all these are Web 2 platforms that let you write or change or add data to their platform. That means you are able to read, and you're able to write and share your thoughts around it. When we talk about Web 3, they also let you own your own data or assets, like, for suppose, Bitcoin or Ethereum. These are the assets that you can also own. Like, you can send it to somebody, or keep it, receive it, or send it to a merchant. It defines ownership. It also defines ownership when it comes to Web 3. So to conclude it, it's like Web 3 is the internet money, where you own your data, your money, and your identity, and nobody else can take it away from you. So this was a very brief example of what Web 3 actually is. Now, talking about what is blockchain. Blockchain is a shared notebook that everybody can see, but no one can secretly change. Now, think of it like, back in time when you were kids, you used to go to different store, supermarket, when the computers were not in play. The person who was at the counter to pay to charge you for the things that you're taking, he always used to maintain a diary of things that you are taking, and how much amount are you supposed to pay. So think of it like a ledger or a set of data that was keeping a track of all the things that you are taking and how much it cost, so that he can so that there's a data that you can always go through and see, okay, on this date or during this time you bought xyz things from the store. And simply like everything, putting all the data down in a ledger. So blockchain is similar to that. Whenever you do a transaction on blockchain or you deploy a smart contract on blockchain, there you always get it loaded or added to the blockchain that you can access from anywhere in the world at any time, no restrictions. But blockchain doesn't mean bitcoin. Think of it like blockchain is a technology and bitcoin is an application, right? Like in web 2 terms, you can think of it like the internet is a technology and email or Facebook is like an application on top of it. When I talk about bitcoin, it's more of cryptocurrency and blockchain is a technology. How a blockchain works: when you want to send somebody money, you send them money, transaction is verified by different blocks that is present in the blockchain. Once it's verified, it gets added to the block, and after a particular time the blocks get added to the blockchain. uh, now to give you a more brief example of what a blockchain is, think of it like a chain of blocks that has all the transactions that is going on chain. You can say transactions or just adding smart contracts on chain, which is eventually added to the internet, and everyone from anywhere in the world can access it. So like if I say I am sending money to Shrishti, suppose $10 USD on Ethereum blockchain, I can always access it, or maybe I can show her a proof or that yes, I sent you this much amount of money on this date, and I can prove it to you using the ledger or the blockchain explorer, uh, to show you that yes, I have sent money, and you can verify it later. What does a block contain? Like I told you, there is a chain of blocks in blockchain. A particular block contains all the transaction that is happening in that particular time. It also contains the timestamp of around which time the transaction is happening, and also the hash of previous block. What is a hash? Hash is like uh, a 32 bits gibberish that is usually uh, to make a particular transaction hashed or uh, cryptographically secure. You generate this hash. How do you generate it? There are different types of uh, you can say um, there are different types of applications how you can generate a hash. Examples like kekak, there is sha-256 that even bitcoin and ethereum uses, and a lot more. Now, why do I say that blockchain is secure, it is trustless? Because of cryptography. Cryptography, again, anything that you once do on chain gets a hash, which cannot be changed further. It is linking all the blocks, so even if you change something in a block, it will change the whole hash of it, and you will not be like, everybody will know that something wrong is happening, and it will directly cancel your transaction or block you from making any changes. It has like a lot of distributed copies, uh, where everyone can see like if there is a issue or somebody is trying to just tamper with around it, they can directly cancel that transactions and everything. So to conclude, to hack it, you must hack everyone, including the validators. Like you have to bypass through the validators, or uh, make them believe that this is a legit transaction, which is very difficult because the validators are always distributed worldwide. uh, the next core concept of blockchain is decentralization. which means before that, what centralization is, that means that some central authority is in part of, uh, who is helping you explore your own assets, or taking the custody of your own assets. Decentralization means like everybody in the network is a participant of a particular thing. Like in a blockchain, it's not like, oh, I can go to a person, I can ask him to add my money or send my money to someone. I can just be like like I can just go to my laptop and send it to anybody I can want, instead of going through a third party outside my network. uh, like banks, right? When you go to banks, why do you go? Like you want to either withdraw your money or take your money, and banks are slow, they have all these logistics and everything that is taking time, and sometimes even not letting you access your own money. Whereas in blockchain, everything is peer to peer. That means I have like I can directly, my node is directly connected to somebody else's, and vice versa. So you don't really have to depend on a central authority. You can just directly do changes, whatever you want, propose changes to the network. I also mentioned something as blockchain is trustless. What does this mean? Like, you don't have to trust any third party or anybody in the network. You just have to trust the code. That is, everything is open source. You can go to GitHub even today and see how Ethereum is working, how Bitcoin is working, and see how is it, you know, not how much is it charging, what is like the concept and everything. All you have to do is trust the code, which is always in front of you. You don't have to trust any terms of condition that comes along with your typical web 2 apps. Moving on, what before that, like, I'm not sure if we have any questions. Okay, cool. Cool, if you guys have any question, you can just drop it in the chat, and I think Srishti can help me with that after the session. But yeah, moving on, what is crypto? Blockchain, I think you guys understood what a blockchain is. Think of it like a ledger where everything that you're doing is recorded and nobody can change it or tamper it. Crypto is like the application on top of blockchain, which is a digital money. It is borderless and peer to peer. What is a digital money? Like you guys do Paytm and stuff, right? So you're sending money from your account to somebody else. It is not physical money. It is like you are just sending money digitally. Crypto is exactly like that. You have to send money from place A to place B. You just have to uh, go through your crypto wallet and then send money digitally. No physical cash or fiat is required. It is borderless. That means you don't really have to worry if you want to send money to China. There will be no regulation or anything. If the person, as long as the person in China has his or her crypto wallet with them, they can just send their public address to you, and you can send money to them. I will also show you how you can do that. uh, don't get too confused here if you are thinking what is public key and all that. But yeah, the crypto is also peer to peer again. It's not like a central authority has a charge on it. It's like distributed from peer to peer. Okay. Next, yes, wallets. So, like I said, if you want to send your crypto currency from to your friend in China, you can simply do that using crypto wallets. Wallet is like identity. Like whenever you will try to access anything in the crypto world or in the Web3 world, you will be asked to connect your crypto wallet. Similar to how today, in the date, like in the Web2 apps, you're asked to connect with your Google account or your email. Similarly, you will be asked to connect your crypto wallet. That will always have a a cryptographic hash with them as the public key, which we also call address or addy in crypto terms, and a private key. Private key is also like a big cryptographically generated hash kind of thing. It is either 32 or 72 that you have to keep it to yourself, because all the transactions that you will be doing in your wallet will be signed or will be approved using your private key. So if your private key is leaked or somebody tries like it is, if you share it with somebody, they he or she can easily withdraw your funds using just the private key. Now, for wallets, we have two kinds of wallets. One is custodial, another one is non custodial. What are custodial wallets? It's basically like the ownership of the wallet is with a company or an entity. For example, there are different types of cryptocurrencies in Web3. And if you want to convert it from one cryptocurrency to another, you go to a decentralized exchange. It's like a online, think of it like an online bank where you can go and you can ask them that, oh, I have some bitcoin and I want to convert it to ethereum, can you please do that for me? And that exchange will take your money. That means the custody of your money is now with the exchange, and that is called a custodial wallet. It basically goes to the exchange wallet, and then they give you back the ethereum or usd, whatever you want back. So that is a custodial wallet. What is a non-custodial wallet? That means the custody of the wallet is with you and only you. Like there are wallets like MetaMask, Zeron, and Phantom, Backpack. All these wallets, when you make an account on them, the custody of money is just to you and nobody else. Is like having the custody, not even the people who made MetaMask. It's just with you. But as soon as you want to exchange it, you give your money to an exchange. That means now they have the uh, custody of your assets, and it's added to their wallet, and that is called custodial wallet. I hope that's clear. Moving on, we have DAOs. Now, what is a DAO? It is a decentralized autonomous organizations, which means, uh, think of it like when you were kids, you used to hang out together, and everybody used to vote on if you want to play hide and seek, or if you want to play, I don't know, mud cake or something. Like that's what I used to, yeah, like play when I was a kid. But yeah, so everybody used to have a voting that, oh no, we have to play hide and seek, oh no, we have to play basketball or football, something like that. uh, Everybody has a right to vote and then do something. DAOs work kind of similar. There is no one party like BJP or or I'm not even sure, but Congress or anything like that. It's like everybody who is a part of that network will be able to vote on the changes or on the additions, removals of that particular community. That uh, and everybody voices will be heard, and that's how a decentralized organizations are formed. There are different types of DAOs that you can join even today. If you're a beginner, there is a developer DAO where you can go learn from them. They keep doing a lot of sessions around blockchain, Web3, and all. So yeah. Now, moving on, you all might be thinking that, okay, yeah, Web3, blockchain, pretty cool, but where is it like being used today? So, the major use case is definitely payments. You can easily do payments, cross chain payments, cross border payments. Uh, it is also used in gaming, like if you are passing a certain level in the game, you get NFT, or your data is added on blockchain, so you can access, you can go back to the same level of the game anytime, anytime you want. Even if you lose your credentials, you can still go back. using just your wallet. Your identity, of course, like your wallet becomes your identity, and you can anytime prove that this was a transaction done by this wallet, and I am the owner of this wallet, etc. um it in supply chain and also in social medias, there are a lot of social media that runs on just on a decentralized network. If you, I'm not sure if you guys have heard of Signal. There is Signal, which is a chat, which is a similar to WhatsApp, but it's more decentralized, and everything is like you know what you're sharing and what you're not. So these are some of the use cases that we have today. um yes, so just a question that I had, like, a blockchain is best described as a shared notebook. And I think that's it from my end. And if you guys have any questions, I'm open to them. Yes, I think Anurag has a question. They only wanted blockchain for verification, but there were no transaction systems with. Yeah, that is completely normal, Anurag. Like, a lot of people also use blockchain for verification, as if, like, let's suppose I have a wallet, right, and I want to do some transaction. I have done some transactions on it. So how do they verify if I am a human? If I have some transactions already happening from some time frame in my wallet, they can verify that yes, I am a legit person and I'm not a bot, or I'm not trying to harm your system. So blockchain can definitely be used for verification. And transaction system is like one of the many things that is happening, like transaction, sending your money from one wallet to another. It's one of the applications of blockchain. Any other questions? Is Web3 similar to or different from UPI and digital wallets? Um, it is kind of similar. Like, uh, okay, so in UPI, yes, you are, just sending money by scanning a QR, right? In Web3 also you can do that, except instead of sending your INR, that is in your bank account, you send your crypto that will be on your crypto wallet. So when you say Web3, Web3 is more like an umbrella term, and inside Web3 there also come metaverse and blockchain. So one of the branch that we are talking about here is blockchain. How is blockchain used in, I hope that's clear, good vibes SS though. Next we have, how is blockchain used in games? So uh, there are a lot of uh, games in, like, you can say in metaverse or in just on blockchain, that if I am passing a certain level in the blockchain, like in the particular game, it gets added to the blockchain, that I get, maybe I get a NFT out of it, or uh, yeah, you can think of it like a NFT. And that NFT is also always like one of the applications of blockchain that is added to the block, and then in the blockchain, that which you can always show that, oh yes, I passed the level 10, see, I have the NFT. And that NFT is only, you cannot somehow scam the system and get it out from the game. You have to actually pass it to be able to achieve that NFT, and then you can show the proof of NFT on the blockchain explorer. I can also show you the blockchain explorer that I was talking about. This is a blockchain explorer where I was just opening a transaction and seeing like everything that you can see. This is one of the transaction that happens in uh, in the block which gets added to blockchain in afterwards. This is the transaction hash. Every transaction has a different hash. When you're doing a transaction, the block number always keeps on increasing. So this particular transaction that I'm showing you is happened on this particular block number, and this is the timestamp. It happened during this time an hour ago. So you can see everything on this ether scan. It is like ether scan is like it contains all the transaction that is happening on particular ethereum chain. You can also see from which wallet the money is coming, to which wallet the money is going, how much the money was sent, how much fees was there, and everything. Yeah, so these are the things that like basically you can see everything on chain. You can even access it from wherever you are sitting and watching this. And the other thing that I wanted to show you guys was this tool, like the cryptography tool. You can generate a hash value, which is this. Like for this I'm using SHA-256 hash. There are different types of hash, but Ethereum, Bitcoin uses this one. So whenever you input a value, you get a particular hash for it, and this input value is like different blocks in blockchain. So if I change even just one word, like if I remove the exclamation and then I generate the SHA-256 hash, it completely changes. Like if you remember last time, it was starting with something D, and now it's like changed altogether. If I add something more like hey, good luck with hack space hackathon, right? And then I generate it. It's always a fixed number and a gibberish, right? So if even if I like do it, so even if I have a big syntax, like it's pretty big than compared to this, it will still generate me this particular size of hash for all this value. And even if I change just one thing, like even if I remove this C and then generate, it will completely change. It's not like just one word will change or something like that. So it's like very difficult to tamper with the cryptography. It's a very secure cryptography hash that is used in blockchain, and we can see whenever some changes is done in the blockchain. um yeah, do we have any more questions? Yeah, I think we don't, right, Srishti?
We have one question, do like from Pratik.
Okay,
It's like he's saying, do I need to know coding for blockchain?
so if you are a developer, and if you want to develop more on this space, yes, you might need coding. But if you want to just send money or receive money from your clients sitting in USA, uh, you don't need to know coding at all. Like you just need to know the basics of how you can learn, how you can make your wallet and receive money. That's it. Like coding is not an essential part to be able to use all the applications in web3. Like when you talk about the jobs that is in the web3 space, there is like a big spectrum of jobs that comes along, and with a good pay scale. Like when we talk about developers, there is a developer job section, there is community managers, there is social media managers, there are researchers as well, writers, storytellers. Everybody has like there are a lot of different domains. So when we it's not necessary to know coding. Like only if you want to be a developer around the space, then you might need it. Also, like if you guys are interested in like working as a in an internship or something like that. There are a lot of groups that you can join the in the space that these people are hiring and paying a decent money, and usually it's in crypto or in stables, where you just have to do development or community management, all these kind of stuff. I can share you the links as well, so that uh, you can see. And am I audible?
Yeah, yeah, you are.
Okay, cool.
We have more questions. Like, I think you can scroll the chat. I think it's down, or I could read it for you.
Oh,
Someone is saying, I'm a first year student, so from where I can start learning blockchain?
okay, that is a very good question, and I am not gonna give you a big like a playlist or something. I would ask you to just go on Google and start with searching what is blockchain, and like be curious enough to just first see how all the things are connecting. uh, just search around it, talk to chat gpt about it. There are a lot of different ais, and once you get a clear understanding of what blockchain is, how is it working, then I would suggest you to go to this platform. It's called speedrun ethereum. They have this is a very very good platform. Make a wallet, make sure you make a metamask wallet, and from here everything, all the challenges here that you can go around with it. I can maybe share it in the chat. Second. So there are different types of quests, challenges that is in here. You can go through it. There is also like video attached with each quest, how you have to do this, like how much time will it take, and everything is like pretty uh, hands on. So if you are somebody who's looking to start, this is the right platform for you. You can just see everything here, like how do you start from your from just making a file to actually deploying your contract or your project on chain. And after every challenge you will get a nft in the wallet that you will be connecting here. And that nft, like once you have done with I think 3 or 4 of these, you will start earning money as well. Like so I would definitely recommend this to you. um yeah. So what makes it more secure? We can even so very good question, Anurag. How does it make more secure? All right. So in UPI or in any other payments method, your assets or your money is with the bank, it's not with you. So sometimes things like bank freezing happens, or sometimes bank is not working and you're not able to pay your cab driver and he's standing there and you're also wondering, oh shit, now what am I supposed to do, because you don't have any cash and you were completely dependent on UPI. So when I talk about crypto, it never gets down. It's like it's just out there and you can do transactions anytime. And it is secure, it is more secure as because one, you can always access it from anywhere anytime. And in UPI it's like your assets is with a third party and not exactly with you. Like even if you do a transaction, UPI transaction history eventually get erased, or you have to go to a bank to take out the whole statement. And not everybody can see, like the bank driver cannot see, sorry, the cab driver cannot see if the transaction actually happened, because there he also have to go to a bank, so it's just a lot of work, going to bank, asking them for the statements and everything. Like you can, when everything you can just access with your laptops or directly sitting at your home, why do you want to do the extra work? I hope that's clear. So so even today, I completely agree with the fact that blockchain still has a lot of technological problems which are improving every day, that we are working towards it. It's not the best out there. There are problems still, but we are working towards it to make it more easier for you guys. And I would recommend you, like, if go to just a very simple task, go to MetaMask already, or although I already have it installed, but go here and just make a account, try to add some faucets into it. I think my next session is around how you can do transactions and everything. Over there I will help you understand how you can make a MetaMask account and do a transactions, and you can see it happening on chain as well, which will be super interesting. Today it was just a very introductory so that you guys can understand how it works. All right, next question, Unnati. What would happen if two inputs? So that is a very good question, and the probability of this is like very minimal, like one in a 1 billion maybe. It's like it can happen. I wouldn't say that it wouldn't happen. It can happen, but it's like very minimal. So this is the most secure hash algorithm that is used today, which is SHA-256, and uh, we believe that this won't happen unless and until there is, uh, unless until we discover a more secure algorithm. But for now, it's like it won't happen. Like where is that? Yeah, like over here, like when I generate the in like the hash of hey, it will generate me this. And no matter, like, if I do it after some time, or like the hash of this particular HEY will always remain this. If I add anything beyond this, exclamation or anything, it will completely change the hash. See, but if I go back to just HEY, it will generate the same hash, which is FA69 something. So yeah, this is like the securest algorithm that we're using today. Okay, Paresh is asking, why is Ethereum more popular for development? So I think Ethereum has the advantage, the first mover advantage. There are a lot of different blockchains that are in this ecosystem. Like there is Solana, there is Aptos, there is even Bitcoin. You can develop on Bitcoin, but Ethereum is most popular uh, because of the developer uh, experience they have. They have like very good docs that you can go through, study about Ethereum. They have very good forums, they have a very good community out there that you can join. Like from here, even if you're a web 2 developer transitioning into web 3, you can just go to their docs, see what is the difference, just read around through it. This is also a very good resource that uh, you can see. You can just go to their GitHub. You can also, like, if you are a very good already, like if you, there are different issues that are open which you can just go to and contribute in the Ethereum ecosystem. Like when I said everything is open source and you can see what, how exactly transaction is happening, this is what I meant. Like you can just go to the website, see the code and everything. It's all in front of your eyes, and yeah, you can just read them. I can also share you the docs if you want. Sorry. So yeah, that's why Ethereum is most popular, because it has the first mover advantage, easy to build on, and it already has a lot of developer resources out there to literally like hold your hand and move you through the development step by step. There is nothing like no bluff. It's like good developer experience. That's it. Basically, it is centralized and bank can actually see our info, but using blockchain makes it more like uh, basically it is centralized. Are you talking about fiat, Anurag? And bank can actually. Yeah, I mean, fiat is centralized, yes, like when you talk about INR or USD or something like that. But when you talk about crypto or blockchain, that is more decentralized. Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yes. So how is it centralized, the bank system? Like, you might also have a bank manager. Like whenever you do UPI transaction, like when you first wanted to make your account, you went to a bank, right? You asked them that, can you please make an account, open an account for me in this bank? They ask for your Aadhaar card or your passport and all these kind of things, and then they allow you do your KYC, and then only allow you to open your account in a bank. And sometimes in some banks they don't even allow you to open your bank for some XYZ reasons they have, and we cannot fight it because it's their system, their rules, and we don't really have a right to say in it, right? So yeah, bank is centralized. Paresh is asking, in your opinion, what industries are. So medical industries are adopting blockchain very fast. The whole DeFi is slowly taking over with people like uh, Elon, Novel. All these people are pretty crypto maxis and are also promoting blockchain more and more uh, to the world, particularly in India. I think there is the medical uh, there are a lot of different medical places, like in the medical sector they are adopting blockchain. Like my friend's dad is a doctor. uh, they own a medical pharmacy, and they recently started putting all the required information of the patients and the medicines that is required on chain, so they can keep track of what is happening and how, you know so that everything is at one place, and no other doctor can, you know fool them around and maybe tell them that, oh, this was not the treatment I gave you, because everything will be there and they can just access it for future emergencies or anything like that. Yeah. And even for payments, blockchain is getting adoption. Like it's slow, but it's getting, like, I think in India, because of the regulation and crypto taxes, it's very difficult. People are moving out of India for one of this reason as well, because the crypto tax is 30%, which is insane. So people are either moving to Dubai, which is very like crypto friendly. Like when I went to Dubai, I was doing all my payments directly from crypto. I was buying my coffee with crypto. I know it might seem that, oh, is this really happening? And it is, because it's like just the government regulations at some places, which is pretty strict. But I think in India also, like starting with taxes itself, at least they are accepting, uh, maybe with a lot of tax, but they are accepting because they also know that their old fiat system is not here to stay, and it has a lot of problems with the inflation, the deflation, and everything. So yeah. Okay, cool. I don't think so we have any more questions. I think I would also like to share a few resources for the beginners here. Like, if you guys are interested in hackathons like this one, there is a lot of Telegram groups that you can be a part of to see what is happening. Uh, Let me just, I will share it in the chat. So this is Uttam's group. He is the DevRel at Alchemy platform. Uh, Alchemy is a Web3 education platform. He keeps sharing a lot of good alpha around the hackathons happening or any good uh, sponsored trips happening around the world where you can go and just explore the culture of that particular blockchain, apply for it. I think if you guys, I believe all of you guys listening to this are usually from college, so I would highly recommend applying to every other opportunity that you're seeing, because that's how you start. Like, even how I got into it was like I got a very like a decent internship in a NFT um, platform, and I was just out there working, and then I somehow ended up going to different places around the world, learning about how the adoption, crypto adoption is happening, and it just made me more bullish and bullish on this whole technology. And yeah.
So I guess that's it. Like,
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much,
um,
everyone, for joining in. I hope you all learned something, or maybe, yeah. And if you guys want to ever get in touch with me or have any questions, you can connect with me on either Twitter. This is my Twitter. I've dropped it in the chat. And yeah, thank you so much,
uh,
Shrish, for
Thank you
having me.
so much, ma'am. That was a very insightful session. If you have other interesting resources, you can just put those in our Discord channel as well. Um,
Perfect.
so that students can get it from there. So everyone, we're just getting started. So next up, we have two parallel journeys happening on Discord and here. So if you're interested in blockchain, you guys can head over to Discord channel and your mentor will guide you there. And if you are interested in generative AI, so just stay here with us. We are going to have another session on Gen AI in a few minutes. So yes, thank you so much, Devisha ma'am.
Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
Hello.
Okay, so now let's move forward into the generative AI track. We have our mentor, Mr. Shubham Kundu, joining us for the Gen AI track. He is a founder currently focused on building agentic skills for enterprises and has extensive experience working on self-improving AI agent. He is also a 3x founding engineer, which reflects his deep involvement in building tech products from the ground up. Adding to that, he's also a winner of more than 10 hackathons, making him a perfect person to guide all of you through innovation, rapid problem solving, and real world AI applications. So, welcome. The stage is yours. You can continue with the session.
Thanks, Stay. Hello, everyone. So, yeah, I think just to learn, like, if anyone asks any questions or anything, where from I can see that one.
You can see from the chat, or I'll just let you know if there are questions coming up.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, cool. So, I think as a this session is more on like what is generative AI. I know like everyone in the team in the call now uses generative AI in forms of like chat GPT, or it could be using cursor, windsurf. So I think it's pretty much in everyone's daily life that generative has become a part of it. Now I want this session to be more interactive, so maybe I am not going to present some PPTs or something that I think is more boring stuff. I will speak it up and I will ask like questions, and maybe I will really like follow-ups from the audience. Okay. So first of all, like, what you guys think? What do you mean by generative AI? Any idea or anyone wants to give any answer on that? Okay, so I don't see any answer, so I'll just continue with my talk then. So, like, generative AI just came up on first, the seed of the generative AI was seeded in 2017 when the first transformer paper came out. And that was really like an architecture, which was more like an normal traditional architecture where it's an autoregressive model where you are giving one token and one token is coming out. Now, why that was really so much intuitive, like why people started knowing about it, OpenAI got serious about it and started focusing on the research for that one. The main thing that was like when we give a sentence like my name is Soham. Okay, in the transformer architecture, I was able to provide multiple sentences parallelly. Okay. So Transformer was one first architecture where parallel computation of different sentence was possible in the history till now what we have in AI. That really opened off the innovation floodgate. Because with NVIDIA GPUs, training transformer models is pretty easy now and pretty fast right now. So we are seeing the large adoption of ChatGPT, Claude, Anthropic, whatever under the hood is the same architectural vanilla model with different variants. Like some are mixture of expert, some of them are other things, right? Some of them are flash attention, some of these are like the new one which Queen models are coming up. That's the sparse attention. But under the hood, the fundamental architecture is exactly the same. That is that one, a single large language model, a transformer layer that has a self attention that can do parallel processing, and that really helps in building this whole ecosystem of this like large language models. Okay. Any questions on anything we have here? I know there are some people in YouTube also. I'm not able to see their uh, messages. So to let me know if there is any questions.
Yeah, so the people will just drop their doubts in the chat because they can only interact us through the live
Okay.
chat. So
Okay.
if there are any questions, I'll let you know.
Awesome. Awesome. Cool. Cool. So I think that is the first part I want to say. Now, as time like progressed, more new things came up in the sense like we from ChatGPT got first launched, where we start asking simple question answers and we start getting the answers for that one. Okay, that was like more like what is the capital of India? I want to learn how to play guitar, and ChatGPT comes up with an answer. But it was just a simple question answering bot. It was not able to do something more. Then came the next important paradigm shift, which is the RAG, retrieval augmented generation. Now, enterprises had lot of information, like lot of documents, but they did not know how to query them till now until generative AI. And information was siloed only for a few people who have the domain experts. That's where this whole thing came up on retrieval augmented generation, where now you have a document, you convert the document into a database, like extract the contents, then you create the chunks of it. Now when I mean chunks, it could be like just paragraph level chunks or semantic level chunks. So paragraph level chunks means like you are just using some finding paragraphs using Python program and creating chunks for that one. Semantic level chunks is like you are trying to take or ensemble paragraphs which are connected to each other. Okay. Now, when you have these paragraph level chunks, what happened? You put those converted into a vector. Now, vector is what? Vector is basically a numerical representation of that chunk which you got there. Now, when you have the vector representation, you put it into a vector database, and from the vector database, you get the data. And now I ask the question like, what is the customer support policy for this refrigerator? The question gets converted into a query, I mean a vector. That vector we do a semantic similarity, I mean a dot product, as we have all studied in our class 12 or our physics exam, like a simple dot product, vector dot product. We do a vector dot product, we get the most top three similar chunks, and we pass that chunks along with the query to a large language model, and we get the answer. So this was a vanilla rag that was quite evident in the early 2000, I think late 2023, not too late 2020, I would say like late 2024, like the whole 2024 was about this only. Okay, but after that there are a lot of challenges with this. One challenge is like, suppose you are ingesting a large document of like maybe 1,000 pages, and in page 1 you mention something about Subham. Okay, since I'm taking my name as an example. Now in page 45 there is again mention of Subham. Okay, so now you see, if I do paragraph level chunking, it's not possible for me to understand the context of Subham 1 in page 1 and Subham in page 45. Though they are connected, I am not able to understand that. That's where the problem with the vanilla rack came up, like how we can do this long document cross relationships of identities, subjects, or predicates. There are multiple ways of solving this. One is like obviously one of my favorite topic, knowledge graphs. So people started developing these knowledge graphs like on these documents, and I think that's where the famous graph rack paper came up from Microsoft. Graph rack was good, but it was computationally not possible in production. So after a few days, I think, or a month, LightRag came up. LightRag is one of those architectures which is pretty good at this knowledge graphs stuff, and they were pretty good. But again, knowledge graph was not something that was scalable. Okay, and in like 2025, majority of the industry understood that. And like since I work with a lot of enterprises for my startups, I really know like where that was going ahead. Now, the thing that happened after that was like this agentic stuff. So, the actually, let me show you something. Present my screen. I'll show you something on. Just give me a second, which will be very easy for us to understand. So, this is one of my previous diagrams, which I always use to show like the paradigm shift that has happened in our system. So, I'll just open it. Just a minute. Okay. Yeah. So, let me share my screen and click on present, right? So, you can see my screen, right? I hope my screen is visible, right?
Yes, yes, it is visible.
Okay. Yeah, just to open this up because I think this is how this is just the only single diagram you need to understand if you really want to work with generative AI in the current ecosystem, like how generative AI is working. Okay. So as I said, like in first, like in late 2023 and 4, we had these basic processors like the process inputs and we are getting a generate output. Okay. Now, that was a simple RAG system that really, as I said, was not able to scale after a certain extent. Okay. Now, the enterprises started asking, how can I build workflows instead of just simple and output? I need now workflows because LLM comes with their cognitive intelligence, right? Till now, before LLMs, whatever software we used to build were dumb software. Now, what do I mean by dumb software? They do not have any intelligence on its own during runtime. They were working according to the logics or algorithms written by us. Like if there is a decision that has to be made, it's an if and else statement. If something else comes, it falls into the exception or maybe the else category, unknown bucket. But in runtime, did we had any system capable enough to understand that cognitive load of that question and do the process according to that during runtime? The answer was no. At that time, it was not there. But with LLM, did it opens up a paradigm of these opportunities where during runtime, if you want to have some cognitive load in your process, in the sense like cognitive intelligence, the process can understand the inputs at runtime and go to a workflow. That's pretty strong. Like that's pretty awesome because now I am able to go through multiple workflows these enterprises have where there were multiple human checkpoints, right? And just for example, like after getting the customer support ticket, an email needs to be raised, okay, with a proper summarization of the ticket. Previously this was not possible, like we did not have a proper summarizer or something. We may have a one button email system, but there the content has to be written by someone, by a human. But now with LLM we can build that workflow. So the input is basically a customer ticket. Then there's a LLM trigger that summarizes the whole flow, and an email is sent. So we have now two triggers. One is the LLM, which summarizes everything, and then there is a tool which triggers the email. Now what? Now I said this tool. Okay. Now, tool is something is really important to understand, because that's where things become more interesting with generative AI. What happened? Now, as soon as the tools came up, people started exploring more things. Oh, I have my existing system of payment processing. Can my LLM trigger a request in the payment processing? Maybe a ticket raise in the payment processing? Or can it retrieve information during runtime from my payment processing system and give the answer back to the user? That was something really powerful in terms of like the number of opportunities that opens up in the field of generative AI and enterprises. Now we are moving to the next like path, like where people have forget about RAG. Question answering was more or less okay, done. Now people have started thinking of workflows. How I can maintain a workflow, and how I can let the workflow decide like what steps I need to do. So what I'm saying here, now we have like a person came up who knows the domain expert eyes what are steps is needed. He just defines the workflow step by step, and our AI agent performs that workflow. And whenever at each step, if there is some cognitive requirement, like intelligence required, like do I need like summarization, do I need something else, it really does that. Okay. uh, so just give me 1 second. Okay, cool. Sorry. So after we have the basic processors like which are simple question answering, we came up with decision routers, which is basically like a single checkpoint in the system, like where you can actually take a yes or no, let LLM decide, and then take a direct program flow. The third one is the workflow agents, where now we can define a whole workflow where LLMs can come up and take, okay, summarize and then send the ticket back to the user. Okay. Maintain the state, like what is happening, like maintaining a memory of that whole thing. Now comes to the function selectors and multi-agent systems, the last two. But before defining these two, let us discuss like what are the key components you may think while you are designing any generative AI system in for your own startup or for your own project. So every LLM generative AI system needs to have these five components. Definitely, first you need to definitely go and define your problem very well. So that's like the first and foremost. Define the problem you are wanting to solve and build a evals for that. Because without, since these systems are not deterministic, you do not have a input and output, which is you can know predefined. There has to be a way to evaluate the quality of this input and outputs. And that's where the AI evals come up. In any podcast or anything you open, everyone will say about evals and evals. And sometimes I have seen people don't care about evals because they don't see the value in that. But if you are developing enterprise or any production grade system, evals is so important. It makes your whole system strong, and you have a proper way of saying to the customers or building like, hey, we have built this, we have a strong evals, don't worry, the system will work in production. No enterprise will let the system even touch the production if there is no evals associated with that one. So that's the first and foremost thing. Evals, like you need to build it no matter how. Now, obviously, many people have different ways of creating evals. I follow a very, very, very simple way of creating evals. Okay. And what is that way? That is like I talk with the domain expert who is giving me the project. I sit with him. I create a bucket of easy, medium, and hard questions, and like input and output pairs. What would the I directly ask the customer, hey, imagine if you have a black box of AI that will give the best possible answer. Can you give the input and output that you want in this whole system. And I sit with them, prepare an Excel sheet, and that I treat as my golden evals data set, unless I build the next set of evals. This is, I think, is very again, as I said, the first and more important step on setting up the evals, which you need to do. Any questions or anything on this? I know I'm not able to see the screen, but okay, I don't see any questions right now, so I'll keep on continue.
We have some questions here. Uh,
Okay, yes, please.
is it visible to you?
No, I can't see in the here in
If
the
you can go
chat
back to the tab of the StreamYard, you can see those.
tab of this chat.
Uh, if not, I'll just tell you the questions.
Yes,
We have one question. What are popular generative AI models today?
yes.
GPT, Gemini, Claude,
Hmm.
LLAMA.
Okay, I will first answer that and then I can go to the next question. Okay,
Okay.
so the popular generative AI, there is no best generative AI model for all use cases. Every models have its own good characteristics. Okay. Now I'll tell you, like, suppose you want to build something that is on financial domain or maybe normal reasoning. GPT are the best models for that one. Five, especially 5.1 and 5, like where you have like execution based answers you need. Okay, GPT are the best. In terms of coding, no model even comes nearby to Claude. Like they are the best. Like you other models, even they hit benchmark almost similar to Claude. In real life use cases, Claude is the best model. Like there is like I can vouch because I have worked with so much autonomous coding agents building startups on that one. I have seen like drastic difference on like using Claude and other models. Now coming to Gemini. Gemini is pretty awesome at data processing, at gathering information because they have the whole backend information grounding mechanism from Google search, and image generation. Like Gemini is now becoming very good at front end stuffs like in image, nano banana, even with coding also. Gemini, I am sometimes seeing a very good performance in terms of the UX experience. Gemini is coming up very good on that one. Okay. Int sub, and then I'll give one odd model name in terms of role plays, right? Suppose you want to building some conversational interface. Okay, in that there have been a lot of research papers that shows DeepSeek is the best model in role plays. They even outperform GPT also in that scenario. So that is something I really want you guys to have. Whoever was building interfaces, role play, like a conversation kind of stuff, please have a try it on like the DeepSeek ones. Now, just to sum up that answer, like if you're building a system, always make it a model agnostic. Okay. For POCs, use maybe Light LLM or Bifrost from Maxim, where you can change model at any time and do evaluations, right? Because when OpenAI suppose launched a model GPT 5.2, they have not benchmarked it against your use case. They have benchmarked against the standard set of use case. I have seen multiple times that benchmarking against your own use case, it may happen. The best model is always not the best. It could be a lower model which is better for your use case. So that has always been my idea on the model selection. Your model should be model agnostic, your system should be model agnostic. You should, it should be, the systems just know only an API endpoint and key. You should do prompting in such a way it is generic to all the models, which is XML based prompting is coming up. I know I know in the like tomorrow or day after tomorrow there is a dedicated session on prompting, so I'm not going into that one. But yeah, XML based prompting now comes up with this unified LLM management. Okay. And then third, I would say like do a domain evals like for your evals itself to choose the best model. Yeah, I think, I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, we have a next question.
Yes.
What exactly makes a model generative compared to traditional ML models?
Oh, absolutely, very good question. So, what do we mean by generated here? Like it's something which is getting generated, right? Okay. So now, if you open ChatGPT, you ask something, create me a picture of Paris. Okay, it generated you a picture, right? Now, if we go to a level deeper, what happens in the LLM? So these models are all decoder only models. They do not have an encoder and decoder based model. So let us just to keep things simpler, I will just take an encoder decoder model where you are giving an input sequence that is going into an encoder. We are calculating the attention scores. Then it coming to a decoder and we are trying to predict the next best token is that follows the pattern of the last five words I have given. That's why it is called generator, because I'm trying to generate the next token. Like it says next token we're trying to generate. Okay. And there are different ways of generation also. Sometimes we define the temperature parameter, right? We keep it very high where we want to get creativity. So at the last level, when we come up, we get like a whole end to end, sorry, at the last tokens which come, we get a probability of tokens, right? Now that probability of tokens, if we always choose the first best token, that does not guarantees it will have the best sentences. Then that's why we have these different inference techniques like a greedy search, beam search, which really helps to understand how the inferencing happens. But to sum up, like why it's called a generator, because we are generating a token at runtime based on our output, sorry, based on our input what we have given. I think that was one question. I saw one question popped up on my screen regarding quantized, but it got hidden away. So can someone?
Yeah.
Okay, what is the meaning of
Does
a
it know
quantized model? Right? That one, right?
what is the meaning of a quantized model? As I
Yes.
have already used a model which is Mistral 7B quantized. So can you please tell me why it is quantized?
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess you have quantized this in your own system, like in your own GPUs or something. Now these models, like if they are fully trained, they are almost done in a BP32 format or AP16 format. Okay, which is like the floating, how many decimal points are there in their weights. Now, quantized means I am converting that number into a 4-bit quantization, or like taking that from like a 32-bit to 16-bit, 16-bit to 8-bit. So it can easily fit into my GPU memory, because when we are fine tuning models, we are not able to handle everything on our single GPU. Like we do not have resources like OpenAI or someone. We need to train those ourselves, and that's where the quantization comes in. There are few advantage of quantization also, because if your model is small, you are able to make the quantized model work. It will, the latency will also be low because the model size is now less. Okay, it helps in training in commercial GPUs. That is one. There are some disadvantages also. There is a chance of catastrophic forgetting in quantization. You if the model is quantized too much, you may see the performance has degraded. So we need to do a quantization loss retraining, where the performance that was degraded, that should be enhanced during the fine tuning process. So that's how actually the meaning of why it's, we say it's a quantized model, because we are mm, converting the model from maybe 32-bit or 16-bit to a 4-bit or a 8-bit system. Does that make sense?
Yeah, we have one more question. I have a general question that everyone is saying AI will take human jobs. So what is your perception on this?
Oh yeah. So whenever cloud came, everyone said cloud will take you and they'll know everything will be done in cloud. AI will not AI will not take the jobs of humans who are using AI to solve the problem. Now what do I mean by that? If you are doing something which is monotonous or which is like a workflow, okay, in your company, then your job will be gone, right? I can write in a pen and paper, right? So if there is like 100 people doing that same work, there will be maybe now two people only doing that work who will just verify the work, and the 98 people's job will be gone because the AI will automate that one. But now the AI system that came and automated that whole job, someone needs to maintain that AI system also, right? Someone needs to create that AI system too. That's where new jobs get created. So if you are upskilling yourself in the AI, and previously if you have domain expertise of the job you are doing, I think you are in more demand right now than any other else. Just to give you an example, an AI engineer with a domain expertise in healthcare is more valuable than only an AI engineer who do not have a domain expertise, because you can actually develop the AI system for you. So AI will not take the human jobs if you are upskilling yourself in AI and you know how to use AI to solve your things very easily. Okay. There is one another like thing I always mention in AI, because with this new reinforcement fine tuning that has come up, any job which is verifiable, okay, like there is a way to verify that thing, AI will replace that job. How? Because reinforcement fine tuning has came up, opened up that paradigm shift where if anything that is verifiable, so we know like how AI systems are very good at this coding, because coding is verifiable. How it is very good at mathematics, because mathematics is verifiable. So you we can build a whole LLM on that particular domain if the task is verifiable. But if your task is not verifiable, it's very hard to verifiable, then your job is not gone. You have a stake in that one, but obviously you need to upskill yourself. So this is the time where everyone needs to upskill. Like if you are a manager, you need to upskill. If you are just a fresh graduate, you need to upskill. And I think for fresh graduate it's pretty important, you need to do as many internships as possible in your college time, because as soon as you do the internships, you upskill yourself, you got some industry experience. Just to let you know, I had done almost 4 free internships during my college time. I just used to ping the industry persons, hey, I need to do internship, it's okay if you don't pay me money. But just because I did that free internship, I was well ahead of my peers in placement season, and when I finished my placement season, I had 19 job offers. Like that is the record in my college at that time. So that really matters. Like if you in your college, if you are in your college time, please focus on doing as many projects, as many internships, as many things, even if it is not paid. I think that is really important. Yeah, I think that was one question. Then I see one more question from, is prompt engineering a real long term skill? I would say prompt engineering may not be a real long term skill, because prompt engineering is something that will be handled by AI only very soon. Okay, so that is where the meta prompting comes in, where you are using AI only to write the prompts for yourselves. The thing that will be real long term skill is the context engineering. Now, what is context engineering? You may say like these are the two same terms. Actually, no. Content engineering is the thing where you have the tools, the SOPs, dynamic prompts, everything that is getting handled during runtime. And companies, you will see like many big companies who have built this billion-dollar business on AI, they have built their context in such a way they are the best in the market. So it's all about the context engineering they have used. So I focus a lot on context engineering, where you can create the prompts during runtime, the tools during runtime, and one what context and what context you do not want to leave it there. Okay. So very recently, OpenAI, I think, or Gemini launched a compose endpoint. Okay. Now, what is this compose endpoint? It is one of the ways of doing context engineering only. What? Suppose you have a long multi-turn conversations, compose endpoint just after a certain time it summarizes the whole thing automatically and puts it in your context, because that really helps in maintaining the keywords, I mean the token length under control. Now you may say like, we have like a 2 million token lengths, why do we need to control it? Even if it is 2 million, it's it's not possible in real life use case you pass everything in the prompts, because if you pass everything in the prompts, there is something called prompt entropy. If you are passing garbage, there are there is that 60 to 70% chance that your LLM models are not able to handle that garbage. Like LLM will be like, why that is came to me when I'm not even need that. They will put that into the attention weights, because at the end of the day, everything is about weights, right? Mathematics. They will put in the matrix calculation. The second thing that happens with long prompts, if you pass everything there, is the latency. From your answer is directly proportional to the context length what you have. Okay, so that is also really important. You maintain proper context. So in whatever production systems I've developed, I always keep the prompt length less than 5,000 tokens. That's why I build a prompt during runtime only, so I do not pass garbage, like things that are not needed for that answer to happen in there. So I think that was one question. And
We have one more question.
yes.
Um, can we build generative AI apps without deep ML knowledge?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, like everyone can build apps. Like you can just, if you are using a code editor like Cursor or Windsurf, you just come up with an idea, just what you want to build, prompt it, ask ChatGPT what are the steps you need to do, and you will get a plan. Okay. Even the ideal way of learning deep ML knowledge, right, is first you should come and do some projects hands on. If you directly jump into the mathematics of ML, you will lose the interest, and you will not even go, because ML is a pretty vast field. It has a lot of complex themes and mechanisms. Also, you need to understand like what you want to try out. Like, are you want to try out generative AI apps? Then you may not even need to know about XGBoost, SVMs, on those things, because those are very much different. Okay, it's there is no problem of like putting things like learning things, but it's not required for creating the apps. So building generative AI apps is more like a software development skill, because at the end of the day you have your own APIs or your open source models or anything, but it's a system what you are building. So it's more like you need to be a good software developer to build apps. Yeah. Does that answers your question? Any more things we have?
No, not now. All questions are on.
Awesome, awesome. This I think was a pretty good questions we got. Okay. So now I think with that said, I'll go back to this thing, like this diagram, because I think this diagram, as I said, like controls everything. So now we had this workflow, right, where we had the workflow where we created the whole ecosystem, like step by step, and AI is performing. But now what happens if I don't even know what my workflow is? Like I'm not aware. Like I want AI to take decisions. I want AI to come and take decisions on myself. That's where the multi-agent system comes in. Now, what is multi-agent systems? The multi-agent systems is basically like where you are using an AI model to be your supervisor and take decisions autonomously. So it's not just like a step-by-step process that has been defined. Instead, it is using a full ecosystem, like a full step-by-step. It's so just I'll give. Let me think of a concrete example. How can it easier? So the customer came up with this question. I want to book a ticket for going to US. Okay. This is the first agent. Now the agent has different sub agents under the hood. It has hotel booking agent. It has flight booking agent. It has customer calling agent. It has Stripe agent. Now the query that came up, the multi-agent system knew, okay, the customer came up for booking a ticket to flight. Let me call my friend flight ticket agent. That's what the agent handoff happens. Now, what is the agent handoff? Agent handoff is basically like using an protocol or a mechanism. You can use ADK handoffs or you can do whatever you want. Okay, but you need to define that system where you can do that handoff with the system. And now the information is passed to the flight booking agent. Flight booking agent says, okay, can you tell me the time and place when the person is trying to travel? It goes back to the multi-agent. Multi-agent system replies. The person replied the whole thing. It again reverts to the flight booking management system. The flight system now talks with its own tools. So at the end of the day, the agent sits on top of like something. There is someone like on a platform. It could be Expedia, for example, and it is booking from there. So it is sitting there. It is getting the flight information and it is giving the answer. Now, how it is different from workflow agents? Because in workflow there is a whole defined workflow, but in multi-agent system there is like multiple agents. Like today, now I asked for flight ticket, now I can ask for just simple like book a hotel for me or book a cab for me. So there are different things. The agent, the first supervisor agent needs to understand what my user is asking, and it may happen the answer would come up from working with multiple 2 or 3 agents together. Now the question may come like, why we are not putting everything in a single agent with tools? Why we are having multiple agents? That's where the boxing of isolation of agents come in. Why? Think this of as an enterprise. Now, if you want to manage the payment system, and the payment system has different APIs, there's a whole team who works with compliance and everything. Now, Google suppose wants to build a single agent that contains things from Google Payment, Google YouTube, and everything. That is not possible because every team has their own expertise. They have built their own knowledge bases and they have built a whole thing. You can't, they will not be able to connect with a single large system. That's why this agent handoff comes, where you are now giving the work to your specialized team, which is a payment team. They are working and giving back to you. So think, I always think of agentic systems when I design as like a end-to-end organization. I am the suppose supervisor agent is the CEO of the company. He wants to know some information about the payment system. He just goes and tells the payment uh, head, which is a payment agent here, hey, can you book me some payments? Can you look for the information for this? That payments boss has tools, which maybe his managed sub managers or knowledge base from which he can get the answers and come to where. If you start thinking on this mindset on how to create these layers of generative systems, it will be really helpful. I think you will be able to create much more complex systems in that way. Okay, I think that is something I really wanted to touch upon. I can take a few more. I think we have maybe how much minutes? Oh, we have 14 minutes. And I want to take more questions because, yeah, I want to make it more interactive. So I see one more question. I got it. Like, how do companies measure the quality of Gen AI outputs? So generally, the companies I have worked with, and almost I talk with multiple enterprises doing consulting with them. I have seen they are using mostly domain datasets. So they are building their custom evals in their system, which they are using to build this whole thing. And one thing which I have seen something happen in production, which should not happen, and people have stopped using it right now, is like, suppose tomorrow a new model came up. Let's example Gemini 5 came up. Okay, people are just changing it randomly on their guts feeling. Oh, this is working fine. There is no data driven way of changing it. And that's why I think all the work I do, I have built this whole thing called like data driven way of model change. What does that mean? Is basically like the evals dataset you have for that customer, you should run it beforehand for the new models and see the answer performance has got down or not. It should definitely not go down. If it is going down, then it's definitely a no. Now, if it has gone up, how much percentage has gone up? Does you require any more changing in the prompts? Why it has not gone up more than the expectations? These are the answers you will get only when you start evaluating your things before you are putting things in production. Never go with your guts because maybe out of 10 times 5 times it may work, but definitely 5 times it will fail. And yeah, I think always go in a data driven way when you are things make taking things to production. I hope I answered your question, Paris. I think there is one question from Omkar like, how far are we from AGI? Even today LLMs are dumb when they will surprise. Yeah, it's a very hard question. I generally don't comment in that one because I feel like, let's just fly in that wave what is happening here and try to be the best flyer in this wave, because that's where we can make the most of it. Always try to be remain the state of the art. Okay, so if you are, just for example, like reinforcement fine tuning came up, learn about reinforcement fine tuning, see how it can be done. Because if you are looking for a job, you're looking for building your own startups, the next big thing would be this new tech that came up today. Because the speed is so much right now, research is happening, the things that came up last week will be obsolete maybe in the next month, because it is tremendous amount of speed. And I don't think the speed is something that came up automatically. This is what happens when you have a world's best minds all working on the same thing. Because previously, before AI era, it was not like that. There were different people working in economics, but now everyone is trying to work on the AI systems. They're bringing their domain knowledge into AI and trying to build these models or these systems. That is really making the difference. Okay, I myself is doing my PhD in reinforcement learning fine tuning, and I'm seeing like how rapidly the field is changing. It's so rapid in that one. I see one more question from Vivek. Like, do you think Gen AI prices are inflated? Yeah, I feel so. Like it's inflated, but it is going to go down. Like in last 1 year, also we have seen almost all models price have gone down by 50 to 70%, and it will even go down much more. It will be like our this thing generative AI. I mean, like what? How can I say? Like our virtual machines, cloud cost. Initially, it was very expensive, but with day by day, it gone down more and more, and that's how it is go down even more. Okay. Okay. Any more questions if I have, or I just have one more topic before we can take more questions. I don't see any more questions, so I think we have 10 minutes. I'll take 5 minutes for just one thing to discuss. Is like right now what I discuss is more on the one modality only, text only, right? Because workflow is also text, agent tool calling is also text only. But generative AI is doing very good in the other fields like voice agents, video agents. Okay, especially voice agents. I think it's one of the best models in now in using voice agents. Like LLM has a pretty good use case. So if you are really looking to use something in voice agents, please like build something. I think it is so good. Like I have been building these voice agents for this enterprise. Yesterday only I the demo to a Fortune 500 company. Actually, it was a Fortune 200 company. Okay, and they were like shocked with the quality of the voice. They were like, "Oh wow, this is the best voice agent." And I have not built my own. I have been using some model from the famous voice providers, but build a whole system around it. That was the USP, and they are now agreed to like completely replace their existing IVRS system with ours. And this will happen in every industry. Like the that IVRS system, like press one for this, press two for that, is gone. Those are gone are the days for that one. Now it will be a human like AI speaking to you on that, and it will come up with new things. Why I'm saying this? This opens up a whole new possibilities of opportunities for you to explore. Because if voice agents are really getting used by this many people, it opens up new fields. Like there would be separate evaluation systems for voice agents. How we can manage the stack for voice agents? What is the cheapest way of building high quality voice agents? For example, like there is something called Pipecat, right? You guys should definitely look at Pipecat. Like if you are using Vapi or Levin Labs, they are very expensive. They take you a lot of money on the chunk you are saving. But coming to Pipecat, Pipecat is an open source and it really understands how things are. Like it's an open source orchestrator, and you can really take your voice agents cost easily down by 70%. Like I have been building this using Pipecat, and yeah, they are really good in that one. So do have a look on the other modality aspects also, or like image is also one. Diffusion models is really good. I know there is a separate dedicated session for diffusion models, so definitely have a look on that. Videos is something coming up pretty quickly. Like we saw the Sora, we saw this thing is pretty important. Okay, I think that's it from my side. I just wanted to touch on these other modalities. I see Omkar had a question. How you fix latency in voice agents? So you need to develop the systems, definitely a by streaming WebSocket architecture. Okay. You need to have, so what is voice agent? Voice agent are like sandwiched three layers. We have the ASR or the like speech to text. Then we have the LLM backbone, and then we have the TTS. In the middle, at the top, there could be something called VAD, voice activity detection module, which detects if anyone is speaking or not. Now, each of these things you can sandwich multiple models. Now, if you want to fix latency, you need to take the fastest ones in everyone. Now, it actually depends on the use case. Generally, voice agents, what you use, they do not need to be that much cognitive in intelligence. So the LLM model what you're using, you can actually use a smaller than a LLM model like a Quinn or a GPT-4 Mini or a Gemini 2.5 Flash Lite. You may not need to know GPT-4o. Okay, in that way you can keep the latency smaller, but you definitely need to do a bit of engineering also. See, you are doing a streaming architecture, do proper engineering and those things. So that is really important when you are designing the voice agents. Do like, if you have more questions on voice agent, please let me know, because I have been actually doing this latency improvements only for recently for multiple companies on this voice agents. I can help more details on that one. Yeah. The next questions I had, like, what skills should student learns to stay relevant? Yeah, absolutely. I think to stay relevant, I think YouTube, like focus on YouTube, like learn as much as possible. I have built that habit during my college time, like at least read one research paper. And when I say read, you don't need to read the mathematics. I used to read the introduction, the conclusion, what it does, and try to build a project out here of it, like a very small project. Okay, because I think project building is the only way you can keep yourself like up to date with the things you are doing. Now coming up, like, so does that answers your question? Okay. And just to like on that topic, I also help multiple students to like how to study on resume thing and those things. So if you want to connect with me in LinkedIn, please feel free to connect with me. I'll put my LinkedIn link in the chat. Now coming to the next question, Anurag, where you get API like I have used? Yeah, okay. It's a pretty good question. So yeah, Hugging Face definitely has limits. I generally use like, if you ever really do not have maybe the resources to get into the OpenAI and APIs keys, if your company does not sponsors, I would say just download Llama CPP or Ulama in your system and install the Quinn model. Okay, you'll be able to develop many systems with that one. But if that does not works, I would say like take a $5 or something, $10, because LLM prices have gone so down. You can really build these projects using OpenAI keys and everything. You do not need to spend a lot of money. But if you really want to do something open source on this thing, I would say download LM Studio, Olama, or Llama CPP. My favorite is Olama because it works really well in Mac. So yeah, I have been using Olama for a long time. Yeah, cool. One more aspect I wanted to show was like thread modeling. Okay, so if someone is interested in the like what I can say, like in security systems of building generative AI, because this is one area that will blow up in the next few months or year. That is like security of this agency system, because these agents have become so much like part of the enterprise ecosystem in our day-to life. Cybersecurity has opened up a new complete opportunity in this field. So I would really, and this is that era of 2000 where excellent hackers or excellent cybersecurity professionals came up, because the field was so new. It make your brain thinking how people can break it, both in red level teaming or blue level teaming. And I think cybersecurity for AI agents is such one topic that you should really have a look if you are interested in cybersecurity stuffs. Yeah, cool. I think that's it from my side. I don't have anything. I will share the blog link here also, which I just showed. That way,
Okay.
previous thing. Yeah. So Let me say this.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
If you have any resources that you want to share with our audience, we have a Discord channel
Okay.
um, of interesting resources. You can just share it with our students over there so that we can just
Yeah, absolutely. I just
use.
absolutely. So I will maybe prepared one like resources for you. I just send these two
Yeah,
links shared here just for this chat. I mean this session, and
okay.
then I will create a dedicated resources for you and share it in Discord.
Okay, fine. Thank you so much, sir. It was an incredible session. I hope everyone has got a more clarity and confidence towards Gen AI. So for the developers here on GenAI, we'll be having an engaging activity happening on Discord right now. So you can just shift to Discord. And if people who are interested in blockchain stay here, now we are heading into the blockchain's second session in a few minutes. Thank you so much, sir, for the session.
Thank you. All the best, guys. Thank you. Bye. Have a great day.
Thanks.
Guys, wait for some more minute. Mentor will be joining in some time.
Okay, so now we are heading into the second blockchain mentor session. Let's welcome our mentor, Mr. Aman Sayed. He is a developer, relations professional, blockchain developer, and entrepreneur with an incredible journey in the tech and startup ecosystem. He has participated in 43 plus hackathons, is an ATEX speaker, and has worked with 8 companies and founded 2 startups. With his vast experience across building, speaking, mentoring, and entrepreneurship, he brings practical insights that go far beyond theory, especially for those looking to grow in Web3 and blockchain innovation. So, we are truly excited to learn from your journey and from expertise. The stage is yours. You can take over the session now.
Hi, Srishti. Thanks for the introduction. So, a little bit about me. I'll just introduce myself again so you guys understand me better. My name is Aman Sayed. I'm 24 years old from Mumbai and I graduated in 2023 July. It's been 2 years of my professional experience, and while I was in college days, I was working with multiple companies present in Y Combinator, Antler India, and based in London, UK, and USA Silicon Valley. So I'll start with a general overview of what I have done and how you guys can also do it, because everyone should be inspired to achieve more and get themselves know. So so while I was in college, I was like first year it was a general experience of just doing like everyone else does, right? There is nothing much more new to learn. So while I was second year in the college, I it was a COVID lockdown, and I decided to upskill myself, and that's how I got started into Web 2, Web 3, and all the fundamentals. So when I was in second year of the college, I started doing internship. I started doing upgrading my skill set. So I took some Udemy courses and started understanding about the fundamentals of what all technology is present out there. I divided my curriculum into, let's say, 11 to 3. I do the college, and then I get can come back, and then I start working on upgrading my skill set. So the first thing that I did was front end, um, understanding the fundamentals of front end with basic HTML, CSS, JavaScript, TypeScript, and Next.js, and React, and so on. This was the first year experience of trying out the fundamental things, because in the first year you only learn C++ and basic C, right? So in the second year, that's the first fundamental of front end engineering what I learned. And then I started deep diving into projects and understanding the fundamentals of how things things work in the actual world. So the first 6 months of the second year of college were exploring. Every single month I used to explore a different technology, like front end, back end, mobile development, Android development, iOS development, and blockchain, and Docker and Kubernetes as well. So this was the second year, like 6 months of the second year, and then I started like applying for internships based on whatever experience that I had. So I created, I took some courses from Udemy and Coursera. And while doing so, I created the same replica projects of the mentors that were teaching the whole, the whole course. And this whole fundamental of creating the projects inspired me to create innovative things. And I met amazing mentors. Those were present in the in within the college and as well as the outside of college. And that's how I got into AI ML kind of stuff, and which helped me to write some patents, some copyrights, and some publication papers as well. And then I eventually used to do cold email and reach out to founders who raised $5 million and greater in funding. And once I reached out to them, I used to tell them that, okay, this is the problem with your product, and this is how I can help you. So the second year of my college was like that, like, okay, reaching out to founders, building projects, building projects, learning skills. And unfortunately, I got selected into a couple of interviews, but I failed again and again because I didn't had the the right skill set, the right projects, and the stuff to do. So the third year of my college started, and that's when I decided, okay, I'll stick to this thing, and I need to think beyond what the others are. If there are 100 people standing in a queue, like 1,000 people standing in a queue, what can I do to make things better, and how can I skip this line? And that's when I realized, okay, I need to take an alternative path where I can choose whatever I want to do until and unless I get inside that particular company or do what I want to. So that's how when I started reaching out to founders, I mentioned that, okay, I did that, this is this thing, and I would like to experience, I like to get into interview. As I was filling the interviews this time, what I decided was to eventually just do one thing. That's, let's take the founder into confidence that I can deliver what you want, and then um, create a customized solution for both of us so that the company can trust me and I can trust the company. So the first interview was with Firechain. Firechain is a leading blockchain company, has like $1 billion valuation at the moment. That time it was $200 million valuation. They just raised $20 million from the University of Berkeley and some couple of universities from Switzerland. So that's the third year of college, and that's how I entered the first blockchain interview. So so that time I used to work on some other projects as well, like hackathons, doing hackathons, and working in American, UK, USB startups where I was responsible for doing the basic tasks or Docker, Kubernetes, as I had the basic skill set, and I was earning like $1,000 per month in 2021, 2022. That was like really great as a college student of second year and third year, you know. and I was putting all that money into Wazirex. So I was buying crypto at its peak, 2021, 2022 bull cycle. That the last every the blockchain bull cycle runs every 4 year. So I was putting that money over there, burning that, and trying to make more money to recover the losses. And that's when I realized, okay, I need to work with the company. So that's how I interviewed like Firechain. So the Pratik Gore is the name of the founder. I took the founder into confidence that okay, let's do a thing. That okay, instead of following the normal interview process of 4 rounds, let's do only one interview round, and you can test my skills if I get into the company. So let's say there is a 15 days trial period. I work in your company, you test me out, and if you don't like me, you can remove me. It was like that term of condition, and that's how I got into Firechain. So that was the first company where I worked as a blockchain developer, as a full stack developer basically. But as the company was blockchain focused and they were developing the explorers, they were designing the fundamentals and everything. um, I was assigned blockchain developer task. Then Firechain was a big company, a big name attached to my resume, and then I got into Philo, then I got into Affine Group, then I got into multiple companies, Convex Labs as well. So that was initially the overview of how I got into blockchain fundamentals. So started my career and second year as a college student, working, upgrading my skill set, then building the projects, then applying to internships via cold email and cold DM, and then working at companies. And that's how, like, losing money from the Web2 companies into stock, into cryptos, and then getting into blockchain fundamentals. So this is how it eventually happened, and that's how I got into Web3 space. And after that, I worked with Firechain around for 6 months, and then switched the company to a Switzerland company called Sopool, where I was again a blockchain fundamental NFT. That was an NFT era. So every 4 years of cycle, we have, like, every 6 months we have an wave that comes up in blockchain. So the first wave in 2021 started with NFTs, then it went to RW, real world assets, then where the people buy lands on Sandbox, where the people would buy random NFTs and stuff virtually. Then in 2022 and 2023, we started with the waves of DeFi fundamentals, DeFi aggregators, yield aggregators, optimizers, where let's say if the bank gives you this much amount of money, um, we the blockchain can give you more money than that, more than the F fund, a fixed deposit, or that kind of stuff. Then that wave ended, then we got into the agents wave, AI agents, which is still running from past 1 year, like 2025. um, so in 2024 we also had some more couple of waves, and right now the current wave is about the private payments, privacy, um, where the explorer would not identify, like, I sending money to Shrishti or whosoever possible, right? So this was the overview of how things work in blockchains. We have a 6 months wait. So yeah, that was my journey. That is how things work. I think there was a previous session on blockchain as well. So I think you guys already have the fundamental basic idea of how the things working. Just to give you an overview, what is a blockchain? It's a chain of transaction. That's it. A part of it. What does it mean actually? Fundamental. So the only use case of blockchain and Bitcoin and all the cryptocurrency is to make the payment ease. That's the first basic use case as we have, and then we have the other use case where you can create projects on top of the companies that are present in the blockchain space. So we have around 27.6 million crypto users according to CoinMarketCap. We have around 1000 plus blockchain exist in this world. Nobody knows about the 1000 blockchains, but yes, it does exist, and this all companies have funding greater than $5 million. And and we have, like, this many users, this many, and every company is building their own different use cases, right? So understanding blockchain a bit, and for those who just joined or maybe have joined or not, so it's like we can consider an real scenario that okay, there is an HDFC Bank. HDFC Bank, what it does is, if I'm sending Aman is sending money to Srishti, it can go via HDFC Bank, where the HDFC Bank takes the whole fundamental scenario of the backend scenes where things happen, and of the transfer, intimation, recipe, and whatsoever it is, connecting the through parties and um, all that stuff. But the problem here is that HDFC Bank is initially whole, the whole provider and whole authority that can freeze your account, that can stop your money, that can do anything on the basis of the orders of the government, right? And that's not what we like, and that's why we're working in the blockchain space. So blockchain simply means that okay, there is a smart contract which is governed by itself. You just give the fundamental conditions to it, and once you do that, it will run automatically, and it is like a virtual bank where the chain, let's say any blockchain or chain, like Polygon, would be responsible for transferring your funds. And it's not the Polygon chain itself; it's the smart contract, and smart contract can never be, changed or never be hacked or like that. So your transaction will always go through from the source to destination, and there would be minimal charge, less than the banks, less than what they take. That is in cents, very very low. So it makes it very fast, it makes it very low transaction cost, and it makes the whole process for the user smooth. And that's what the blockchain is meant for, and that's the blockchain. So there are different kinds of as I said, there's different kind of blockchains present in the world. Like we have 1000 plus blockchains present in this world, and every blockchain has its own use case, fundamental, working to make the whole transaction flow, making the whole payment flow better. So people say like okay, we have different use case, like there are AI agents inside the blockchain, we have RW, NFT, DeFi, yield aggregators, optimizers, and what so and whatnot, right? um, but yeah, the simple scenario is this: okay, we everyone in the space is trying to make the space better by making the payments ease and building use cases on top of payments, so which are initially the transactions. So the different kinds of wallet, like we have Petra wallet, Argentex wallet, MetaMask wallet, Moment Labs. Every blockchain has its own wallet. Depends on what kind of chains it is, what kind of um, transactions you want to do, and what kind of chain use case it is. So when we talk about the Aptos chain, Movement Labs, a chain, so it works on the Move chain. So Move is again a smart contract language. So we have different kinds of smart contract language as well in the blockchain space, like Move, Solidity. Then we have Cairo. Then we have Cadence. Then we have ICP uses Motoko. So like every blockchain has its own. So Aptos uses Move language, Moment Labs uses Move language, ICP Definitive Foundation uses the Motoko language. EVM chains, like out of this 1000 blockchains I mentioned, the 500 to 600 chains just work over the EVM virtual machine kind of stuff, right? So the rest 400 chains has its own. Then we have again the popular chain Solana and more, right? And so Solana uses Rust, Near uses Rust. Near blockchain is again a very popular blockchain. Hedera Hashback uses its own programming language. Then we have one wallet that uses its own one chain, and one chain has its own programming language. And then we have Polkadot, which also use Substrate language. So every chain has its own fundamental, the blockchain writing contracts language, which has again a different kind of wallet, which has infinity amount of options to make the transactions, to make the wallets, to make the transfer and all the stuff. So this is the general overview of the blockchain, of the programming languages that we have. of the users that we have, and the wallets and the transactions that we do in this kind of space. So let's now understand, like, okay, what kind of wallets do we have, and how do they work, right? So the wallets that we have, as I mentioned, that we have Hashpack, Ledger, Loot, MetaMask, Nightly, One Wallet, Petra Wallet, Plug, Ready, Sub Wallet, and lots of more, right? These wallets are based on the blockchain, and based on the blockchain we have the contract language. There are two kinds of every of the each of this wallet has two kind of interfaces that we can build as a blockchain dev. The first is custodial wallets, and the second is non-custodial wallets. Simply means that, okay, you guys have heard about the WazirX scam, right? WazirX was hacked for around $436 million in 2023, 2022, I guess, yeah. And after the hack, the hacker took around 200 and $436 million, out of which $236 million were refunded by WazirX itself. So what are the things that are happening? So this wallet has its the dexes, which we call. So wallets and decentralized exchanges and transcendent exchanges, both the three things are very different than each other. So if you can understand, okay, there is a wallet. The wallet means, okay, you can receive the funds, which might be a custodial wallet or non-custodial wallet. Then we have exchanges. Exchange, in an exchange, you can, there is a wallet section as well. So if we say Binance is a trading app, which is a centralized exchange, which also has a decentralized wallet inside it. Then we have Bybit, then we have KuCoin, then we have Mexi Global, then we have a list of all this fundamental, the centralized exchanges. So there are more than, I think, around 136 wallets present in the blockchain space. And out of this 136 blockchain centralized exchange and decentralized exchanges, we have custodial and non-custodial exchanges as well. We have custodial and non-custodial wallets as well. Giving you an overview of wallets. So, a custodial wallet simply means that the user's fund um, would be would be in the custody of the user, or will be the custody in the platform that you are interacting with. So let's say there is stake.com. Everybody might have heard of it. It's the biggest gamblefy application present in the whole world, booking a revenue of $100 million per year, right? And this company uses custody of assets that are provided that are not provided to the user, but they are responsible for whatsoever happens with the wallet that is present inside their interface. So they have connected the MetaMask, they have connected the Solana wallet, and you can transfer the funds using any wallet to their wallet. But their wallet means they have the custody to utilize whatsoever funds they have. I mean, the user has, that goes to them, and they are responsible for whatsoever gonna happen. But eventually there is also wallets like Privy, Reon, and Rainbow Kit. These are generally like MetaMask as well. So there's all the wallets that we see in the Chrome extension. Out of this, 90% of them are like non-custodial wallets, which means the user funds, when kept inside the wallet, won't go to won't cannot be withdrawn to, let's say, whatsoever the company wants to, right? It is on the EOA contract that is present on the chain, which means the money that goes to the contract, and contract is the you are the only interacting with contract and not a middleman. So this is the difference between the custodial wallets and non-custodial wallets. And then we have decentralized exchanges and centralized exchanges. So when we talk about centralized exchanges, there is exchange like Bybit, KuCoin, Mexi Global, Binance, and all the bigger names. This companies have an interface, two interfaces inside the centralized exchange as well. So the the first thing that you can do inside this wallet is trading. That is why the majority of the people download the Binance exchange. And this Binance exchange has two kind of interfaces. The first is trading, and the second interface is about wallets. So when you go to the wallet section, they have a separate interface where you just deposit the money which belongs to you. Okay, we have a question. Which type of wallet is best for beginners? If you're a beginner, you can use MetaMask for all EVM chains. You can use Petra for all movement transactions on all, the transactions happens on Aptos and Movement Labs and all move related chains. So the basic thing that if you can start is with MetaMask wallet. MetaMask is again a wallet that has users funds accessible only to users fund. They can't manipulate anything. Even if the government decides to ban the exchanges, they can't ban MetaMask. Eventually, I'm not sure of the scenario if they can ban or not, but there is a high 99% chances that they can't ban MetaMask, and they can't identify the traces of the transaction that you do inside MetaMask. So, um, but yeah, again, if the transaction traces can also be fined, there are intelligence tools like Arkham Intelligence, ARKHAM Intelligence, where you can go on that interface. You can maybe enter your MetaMask wallet address, and it will visualize all the transactions that you do inside MetaMask. And that is why we have the privacy wave that is running on. So right now we have the privacy wave. So what tools help? Again, we have a question: what tools help debug wallet and transaction issues? So debugging wallet basically, if you're asking about the generalized wallet that are present like MetaMask and Chrome extension based wallet, you don't have to debug any wallet because there are no issues with this kind of wallet because everything is governed by smart contract itself. So it's only going to interact with contracts, and there is very less chances that okay, um, a transaction can get stuck. And when we say about the transaction issues, multiple transaction issues can happen. The first transaction issue is latency, the second is mempool congestion, the third is um, overriding the v2 hook failure of a uniswap v hooks, 1 inch aggregator hooks, and more. So in simple terms, what I'm saying is key, I am sending, let's say, $100 USDC on ERC20 chain Ethereum to Shrishti, but Shrishti never receives it, and I see in my Explorer that the transaction got stuck. Why the transaction gets stuck is because of the network congestion, is because of the network upgrades, and because of let's say there is millions of transactions happening at billions of transactions happening at the same point, and there is sudden move in the market which has less liquidity over chains or over the fundamental stuff. So we also have solutions for this transaction issues. If your transaction gets stuck, you can just add more tip, so that the miner, whoever sees that okay, one transaction that you did in that 1 billion transaction will be faster enough, because the miner who is responsible to validate the number of nodes that are present would the validator would eventually, the miner would, the do your transaction first rather than the rest of the transaction. Cause the miner, like when you transfer, let's say I'm transferring money to Srishti, just like the banks have initially, the authorities and whatsoever in the backend system, they take the charges for that, right? But in the blockchain we have gas fees. So this gas fees have certain percentage that goes to the chain owner, and that goes to the gas miner, basically the miner that takes the gas fees. So if let's say the 100% of the gas fees, like, we should be rewarding to the people who confirms our transaction, right? And those people are called as miners. These miners are basically node operators and validators present across the globe, which uses CPUs, GPUs, and whatsoever stuff to mine the transactions. Just a system run program which they use to set up the CPUs and GPUs over the planet, over the cold regions, basically, to confirm the transaction. So basically, a machine like AI stuff that you can consider, like, okay, that there is a machine present in the globe that is responsible for confirming your transaction. And not only a single machine confirms your transaction, there is like, or depending on the chain confirmation type, like we have over, I think, over ERC20 chains, different chains has our confirmation rates of around 11 to the most, the simple validators, 236 validators. So anywhere in between 11 to 136 validators confirms that, okay, the transaction source and the destination source has the same amount of balance validated, that they are not transferring at the same time to two people and more. And that's how they confirm it. Then the 100% of the gas fees, out of that 100%, 80% goes to the miner that confirms your transaction. And the different miners, that 80% is divided to 136 miners, or 11 miner, or whatever the number of miners present to validate the blocks on chain that are present. And then the transaction is confirmed, and then the money goes to Srishti. But let's say if that doesn't go, you can just, increase the amount of gas fees that you do, and the transaction would go faster. That would happen. And even if it gets stuck, only then there is, that is called as transaction issue. That happens, then you should reach out to MetaMask team via their emails, via their official website, and they will help you out. But 99.9% chances it doesn't happen. And there are new protocols. Even I am building one protocol on Stacks blockchain. So Stacks organized hacker house in Goa, like 4 months back, where I was a part of it. So Stacks is again, see, a blockchain company that has around $776 million market cap. What does they do? That, okay, if there is a transaction happening over Bitcoin network, let's say if I'm transferring 10 Bitcoin to Srishti, that happens on the Bitcoin network. Bitcoin network takes around 10 minutes to transfer, which is very, very, very slow transaction speed, and it cost me a lot of money. If I'm sending one Bitcoin, it will cost me 0.001 Bitcoin, which is a lot of money in terms of USD value. So what the Stacks company is doing? Stacks company is saying that, okay, we will confirm the transaction over the Bitcoin network via L1 and L2. So there is a bridge between L1 and L2. We will make sure that the transaction happens at a lower speed, sorry, at the lower transaction cost and at the higher speed. So that's what they're doing. And in that, I built the project HyperInsure. What HyperInsure does is, let's say even if your transaction gets stuck at the MetaMask, even after speeding up the transaction, and you're still stuck with the MetaMask team. So like, we have 1 out of 1,000 transaction over every blockchain that gets stuck over the transaction due to whatsoever reason I told you. So these people, what they're doing is, they are trying to find companies that can buy insurance. So let's say, if I'm transferring one bitcoin value today is 87,000 dollars. So this $87,000, I'm taking a risk to transfer on chain, right? But I don't want to take a risk. So what I do is, I come to this user, like, those are doing high value transaction, that they come to HyperInsure, they buy an insurance against the transaction. So let's say if there is $87,000 worth of transaction happening, they put $500 of insurance. They buy it on our platform, and if the transaction fails, or if there is a problem with the transaction that doesn't happen, the money gets stuck, then I like my platform, would be paying their $87,000 via my platform. So even if the transaction fails, we cover up the 100% of the transaction cost. So so we are solving the global transaction issues that are present over every single chain. And this is the transaction issues. And yeah, I think it answers your question that what we're doing. So the next question, why do transaction takes time to confirm? Yeah, I think I have answered it again. That okay, there are multiple people, right? Um, Multiple people doing transaction at the same time, which means there is a network congestion. Or let's say Ethereum announces that okay, we're gonna upgrade their network. So if there is an upgrade in the network, like every system needs a window of time to upgrade their systems. So they what they do is they stop their system for the people, right? But blockchain cannot be stopped. So what they do is they stop the validators, they stop the amount of the resource allocation is limited to a certain extent, so that the transaction time would be more, speed would be less, but the transaction would happen. And this is why the transaction takes time to confirm on chain. So multiple reasons: meme coil congestion, higher the amount of transaction, sudden panic in market. Let's say Trump announces 100% tariff, market falls by 5-6%, which means that 5-6% of people are withdrawing money from the all the chains, from all the, and converting into USDC and USDT and what so and what not. So even if you're doing bridging, if you're doing swapping, if you're doing whatever stuff you're doing, right, that takes a transaction time. And those transaction time increases when this activity happens suddenly inside the market. So when I say 5% of, if 100% a tariff is around by Trump, that means that okay, the market is falling by 5%, but it doesn't mean that only Bitcoin and all the cryptocurrencies are falling by 5%. It means specific amount of blockchain um, cryptocurrencies are falling, and if the Bitcoin is falling, so every currency eventually falls, may it be high mid cap, high cap, small caps, all kind of Ethereum, Ethereum stuff, Solana meme coins, Ethereum meme coins, and all kind of stuff. So we have different kind of sectors. If I think you guys know, like everybody, as you are attending this session, you might have finance wallet inside. So we have sectors, we have AI, meme, social fi, gamble fi, game fi, DeFi, RWA, um, oracles, and more. So this sectors are dependent on Bitcoin. If Bitcoin falls, Ethereum falls, Solana falls, then all the mid cap, large cap, and all, which means that there is a complete 5% wipeout of the entire $1 trillion market. So like Bitcoin and all the cryptocurrencies are around 3 trillion market cap, I think. So 3 trillion ka 5% gets wiped off in one single day, which means there is a high load on the transactions of the chain, which again means that's how the transaction takes more time. So we have another question: what are the most common mistakes users make while using wallets, and how can beginners avoid losing funds? Simple stuff. The most common stuff is never share your private key or seed phrase with anyone present on the planet, including the MetaMask company, including anyone that asks you, like, okay, give me your private key, give me your um, seed phrase. I can just log in, do this transaction, or like for whatsoever reason. Never ever share your private key and seed phrase. Eventually, what developers do is, as you guys might be interested to become blockchain developers, right? Blockchain developers, initially the new kind of students, or what they do is they push their private key and env, environmental variables, to the GitHub. And they receive a notification that they have pushed the env via their email, but they don't understand what they did. So even if when I was new working at Philo was again $40 million company at the present moment. So what I did was, as I was in this third year of college that started, that time had zero knowledge about the blockchain fundamentals and stuff. So what I did was, I had the knowledge, but I didn't know that okay, env should never be pushed. So I cloned the repo and pushed the environmental variables and all the private keys that were present of the company to the GitHub, which further created a notification and a panic in the company that okay, this guy has pushed the env, take it down. I immediately received a call from the my employer that okay, take this GitHub down immediately and remove the env as soon as possible. So this what it happens is, it exposes the, the private stuff, the private, maybe the funds that are kept inside the wallets, maybe maybe your subscription IDs of Google Cloud, Alibaba, GitHub Copilot, Cursor. So all this has env keys, API keys, which we call again. So these keys are very important, that if it gets exposed, any other person, there is a very high likely chance that okay, there are bots present around the GitHub that will identify that okay, this repository has this env pushed, and then they take that env and utilize for their own purpose. They can withdraw your funds on your behalf, they can do whatsoever they want to, and that eventually exposes your company's private and confidential stuff, and increases the billing, loss of fund, and lot of other problems. So so to answer the question, never ever share your private key and seed phrases and environmental variables, never ever to push to GitHub, no matter whatever the thing that you're thinking of. So yeah, that's very important about wallets, and that are very important about the transactions as well. Apart of it, do you guys have any other questions? Would you like to know about the blockchain space, like how it works, and what are the job opportunities? What are the things that you can do to become a better developer, or how is it? If that's the thing, I can just give you a roadmap. Okay, I don't see any comments. So, okay, just I'll give you an overview as we have still the time left of. As I explained, the wallets, the programming language, the blockchains, the transactions, and what are the transaction issues that can occur, how you can protect yourself. Let's understand that, okay, how can you start your career into blockchain fundamentals and be a good blockchain dev, be a devrel, be a contract auditor, or you can be dev, a growth hacker, or kind of other positions related to blockchain stuff. So if you are in second year of college, I would highly request that okay, utilize your time, sit as much as possible at your home, don't go to college, and do the simple stuff that okay, upgrade yourself, take different courses from Udemy, Coursera. The first 6 months of your second year should be understanding different kinds of languages, different kinds of fields. Take take a course, do it for 1 month, like front end. Second month you do back end, third month you do iOS, fourth month you do Android, fifth month you do Docker, sixth month you do AIML, and seventh month you do blockchain. General scenario, you did all that, you know that okay, which particular field that I am interested to. After the 7 months of second year, the remaining 5 months, what you can do is start building projects. Utilize the existing YouTube videos, Udemy courses, or whatsoever is available publicly over GitHub. Utilize that to build your own project. And after you have 6 projects, you can start in the third year to apply for internship via cold email, cold DM, in a blockchain company, in a web 2 company, web 3 company, or whatever you are trying to do. As we are talking about blockchain, simple, find, use Crunchbase, Crunchbase. There you there are parameters and filters. utilize those filters to select that, okay, in the past 6 months, who has raised $1 million and greater of funding. You will get all the information about the company, including the founder's name, email ID, and everything on Crunchbase. And then you shoot email. You find this sources that can shoot 100 emails at a day. You maybe, if you even if you need to put some money, that's fine, cause whatever you if you're putting $10 worth of money, you will make up $1,000 worth of money. So you always, as a student, have to think of upgrading yourself, and when you upgrade yourself, you don't have to think about money or whatsoever you're doing, right? So in third year of the college, you start shooting emails, you start DMing blockchain web3 founders who have raised funding, because every new founder that has raised fund is looking to hire people. And he everybody knows nobody. Everybody knows not everybody, right? So even there are opportunities, endless opportunities present in the globe, which you are not knowing, not because you are not following on socials, not because you are not, but the world works like that. It works on recommendation, it works on reaching out, it works on early stage opportunities. The people who get in early makes more money. So you need to reach out to these people via DM, and after that you sit in the interview, you sit with confidence, you try to simplify the interview process by talking with the founder, because HR and all these people comes on the third position or fourth position in the company. If the founder says, okay, that I like this particular person, then it's finished, you don't have to do an interview anymore. So you need to be touch with the founder, and if the founder is good with you, you are in through the company. So this is again a tip and trick, make made you understand in the short note. So you reach to company, you start working, you work for free for first 3 months in, and you don't have to work with 3 months, 6 months, and devote all your time to a single company. No, I suggest never do that. You need to switch companies as soon as possible. Every single month, work in a company, understand their tech, what they're doing, contribute, and you get off the company. Then you get to the another company, you work 1 month, and you work like this. You need three experiences of working in three different companies in 3 months. Then the remaining 3 months, you try to apply for bigger companies, because you have experience, you have the projects, you have the skill set. Now you can, in the third year, the remaining the first 6 months, the 3 months, you can apply to big companies, and they will select you because they see your resume, and your resume says that you work with this company, right? Once you have that, you go to company, you work that, you get selected, you work in a company, the 6 months sorted. Now the next 6 months, what you will do is you will apply to more bigger companies that offering you high value in exchange, high money in exchange of whatever value you provide to that particular company. Then you stick with that company. So now in the fourth year, like this, you have like 6 projects, you have 4 projects of your company, you work with 4 companies, let's say 2 months each, and you have the right skill set. In the fourth year, to get in the blockchain space, simple work. You just need to There are two kind of approaches. The first approach is either you stick with a single company, like I have seen people sticking with simple company, like you guys have seen Graph Protocol at ETH India, at multiple events. They have their own booth, and there is a person called as Yash Jagtap, right? that guy that guy was a developer advocate, and I was also a developer advocate at Graph Protocol in 2023. And that guy was, eventually in the eyes of every people, because he used to reply to all the messages that were happening over Discord. He was utilizing Graph Protocol subgraphs to build, the blog. So, giving you an overview, Graph Protocol is just an SQL kind of company, which basically says that we can query the transaction and find you particular thing that you want. So that's what the company does. And utilizing the subgraph, that is a feature of the graph protocol. You can query the blockchain transactions. So they have, every company in the blockchain space has its own developer advocate program, which offers you $500 in exchange of very very little work that you do. So we have like around 2 to 300 ambassador and developer advocates program present in big companies of blockchain space. You can apply to those, you can get selected, and you can make $500 very easily in the blockchain companies as well. And what so I was back to the thing. So there are two approaches. The first is stick with one company for 1 year, understand the whole thing, contribute for free even if you want to, take little money, but stick with that company. And when you stick with that company, when you are in the eyes of the people, they will hire you. So Yash Jagtap has a package of around $120,000 being offered by Graph Protocol. Again, a simple guy, a friend of mine, not no, stick with one company, and you can make your whole life a turn by, if that company is big enough and offers you a job. So that's the one thing. And the second thing is, if you don't want to go with this approach, the second approach is contribute to multiple ecosystems by building projects onto them. The best way is hackathons. You can participate in the three hackathons offering like 1 cr 2 cr kind of prize pool that they have at multiple global events which is organized by ETH Global. We have multiple hackathon websites like Dayfolio, Post, Dora Hacks, Encode, Kaikai, Hack and Skill, and more. You can just Google it, like HackQuest and all this stuff. So there's hackathons, like they give you like more money than the average salary of TCS, Accenture, or whatsoever company in a single month, just by building product on their chain, and if they like the product, right? So yeah, hack to skill too in the comments. So yeah, lot of companies, right? So this, you can make like more money by just doing hackathons rather than a job and an annual package in a single month than the people who are working in the web 2 space. This space has a lot of money, so let's get back to this. So yeah, so the alternative approach is to contribute, build projects over multiple ecosystem, then finalize an ecosystem that you feel you are comfortable and they provide you support. You can take grants from them, and you can start building your sub project inside that startup. So let's say there is a company Stacks, right? So Stacks, what Stacks, every blockchain company, simple use case, what they're doing, the simple thing that you need to understand, that okay, the blockchain company says we have this many developers, we have this many projects building upon us, we have this many transactions, and this is our roadmap. And on basis of that, they take the series A, series B, series C, series D round, and pre-seed money and all that stuff, right? So what the blockchain space is about, the blockchain space is about, there is a single company like Google. Instead of Google, we have Polygon. Let's say Polygon, the most famous company of India. So we have Polygon says we are a startup, and you can build your own startup by taking a grant. You can build a use case using our technology, and that use case generates transactions, transaction generates money, and that money flows to the blockchain company, and that's how the company makes more money. So yeah, this is the whole cycle. If you understand this, then you understand the whole thing. And that's how you can take some grants and you can start your own projects. So people do this, people do hackathons, people start their own thing, or they land up, they can end landing up in as a devrel, as a developer advocate, as developer relations engineer, developer support engineer, or as a blockchain developer, smart contract engineer, or as a growth hacker, or kind of relatable jobs. My career started in second year. I worked in multiple UK US based startups, and then I was making a good money, putting that money into Wazirex, losing money. Then I started, applying for companies. I also did trading for a particular timestamp to get myself familiarized with how crypto futures work, how crypto indexes work, how the options and futures works inside the crypto and all the stuff, right? So you need to familiarize yourself with everything. Then I lost a lot of money over that. Then I come to blockchain space. I started working in blockchain companies. I become a um, full stack developer, then I become a blockchain developer, then I started as a developer advocate, then as a devrel, then as a growth hacker, then as now right now I'm head of growth at Convex Labs, again a company, L1 solution. So this is how the careers and this is how the overall things work inside the blockchain space. If you need any further guidance, you can reach me out at Twitter. My Twitter handle is AmanBiz, AMAANBIZ. Would be happy to help you with that. I hope you guys understood the wallets, the transactions, the blockchain fundamentals, how you can get started into blockchain space, what you can do, what blockchain has to offer, and the average package of a blockchain engineer or any person working in the top 100 blockchain companies is more than 50,000 US dollars. So that's the amount of annual package for an average person in a blockchain space. Um, yeah, I hope you guys have understood everything. And for more information, do reach me out. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. If you have any valuable resources that you want to share with our students, we have a Discord channel, so you can just share it over there. There is a text channel named Interesting Resources. Just share it if you want, so that our students can just
We'll do that. We'll do that. Thanks,
have
Rishi.
access to that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. It was an incredible session. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Bye bye.
So guys, there will be a second activity in Discord for the blockchain. And now we'll have a generative AI session 2. So stay tuned. Okay, now we shift our session to generative AI. Let's welcome Mr. Devanshu Saxena on stage for the session. He is a developer relations professional, actively working on crafting AI agents and exploring graph databases. He has previously worked as DevRel at CapEx AI and brings strong experience from the developer community and AI ecosystem. Multiple hackathon winner with over 10 hackathon wins. Along with this, he is deeply involved in open source communities with his passion for technology, creativity, and community building. We are excited to learn from his insights in generative AI and AI agent development. Sir, we are excited to have you over here. Thank you so much for joining us. You can start with the session.
Hello everyone. Hello Srishti. Thanks for pretty good introduction. So hi guys. So I will be taking a session on. Let me just give me a minute if I'm able to share my screen. Cool. So hello everyone. This is Devanshu, and I've been working around AI from last 3 years. I've been developer at CapEx AI. Right now, I'm working with Adjuvant as a developer relation and helping Tiger Graph as a developer as well. So, been working in this AI space from last 3 years. I learned a lot of things like prompt engineering, which is a quite important right like right now, as well as using tools. So, a lot of people are quite like they are just talking about this thing that AI will take our jobs and all, but that's quite hard for now. So if you're using right tools, if you're using just good tools and you're having a good knowledge of AI, you will be able to understand and you will be able to do things more effectively. So let me go to my PPT first. So we will not go get into this agenda and all. So let's start with. So the thing is like, why do we really need AI in our day-to-day tasks? So it opens like a new possibility for you. So if you're not even part of yeah, if you know like how to write stories but you're not even a director, you're a software engineer, still you can be a director just by like using AI and all. If you are not into movies and all, you can still create movies using AI. and a lot of things you can do. So it create like it opens a lot of new paths for you. And obviously like you can even use personalized learning for you. So what happens, there are a lot of people who have a different learning scale. I take a lot of time, there's someone who takes a less time, or someone who needs a more assistance over something. So AI can help you with that as well. Other than that, obviously it gives you fresh perspectives. Let's say if you're trying to solve a problem, you have learned from your seniors or from your like someone from a friend that you have to solve this problem like in this way. Let's say you are trying to solve a problem in X way, but there's a Y way as well which you don't know about, which maybe your friend also don't know about. So there are a lot of things which you don't know but AI know, so you can take help from AI, and it will even save your time as well. So the screenshot you are seeing right now is basically an organization. This organization, like it's the name of the organization is Zero. So what does Zero do? So it's basically an organization with all AI agents, literally no human. So all these you can see CEO, head of engineering, designer, brand, backend engineering. All these are different agents. These all agents are working together to create a whole organization and like do something in a space. Let's say maybe you can just define them, work around AI or anything. So these different agents are prompted in a way, are used in a way that they are like they work like a professional in their field. So if you just ask one AI to do all the things, like prepare a PPT for me, write code for me, design website for me, it will be really hard for that AI. It will start hallucinating. The biggest issue with AI is it start hallucinating. So this is how you can create a team of yours as well. So you can create different let's say interns under you. So this is how you will be like, you will be winning in this AI race. So you have some interns under you working for you. So this is like a way to prompt. So when you talk about these agents, how these agents are prompted, so it's like this format. So like let's say for front end engineer, how it will be prompting is like say like you are assume that you are a front end dev. Why at this point when you say assume that you are a front end dev, it stop thinking about any other thing. The AI stops thinking about any other thing. It will not think about backend engineering, it will not think about DevOps, it will not think about design, it will just think about front end. So you are just like kind of giving it a space to work on, so it will stop hallucinating now. Once you're done with this, you can just in a second part you can just give the instruction. So let's say help me generate a responsive card. So now it knows what the AI have to do. And then a context is very important. The most important thing right now is context. All the organizations are fighting for this thing. Whosoever wins the context race will win the AI race. Context is the most important thing. So maybe you know there's a organization called Super Memory. So they are doing really great because of this context thing itself. So a pretty good context and then an example, like how do you want. So I will go with a very easy example. Let's say you just give here a role. Assume that you are a front end dev. Instruction, help me generate a website. Then a context that go with this color theme and these tech stack. And then an example, for example, let's say you want to build Netflix clone. So then you can give some screenshots, you can give example of Netflix, like how Netflix looks and all. So this is how you can prompt. You can just take a screenshot as well of this. Maybe I will send you this as well in the group. Okay, so I was talking about this thing, these different interns. So how you can create these interns. Like I have a very, like I use a very different way to do this. I have created a few interns under me. So maybe you all have got this Perplexity Pro. If you have Airtel sim, you have got Perplexity Pro. Maybe you have ChatGPT as well. ChatGPT also gives you this personalized character thing. So maybe you can just go with that. Also Perplexity, Gemini as well. So what to do, let me open up Perplexity. So we'll go to this space. So I have like AI co-founder, financial guru, and a lot of different things which I really work on or which I really like sometimes talk about. So let's go to product manager. So how I've prompted is you are my chaotic good product manager, and then just giving him an idea what I want, what I really, and then when I will talk to him, It will just talk to me about the product. So let's say I want to build, it will do research, it will then talk to me around like a product manager, and it will be really very honest. So you can even talk about some really good ideas. So it gave me a new idea which I can work on. So this product manager will divide a product into different things. It will do a proper research. It will give you what you can build. Even I have this AI product manager, sorry, AI co-founder, which helps me with. So this one will help me with new ideas. And product manager will divide these ideas into different forms. So like what tech stack I can use, what all features should I have, what feature really I need or not. Is it really important to build this or not? So this will talk about the co-founder will talk about the ideas with me. So you can create these different agents under you, and you can take help from these agents in your like college works or like in your different works. So this is few things you can do. You can try for sure. So I will talk about some real examples, like how you can automate your a lot of work. So I will be talking about four different examples. One is like using AI to create some really great websites. One would be like AI to create YouTube videos, AI to create daily vlogs, AI for filmmaking. These are few examples we will talk about, like a workflow. And I will also show a demonstration like how you can create a proper websites using AI. So let's get into this. So the first one is like how you can create website. This is quite simple, and I think like everyone must have tried this approach a lot of times. So like let's say, let's keep a very simple example. You want to create a clone of Netflix. As a simple, as a like a normal human, what I will do, maybe I will just go and ask Cursor to build a clone of Netflix. But Netflix is quite famous, so maybe Cursor will build something really good. But let's say if you're building something which is not quite famous, which really needs a good instruction, then what the approach should be? You will just go to Chat GPT or like any AI model. I would suggest go with Claude because it's very good with like content and maybe like creativity. So go with Claude. Just ask him to generate a good prompt. Just give him some idea like what you really want to build, and ask him to give a good prompt which you can use in Bolt, Lovable, or Emergent. Emergent is quite really good. Like you can surely give it a try. Emergent is quite new and it's really good. So once you are done with the prompt from here, let's say I got a prompt from Claude, I will just go paste this prompt in the like Lovable, Bolt, or Emergent anywhere. This will create a basic MVP for me. Maybe what I personally do is I just go and create a prompt. I copy this prompt and just paste it in Bolt, Lovable, Emergent, everywhere. And then once I'm done with this prompt, I just see all the three results. Whatever result I like, I just download the code from there, like whatever basic thing it made. I just download it, and then just once you download the code, just run it on your Cursor or Anti-Gravity. Anti-Gravity is quite like a new thing. So it's launched by Gemini and it's totally free. So if you don't want to buy Cursor, just go with Anti-Gravity. It's really good. So go with Anti-Gravity. It's a free alternative for you. I don't know like till when it will be free, but for now it's free, so you can surely go and try Anti-Gravity. So the approach is simple. Just go and ask ChatGPT to create a prompt for Netflix. So how you will do this? Just get some screenshots of Netflix, share it with ChatGPT, share properly like what you really want to build. Let's say just talk to him that I really want to build this thing. It should have this thing and all, and then it will create a like a detailed prompt for this. Just paste it this prompt in all these three, see the results. Whatever result you like, download the code, run it in Anti-Gravity, then slowly make changes. So you got a like a basic website. You can just ask him to add this thing. Okay, add backend. Okay, now backend is done. Now add some secured layer over it. Once secured layer is done, then go with login authentication, and all authentication is done, then more secure layer. So these kind of things then you can do through anti-gravity. So this is one approach to create a website. If you're using, if you're it's basically zero code. It's just if you know architecture, if you know how to talk to agents, how to use agents properly. But yeah, like you should know architecture, like how architecture works, how the whole legacy or maybe new architecture work. What is MCP, what is front end, what is back end, what is DevOps, how, like what is cause, and all these basic terms at least you should know. So let's go to second thing. So how to create YouTube videos. Maybe I've seen few people like Varun Maya or Weber. So these are few people who like create their videos. Like these videos are totally AI generated. I will show you an example. So this is the guy. I will play a video as. So this is the guy who creates all the videos by just using AI. So what you can do, you can just go here, just create a 1 minute video of yourself. Just upload that video in Heygen, and once you're done with Heygen, then it will create a AI avatar for you. You can just ask him to create an AI avatar for you. Generate your script from like any content ideas, or generate your script from Gemini or Claude. Claude is really good with creativity again, so you can go with Gemini is also like quite good now. So Gemini, Claude, or maybe Chat GPT, you can just create a script. You can create content ideas from here. Copy that script, just post that script into Heygen, and it will create a whole video for you, and it will look really, really like same. I don't know like if I can play a YouTube video here right now or not, but you can just go and check Webhub or Varun More. I will share their YouTube channels as well. So this is how you can really create good YouTube videos. And when I say good, it's like really, really good. So let's get into another. Also, the best thing is you can even automate this like totally. You can just go and create a edit and workflow for this, and you can automate this totally. The another one is AI to create daily vlogs. This is also something which you can really automate totally. So how you can do this? Just go to basic research tools, maybe Perplexity, ChatGPT, Gemini. You can research on any topic. Let's say I'm researching on a topic MCP. Then once you get a like a total research around it, just paste that research. Before pasting that research, do one thing like the way you write. Pick up your some of previous posts, or maybe how you do you write. Just paste it in Claude and ask him to copy your writing style. Then the research you did, just post that research in Claude and just ask him to write a vlog. It will write a whole vlog of yours, and just publish it anywhere you want, like maybe Twitter, LinkedIn, Medium, and Substack, like anywhere you can go. So this is something you can literally automate. Like you can by N10 or also by OpenAI agent, you can literally automate this thing. So you can just create multiple nodes or like multiple agents who will do all these different tasks. So it's like a multi-agent system. One is doing research, second is doing like copying your writing style and creating a new vlogs through the research, and the third one is posting these vlogs. So these multi-agents will work together to create your automation system and will post vlogs daily. And this is in the same way you can post videos as well on YouTube if you want. So one more thing, I've seen a lot of people. Maybe you saw a crazy vibe in around like September, October, November. I guess I don't remember, but there was a film festival, something like film festival in Mumbai. It's like a AI filmmaking, which was hosted by local host. So what you can do, so a lot of people posted these films and which was really good. So how you can create it? Just prepare a storyline. A lot of people are very good with storylines who really watch a lot of movies. They are really good with storylines, or maybe they can take ideas from Chat GPT, Gemini, any LLM model, and just ask them to create these storylines. Once you're done with the storyline, just go to like any other tool, just ask it to create a whole prompt of the storyline, create different short prompts. Like what I do, I just create these different uh, plots, and then just go to different image models, ask it to create a image, and then I go to video models, then ask it to create a video. I just post the prompt there and ask it to create the whole video. Then you get a multi different videos, like a short 10 or 15-second videos, and just combine these videos into one, and then you get a like whole film kind of, or like a short video or something. So there are a lot of free as well, like there are free tools as well. Also there's morphic, there's something called morphic, which can do all these things in a simple one frame. So you can try morphic as well for this. So these are different or like things which you can automate. These are just basic examples. So there are a lot of things which else can be more automated. So let's get into other thing. So which should really try? Okay, so like for tools, for like coding, you can just go with Cursor or Anti-Gravity. Anti-Gravity is free. Creative writing should go for Claude. Also Gemini 3 is really good with all these things. Research, Perplexity, and ChatGPT with web search. Presentation, go with Gamma. Gamma is really good with presentation. And online website MVP builders, Bolt, Emergent, and Lovable. Design generation, you can go with Stitch, Canva. You can take a screenshot of this as well, so you can maybe try these tools. For video generation, Veo 3 is best, and you can even try Kling. Quen is free. And image generation, go with Nano Banana Pro and Quen as well. Quen is free. So these are few tools you can really try. So let's do one thing. Let's create a short website. So how I will go with, let's say, assume that you are a prompt engineer. So first I just gave it a task. Now once I'm done, let's go with, let's open it. Maybe just copy it. Let's do one thing. I will take a screenshot of this. I will take few different screenshots of this. So what I will do here, I will ask it to create a prompt which I can really use. So let's just copy these. So I gave a total context, like why, like I need this prompt, and what I'm trying to build, and what I really need from this agent, this AI. For now, I'll just ask it to go with a less detailed one. But you can, when you are trying something, you can just go with a detailed one. So why I just went with a less detailed one, because it takes less time. That's why I'm going with a less detailed one. Copy this. So the first thing is done. You gave a proper context. You got a good prompt from here. Go to bold. paste this. Also, if you can add screenshots as well. For model, go with Sonnet 4. That's good. Sometimes there will be issue because these tokens get. So let's see. I hope that my tokens are. I will again add the screenshots here. Paste same prompt. We'll wait. So there is an issue because of the image. So we'll skip that part. Can you again? I'm already done with my free trial, I guess. So, but you can surely try this emergent one. They're still working. Also, you can try Stitch for designs. There are a lot of tools. Just give it the prompt. It will generate a design for you. So you'll wait for some time. For better context, you can reply to all these questions. I skipped all the questions, but for better context, you can reply to all these questions. This thing is called chain of thought. So basically, this get a proper context what it's thinking. So it just gave you. You can just read this PDR, whatever it gave. So if you think it's all good, just implement the plan. It is coding for you. It's okay. One more thing we can try at the same time. So this is anti-gravity. You can just I will do this. So it is already using one of the best model, which is Gemini 3 Pro. Just prompt it. So Bolt created this. You can check out this. Quite good. Links don't work right now, but what you can do right now is you can just go here, download it. So you get the whole code, and you can run this code on your cursor or maybe anti-gravity wherever you want, and you get the whole code. So this is how you can experiment as much like as many as things you want. Lovable as well. You can get the response of lovable. Let's see how it is. Better than there's some issues with hover thing. So when you hover on one image, it's over to all the boxes. So you can fix it via you can just download the code and just make changes using anti-gravity or cursor. You will also see designs. So this created a design for us, a mobile view, which is really good. So what you can do, you can even so there's one more thing which I would like to talk about, which is MCP. MCP is really like one of the most important thing when you use AI. So you can literally automate all your stuff right now as well. What you can do, so let's say I created this design. What I can do, I can just save this design to my Figma. So Figma and a lot of other organizations as well as a MCP thing. So when you connect a Figma's MCP with your cursor, you don't even have to tell about the context. It already gets the context, like how the design looks and how it is, how much padding it needs, how much, like everything it will give the context to your AI. So then you ask cursor to just clone this design. It will be able to do it in just like minutes, or like it will take some time just. So that's how you can just explore as much as things you want. So you should try MCPs as well. When you're using Claude, go with Figma MCP, which is quite important for backend, or like while you're creating databases, go with Superbase MCP. So you have a whole context, how to do authentication and all, where to save the data. So the AI will be able to help you everything with everything. So try MCPs, try different tools to build whatever you guys are building, and experiment as much as things you want. And also, while you're thinking for a good idea, take help from like AI as well. Just ask him, like you are in a hackathon, or like you are in a this competition or something, and you really want to build and like something really very unique, or maybe you want to build something around this field. Just take as much as help you can take from AI. So that's all I have to say, and I guess I'm done with this. Now I will take a few questions. Let's say if I have some questions. Yes, I'm talking about MCP protocol. So MCP protocol, like you can try MCPs in different ways. So you can even use MCPs in your own when you're using something. Let's say like you're building something, you can use MCP there as well. So I even did one thing. So when you use Claude, what you can do, there's Zomato also launched their MCP. So I just set up the whole MCP in my cloud, and I just ask it to order something for me. Let's say I want a biryani or something, and it should cost me around 250 or 300. And I just gave him a whole budget. I just gave him that this is the thing I want. At least this should be the of kind of reviews, and then it gives me best responses. And just I ask it to just go and order it. It order for me. I just pay, and it's all sorted. So a lot of things can be done by MCP, because MCP is something which gives best context of whatever you are doing right now. So what people do when they're using cursor or they're using VS Code, they have to check each and every design again and again. Even they post the screenshot sometimes, like this is the website, please clone it for me. But still, the screenshot doesn't give a proper context, but a Figma file gives a better context, like how much is the padding, how much is the margin, and a lot of different things. So this is how you can use like MCP in a proper context thing. If you're designing something, if you have Figma with you, and all these MCPs are free. Like Figma MCP is free. You can just set up it in Cursor, and even you can just ask that Cursor to set up it for you. Just ask Cursor like how I can set up it. It will give you the code to set up it. Try it. If it's working, done. It will not even take you 15 minutes to set up MCP. Set up a MCP. Just set up a Figma MCP. Give the whole design to it. It will build everything for you. Same for the database. A lot of people are very confused about databases, like when they're using Superbase, like if they don't know about database, like queries and all, like what query should I run, what different tables should I create. Just ask your Cursor, like Cursor or anti-gravity, that please check my Superbase and please tell me what table should I create according to my project. So it will suggest you all the tables, then create these tables in the Superbase. Then when you are in any problem, just ask your Cursor again that I don't know why my Superbase is not working. It will go to Superbase, it will learn everything. Let me show you a bit how what is MCP. So so basically this is how MCP works. So let's say you are having an app. So a app will share a, like you will create a MCP client as well as MCP server, and you will go to any tools, you will go to any like, let's say app. So this app gives all the context to your MCP. So this MCP, so basically using AI with a personalized context makes these things a lot better for you, and MCPs are best for this. So it gives you a personalized context of your app, plus this context will be mixed with AI, so AI is personalized for you now. This is how you can use MCP and create wonders. So there's one more question I can see, which is that they are not providing me the API key for free. Do you know any tools to generate APIs for free? APIs for free. For now there's like Gemini, which is really free. Also there are, you can set up like open source models as well on your local system. How can I use generative AI in my design work right now? Design work right now, there are a lot of designing things, like if you know Canva and all, these are like very basic models, but you can surely try Pomeli. I guess is not in India right now, but you can try Stitch, sorry, yeah, Stitch. You can try Stitch for designing websites and a lot of different things. Also, if you are a designer, like if you are totally into design, but you need good ideas, you can do one thing. You can create a personalized channel, a personalized, which is was showing in this perplexity. You can create a personalized space for you. Just prompt it that, assume that you are the, like give a prompt to the this perplexity, that assume that you are the world's best code but world's best designer. So now it will think like the best designer, and whatever type of design you want, let's say, just ask that AI to be very unique, think about really creative things, help me with my ideas. And once you're done with setuping this space, you just create a design, share this design with perplexity, and like whatever tool or LLM you're using, it will help you with best outputs. So right now, in terms of creativity and designs, although Claude is very good with creativity, but designs and all, image and all, the best is Gemini. Gemini is best in everything except web, like coding and all. So coding is best, like Opus is best in coding. Other than this, all the tools, all the things, Gemini is best. So one more, people asked me about all are these tools free or paid? Okay, so almost every tool is free till some extent. So I was using Bolt and Lovable. It is free for some extent. Like every day I get some tokens. So if I'm done with that token, next day I will get new one. So you can surely give it a try. Maybe you can try different IDs. So you don't have to pay for something, you will get everything for free as well. And free models are also there, like Quen and all. Like if you want to generate image or videos, you can go with Quen. Design generation also I did for free. So a lot of things are free. I will share some list of free tools as well with you. Okay, so yes. So whenever you ask AI and you talk to AI, so this is a question from Nishant, and it's really a very important question, because a lot of people think that AI hallucinates a lot, which is really, really true. AI hallucinates a lot, but when you don't give a when you give a proper context, it starts thinking in a right way. So when you just say, "Hey, I want to build a website," then you talk about, "Okay, I want to build something like Netflix." So slowly, slowly, it get context, like what you really want to build. So that's how every time it gets better. But when used, like you get confused. So a lot of people while coding, while vibe coding, I would say, while vibe coding, they hallucinate. They even hallucinates a lot. So they don't know like what they really want to build. They just get confused sometimes, that I want to create a, let's say, a box here. But in a technical term, we don't call it box, or we don't call it, we will call it a div. We want this width and all, but we give it a very lame prompt. Let's just create a box with which should be 40% or 50%. AI doesn't got any idea like what you said. If you're saying that I want a box, I want, AI will not get a proper idea. But if you talk like a proper engineer, so that's why people say that vibe coding is good, but it's not that good for now. Reason is same, because you should at least know basics, architectures, system designs. So if you want to be a very very good coder, like I agree that for now syntax is not that important, but architecture and all these things are really really very very important. And you have to learn it, you have to read about it. Always try to read or try to grab whatever is happening in the space right now. This is the most important thing. You should know what is going on right now. If you don't know anything, it will work, but you should know like what's going in the space right now. Follow Weber, follow Varun Maurya, or any AI updated channel. Just go and watch things there. What is MCP, what Google launched, which is the best model right now. So this is the most important thing. And maybe after 2 or 3 years, when you will be in an interview, people will not ask you about syntax, like tell me syntax how you will write hello world in Java. They won't ask you that. They will ask you your problem solving ability, how you solve problem, how, what is system design, how much do you need know about system design. So sometimes people think that interviews will gonna be easy for us in after like 2 or 3 years. No, it will be quite hard, because whatever people are doing after 5 years, we have to do it as a fresher. We have to learn system design, we have to learn things. Syntax is quite easy. Syntax will be easy for us. We will not have to get into context much, or sorry, syntax much. But other than that, we have to know different things. Chain of thoughts is also like a new concept. It's like been 1 or 2 years. Like the total whole AI era has been like 3 to 4 years. So it's going really crazy. It's a crazy race. Like if you have any other question, even lame questions will work. If you have any lame questions or like anything, you can just go with it. Okay, AI will replace humans. That's quite like a lot of people think that AI will replace humans, and even I think that AI will replace human, but in a different way. A lot of people think that maybe like no one knows a proper answer about it. No one knows what will happen after like 10 to 15 or 20 years. But for now, what AI will do is AI will replace basic humans. Basic humans as in, so just few days back, Microsoft, so sorry. So Microsoft just launched a vlog which was around what all jobs will be replaced after 5 or 10 years and what all jobs will remain same. So the jobs which will remain, which will replace, will easily get replaced, will be teaching. Because obviously what I'm saying was, you get a personalized teacher as an AI, you will learn anything. As a teacher you are not able to learn different things. Like one teacher teaching 40 students will not be, that convenient. So AI can replace few these things, but as a developer, as a software engineer, it will take some time. AI is doing really great, better than human right now, but the issue is context and also credibility. So if AI like messes up something, who gonna fix it? Maybe AI will just raise their hands, then like who will be there? So like humans will not be replaced, but the one who is not using AI right now, who don't know what AI is, what all things AI can do, they will gonna be replaced very very soon. So learn AI. Like I'm not saying this get into AI, just learn ML and all. At least learn, like whatever field you are in. Maybe you are a designer, maybe you are like whatever thing you are doing right now, at least learn what tools are coming in your field, like what different tools can do. Like let's say some organization ask you like how you can do testing, you should know like there a tool called code rabbit, you can automate it through code rabbit. How you can automate it, what all tech stacks are there for AI, and different things. And learning part, like if you like, you should even have idea like what can be done. If you know what can be done, you can do it using AI. So at least you should know what can be done. So these are few things which should be done. But I like replacing human would be hard. Like a lot of humans will be replaced, but not everyone will be replaced. Okay, so this is very very important thing, and I will just give you an answer from my perspective. I created a whole website for my organization last like 2 3 months back. So I created a whole website, which was, I can't tell you about the product, but it was a quite heavy product. So it was something like one API key for all the models. All the models, as in you can use any model in the whole world. You can just create one. It's a prompt platform where you can just create one API key. You can just get that API key and you can use any model. Any model. By any model, I mean you can use image models, audio models, video models, anything you can use. So I took a lot of help from AI agents, because this was built on TypeScript. So I had to do a lot of things using Cursor. I took a lot of help from Cursor. So within a month, this product, actually, like if there were 2 or 3 humans working on it, it would have taken like around at least 2 to 3 months, but I cooked it in a month. But when we were testing it out, there were a lot of things, not as a features were totally fine, but when we tested it out using so for testing as well, we use AI. So there's a tool called Code Rabbit. You can try Code Rabbit, it will review your whole code. Other than that, you can even download a prompt. I can send you a prompt in the channel. So that prompt checks your like all the security vulnerabilities in your code. So we did that check in our product, in my product. So we found a lot of issues. There were 10 to 12 critical issues which can be bypassed easily by anyone, with the payment thing, with a lot of different things. So we were using blockchain, and also there were a lot of different issues which AI. So there's a big error with big issue with AI is, so when you ask AI, I want this response, what it will do anything for just getting you that response. So let's say if there's a very big database, and you are calling that database and you are getting a different response, but you want a different response. Let's say the answer is XY, but you want a Z to be there, and you are still trying AI that I don't know why it's not giving a right answer, please give me right answer and all. So what this AI will do now, it will just stop that API thing. What it will do, it will just create a different database for you. It will write Z in that, and then when you will call it, it will give the response Z. So what do you think that, okay, the task is done, you are thinking the task is done, But the AI did a very different approach. So as a coder, as a non-coder, at least as a non-coder, you should read what AI is doing. Coders always know like what the AI is doing. Like if it's doing something wrong, if it's doing really something out of the box. Because when AI just looks after the response, it will get you response anyhow. It will destroy your whole code. It will destroy anything, but it will get you the response. So that is a big problem with AI for now. So always read what AI is doing. Always check what AI is doing. And as a developer, just like review your code. Use CodeRabbit. If not that, just go to a new chat window while using cursor. Just ask the AI to review the whole code and give me five big problems in my code. What all problems I have in my code, what all security vulnerabilities in my code. It will recheck, it will review everything in your code, and it will give you something really good. So you can try AI in different ways, even in your testing, even in your like everything you can use AI for. But just like have some context of that. If you have some context, then you are like good to go. Thanks a lot, guys. I would really love to help you. You can really connect with anyone in the team. If you want really like any help from you, I'm also on Discord, so you can reach out to me as well on Discord. I will share resources as well in the Discord. So if you are building anything, like anything, if you think that this can't be cooked, this can't be built, just reach out to me. I will tell you like how you can build this using AI, how you can use AI in a better way. Even from a job, like when I was finding job, I was using AI for that as well, and it was giving me best jobs. Even for filling jobs form, I used AI, and a lot of different things I use AI for. My weight loss thing, I went for AI as well. So mostly I don't pay for a lot of things, but I use AI. Yes, yes, bro, you can ask. Yes. So whenever you generate something from AI, it can be easily traced using something is there's something. There's a dash which AI always a lot of times uses. That is a very common thing. So whenever you see these dashes, this was really cooked by AI. And a lot of different things. There, if you're making your resume using AI totally, anyone can trace it. That is, you are using AI for that. But like if you see my messages, let me share my screen. So this is a space of my, so which is a normal space. So when I say hey, the way it replies is quite different. Like everything is lowercase, and it's like a very Gen Z tone. What are we cooking today and all. So whenever you are using AI for writing something, first of all, try to go with Claude. Claude is really very good with writing. It's really really good with writing. So go with Claude, or Gemini 3 is like good as well. Gemini 3, which is the latest one, 3 Pro. You can go with that. These two LLMs are really good with writing. And whenever you're writing, just give a proper prompt that use this way, use this thing to just like maybe add some instruction. Don't use short forms. Don't use uppercase, lowercase, or anything. And even give some of your old old previous writings, that this is how I write. It will copy your writing and then it will write in that way. Even for mails, I used Claude, and it was giving really good emails, which you can really try for like cold mailing. So this is how you can try AI. Just don't go with very lame writings. When you go with very lame responses, anyone can trace it. Even any AI can trace it very easily. Not AI, any human can even trace it that this is obviously written by AI. It's sometimes very formal, so always try to go with proper good LLM and also good context, and then ask it to. So make the most important thing, which I'm saying is context. Context is the most important thing. So give a good context, give a proper context of your own handwriting or whatever kind of writing you want. So let's say you want to copy like how Sam Altman write. Just get 10 to 50 links or like Twitter post of him or maybe his vlogs. Just copy it, paste it in Cloud, and just ask him to copy the same handwriting, same writings, same way of tone, everything. It will talk to you like that as well. So this is one, not one, like these are different things you can try in different ways. So whenever whatever type of response you want, just ask AI to act like that. So you have seen some really lame projects which are like uh, you can talk to Sam Altman, you can talk to like Mark Zuckerberg or anything. So these are how these are built is just basic prompts in backend. Like assume that you are Mark Zuckerberg, talk like Mark Zuckerberg, and that. So these are very lame and like very basic projects. So you can do something other than this. But yeah, like if you have any other questions, you can just ping me right now as well, or maybe in Discord. I would love to really help you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you, Level Up team, and everyone for being here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. It was an amazing session. If you have any like resources that you want to share with our students, we have a Discord channel of interesting resources. You can just share those so that everyone can access it afterwards if they want to.
Sure, I will do this.
Okay, thank you so much, sir, for the session. Everyone, for the second Discord activity, you can shift to Discord. And if you want to continue for our next blockchain session, then just stay here. We'll start with our next blockchain session. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, now we return to the blockchain stage where we have Mr. Amit Pandey who will guide us for our next session. He works in the domain of decentralized applications and Web3.js and is currently self-employed, focusing on building and exploring real-world blockchain solutions. With hands-on experience in Web3 development and decentralized system, he brings a practical perspective that is extremely valuable for anyone looking to build and understand blockchain. We are excited to learn from his journey and insights into the Web3 ecosystem. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. The stage is yours. You can continue with the session.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
I hope I'm audible.
Yes, yes, you're audible.
Okay. Can everyone see me? Uh,
Yes, yes, you're visible.
okay, cool. So I'll just start sharing my screen. A moment. Okay, let's begin with this. Is my screen visible?
No, not right now.
Not right now. Okay.
Hmm.
Uh,
Yeah, it's visible now.
it's visible now, right?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Let's start the slideshow. So, hello everyone. I'm Amit Pandey. I basically work as a blockchain developer, not just blockchain. I work as a full stack web developer right now, and my main focus of interest has been blockchain. So I've been building since 2021 when I started to work in this industry. Uh, I passed out uh, from my bachelor's in the year I think around 2022, but even before that, I was actually quite interested in blockchain itself. So I started working in 2021 and I've been in this space since. I hope everyone is comfortable with English. Or I can also speak in Hindi. So I would like to know if people are comfortable, if the students are comfortable in English. English works. Okay. So uh, good. Let's focus on this. Yeah. So the topic for today is basically what is blockchain and how you can build your own blockchain. So in this, you might have heard about, if you're in this blockchain space, you might have heard about layer 0, layer 1s and layer 2s. So basically these are the concepts that are basically the core blockchain concepts. Layer 0 is the basic layer of the blockchain. So what is the basic layer? As in the base layer. If you consider Bitcoin as a blockchain, then Bitcoin is layer 0, because if you are to build something, you will build it on Bitcoin, right? So Bitcoin as on its own is a very basic chain. Like Bitcoin is the first blockchain that was ever introduced in 2009. So the chain, the whole concept around Bitcoin is that you can basically use it to transfer Bitcoins. Now Bitcoins themselves don't hold any value like any currency. If you have, say, a note, and if I write something on it, say rupees 10, that paper will not hold any value. Why? Because I have written rupees 10 on it, but the government has not officially monetized it. It's not an official tender. So in that case, Bitcoin the itself does not hold any value. The value is given to it by the people. So we, when we buy and sell Bitcoin, that's when the Bitcoin gets its own value. So that's the scenario in this whole case. Bitcoin itself is a currency because we buy and sell it. If we never bought and sold it, it won't be considered as a currency. It'll just be a technology, that is blockchain itself. Bitcoin is powered by blockchain. So we are going to focus on blockchain itself, not on the whole currency bit, because the whole thing runs on blockchain. So I've told you, let's begin with what is a blockchain. uh, if anybody has any questions, can students speak in this session, because I'll be presenting, so I might not know what's happening. If anybody
No,
have any
sir,
question.
they are just connecting us through chat,
None.
live chat.
Okay, okay, got it. Now, okay, I can see the chat now. Got it. Cool. This works. So let's start. If anybody has any questions, type them in the chat, and I'll reply to it. So, what is a blockchain? So, to begin with, a blockchain is basically a ledger. What do you mean by ledger? Ledger basically means an account of all the things or transactions that has happened, or that has happened in the past. So, like a normal shopkeeper would like to have a whole registry of all the transactions that has happened that day. But the blockchain holds everything that has happened from the very start. So, if you are from tech background, I hope everybody is from tech background if they are here. So if you are from tech background, blockchain is basically a database that is immutable. Now, what do you mean by immutable? Immutable basically means that once something is written in that database, it cannot be changed. If you tamper with it, the whole chain will break, because uh, every block is connected to the previous block. So if I tamper something in between the block, all the blocks that are connected in the future will just become invalidated. Why? Because I broke a block. So in this case, if you have block 0, which is called as the genesis block. Now, what is a genesis block? Genesis block is the first block of any chain that is created. So block 0 becomes the genesis. Block 1 is connected to block 0, and then you'll see block 2 is connected to block 1. So that's the whole reason it is called as a blockchain, because these blocks are connected by their previous blocks. So it forms a whole chain, and that chain keeps going. So if I tamper something in between any blocks, say I change some data in the block 1, what will happen is block 2, because block 2 has a hash or an information that states, okay, block 1 has a key that is say 123. If I modify something in block 1, what will happen is that specific key will change because I tampered with it. So if the key will change from 123 to 124, and now block 2 knows that the previous block has a key called number 123, but now it has the key has changed to 124. So block 2 itself will become invalidated, the chain won't continue, it will break. So that's why it's called immutable, because you cannot tamper with it. If you tamper with it, your transaction won't go through, the block itself will reject it, because the block has already been mined, and there's no way you can change the data. There are various cases where people have tried to modify blocks, and that's the whole reason you might have heard about forks. So it's a very it's not that deep a concept, but to understand what forks are, or why they happen, you need to understand the basics of first. So I hope everybody understood what are blocks, why is it called blockchain. I'm just waiting for the comments. Yes, okay. How many students are there in this? I cannot see them. To count, so that I can know that people have understood. Okay, cool. So this is blockchain. Blockchain, you can always verify what blocks you can always verify the previous blocks. So that way, uh, you'll always know what happened in block 1, what happened in block 0, and what happened in block 2. You can always go back, because it's a chain. You can always go back and cross verify everything. So let's move on to the next slide. So now let's dive deep into what a block is. So basically, you saw that there are blocks. Those blocks are connected with each other, and that forms the whole blockchain. So now, to understand what is a block, basically, so a block is the block contains a certain bit of information that is passed to the chain. So once that block is mined, it will have the index. The index being what is the number of that block, timestamp. Now timestamp is basically when was the block mined, or when was the block created. So that is a timestamp. And the previous has, as I told you, that every block has its own key. right? So the hash is what is we call the key. That hash is linked to every block's previous parent block. So this previous hash will be the hash of block 1 in our case. If you are considering block 2, say this is block 2, so the previous hash will be the hash of the previous block. Now what is a hash? Hash is a form of signature that we use to verify the authenticity of anything. Say if you want to make sure that your file, say I'm sending an image or a text file to a person, but I want to make sure that that file has not been tampered with or edited. So what? How do you verify that? What do you do is you pass that file through an algorithm or any function. There are multiple algorithms. SHA-256 is one of them that is used by uh, the blockchains. So you pass it through that algorithm, hashing algorithm, and what will happen is you will get a phrase, a hash. If the hash matches when I send the file to the guy, and if the guy gets the same hash, that means the file has not been tampered with. The file has remained unchanged. So to verify that, there are hashes. So the current block will have the hash of the previous block that is computed. Uh, and then there are transactions. Now what are transactions? Transactions are basically all the money moving around. Not money, you can say bitcoins, all the bitcoins moving around. Because so say a person A had 10 BTC, person B has 0 right now. What I'll do is person A sends 5 BTC to person B. Now what happens is, to for the person A to send B 5 BTC, they need to create a transaction. Now that transaction gets into the block. Once the block has been created properly, that's when the transaction has actually happened. So that's a transactions bit because it stores everything that all the people want to transact. So block A sends to B sends to C sends to D. Everything will be become a transaction and it will be stored inside the block as transactions. So it's a list of transaction that is stored into the block. And then the nonce. Every block will have its own nonce to generate the hash. A nonce is a random number which the block will create so that the miners can mine it. So when the miner hits that nonce, what happens is that the block will be mined. So इसके अंदर क्या होता है कि it's a whole concept of how blocks are mined or how do you prove that the block was legitimately mined and not computed or tampered with. So this process is called as mining or proof of work. आपने सुना होगा कि बिटकॉइन में माइनर्स होते हैं. टू अर्न मनी व्हाट पीपल डू इज दे माइन बिटकॉइन. सो दैट माइनिंग प्रोसेस इज बेसिकली जस्ट रैंडम कैलकुलेशंस टू गेट दैट नॉन्स. जैसे ही उस माइनर को, एंड दे यूज ग्राफिक कार्ड्स फॉर दिस, राइट. सो माइनर्स क्या करते हैं, द होल पर्पस, आपने सुना होगा कि माइनर्स की वजह से बीच में कोरोना के टाइम पे ग्राफिक कार्ड्स की प्राइसेस वर क्वाइट हाई. व्हाई वाज दैट? बिकॉज एवरीबॉडी वाज होल्डिंग माइनर्स एंड दे वर ट्रांजैक्ट एंड दे वर ट्राइंग टू बिकम बिटकॉइन माइनर्स सो दैट दे कैन हिट बिटकॉइन पूल और अ ब्लॉक. जैसे वो ब्लॉक माइन करते हैं ना, दे रिसीव बिटकॉइंस बिकॉज द चेन नीड्स पीपल टू वर्क फॉर इट. द चेन रिवॉर्ड्स बिटकॉइन का पूरा चेन आपको रिवॉर्ड करेगा इफ यू आर एबल टू सक्सेसफुली माइन अ ब्लॉक एंड प्रूव कि दैट ब्लॉक वाज लेजिटिमेटली माइंड. सो उसको ही बोलते हैं प्रूफ ऑफ वर्क. इसमें क्या होता है कि अ माइनर विल बेसिकली यूज ग्राफिक कार्ड्स और कंप्यूटर्स एज वेल, बट लोग सीपीयू नहीं यूज करते. क्यों? बिकॉज सीपीयू इज वेरी स्लो टू जनरेट रैंडम नंबर्स and calculations maybe. It cannot compare with GPUs because GPUs are used for gaming. They can very fast. They are very fast and can very clearly generate a lot of random numbers more compared to the CPU. So that's why people started holding GPUs. And then GPUs क्या करेंगे, random numbers generate करेंगे जब तक वो nonce hit नहीं कर जाते. As soon as this nonce is defined and the miner will ask the chain, is this the correct nonce? और जैसे ही nonce मिलता है उसको, the miner will send the block to the chain. बिटकॉइन विल वेरीफाई कि हाँ नॉन्स बराबर है, सारे ट्रांजेक्शन भी बराबर हैं. इट विल देन टेक दैट ब्लॉक एंड पुट इट इनटू द चेन. सो वैसे ब्लॉक फॉर्म हो जाता है. सो दिस इज व्हाट नॉन्स इज यूज्ड फॉर. एंड देन दैट्स द हैश. हैश इज बेसिकली पूरे ब्लॉक का खुद का कंप्यूटेड ये की at that point, so that this hash will be used by block 3. Block 1 ka hash is used by block 2 to connect, to interlink, and block 2 का hash will be connected by block 3 with its previous hash or parent hash or the parent block. So I hope आपको ये सब समझा. If you have any questions, please do type it out यहाँ पे, or you can say you've understood. Hmm, okay, I'll consider that you've understood. Okay, okay. So I also want to tell you that every transaction has a hash. Now, what is a hash? As I told you, hash is basically a set of key. It's a key that is generated when we pass that you know text or the block data to the function. It will generate a hash. So that's the hashing functions. Those are called as cryptographic hashing. Now, how do you make sure that whatever you do always every hash depends on the genesis or the next one only? Uh, it depends. No, yeah, it depends on the genesis because say we consider this block 0. Block 0 has its own hash that is given to it by the blockchain. So as soon as block 0 is mined, block 0 is created by the chain itself. Huh? No miner can create that. Block 0 is done created by the chain itself क्योंकि chain तभी initialize हो रहा है. The chain is beginning. So at that point of time, block 0 will have its own hash. Block 1 will link to block 0 with that hash. तो जो हमारा हैश बनता है ना ब्लॉक 1 का, फिर जब हैश बनेगा ना तो इट विल be created with the data of block 0. So in a way that hash is always linked. So you can say कि hash depends on the previous block as well. Why? Because जब हम hash बनाते हैं तो उसके अंदर नॉन ट्रांजैक्शन previous hash is also there, इंडेक्स और टाइम स्टैम्प ये सब को लेके हम फिर हैश जनरेट करते हैं. सो दिस इज हाउ इट्स लिंक्ड. सो एवरी ब्लॉक विल हैव इट्स प्रीवियस हैश, तो उसके लिए इट इज ऑलवेज कनेक्टेड. सो या why do we blockchains prefer hashing over encryption? Because encryption, if you and firstly, whenever you talk about encryption is very costly. Hashing में क्या होता है कि you just read the data, create a small hash, and then you give it to the chain or give it to the users, developers, because we can also get the hash of a block and then verify कि उसके अंदर क्या transactions थे, क्या data था. But encryption basically means कि you'll firstly understand what encryption is. Encryption is basically to hide data. It is used to obfuscate data, so that if I encrypt a file, nobody can read that file unless they have the key to that file, which I'll give to the other person, of course, definitely. So इसमें blockchain is open, as in anybody can see what was inside, what was happening. So इसमें encryption का कोई use case बैठता ही नहीं है. And hashing is used to verify, because हमको blockchain क्या है, it is open and it is verifiable. Every block is verifiable. आई कैन गो बैक, अभी भी मैं जाऊँ अगर चाहूँ अगर, तो मैं बिटकॉइन के ब्लॉक 0 पे जाके देख सकता हूँ कि क्या हुआ था और ब्लॉक 1 में कितने ट्रांजैक्शन हुए थे. तो सब वेरीफाइबल है, पीछे जाके सब चेक कर सकते हैं. तो उसके लिए ही पीपल देयर वाज नो एनक्रिप्शन इज नॉट इंक्लूडेड इन द ब्लॉक चेन बिकॉज इट्स ऑफ नो यूज. क्या व्हाट विल यू एनक्रिप्ट? यू कैन ब्लॉक्स एनक्रिप्ट करोगे आप, लेकिन छुपाना थोड़ी है ब्लॉक्स को. यू नीड टू मेक श्योर दैट ऑल द माइनर्स, बिकॉज यहाँ पे एक सिंगल एंटिटी नहीं है. यहाँ पे क्या होता है कि the whole chain is run by a large number of miners. Like there are millions, करोड़ों miners हैं जो एक साथ चल रहे हैं. What they are all trying to find the next nonce so that they can win the prize or win the reward from that block. So इसमें छुपाना कुछ नहीं है. The blockchain wants to be open. सब दिखना चाहिए. That's the whole thing about blockchain, because it's all verifiable, सब open है. तो कोई कुछ अगर करता भी है तो लोगों को मालूम पड़ जाता है कि हाँ इस बंदे ने इतने टाइम तक ये बिटकॉइन होल्ड किया, या इतने टाइम पे बिटकॉइन को सेल कर दिया, या इतने टाइम पे बिटकॉइन ट्रांसफर किया. तो इसलिए एनक्रिप्शन यहाँ पे नहीं होता. हैशिंग होती है क्योंकि हैशिंग इज वेरीफाइबल. अगर मैं कुछ भी डेटा चेंज करता हूँ एक ट्रांजैक्शन में या एक ब्लॉक में, तो वो हैश चेंज हो जाएगा, राइट. तो अगर हैश चेंज हो गया, इसका मतलब द ब्लॉक्स कैन वेरीफाई कि अच्छा अरे पीछे का हैश चेंज हो गया, मेरा हैश तो ये है, मेरे पास जो हैश है वो पीछे के ब्लॉक से मैच नहीं कर रहा है अभी, तो कुछ तो गड़बड़ी हुई है चेन में. तो फिर क्या होगा कि द चेन विल हॉल्ट और द चेन विल रिजेक्ट दैट डेटा जो आ रहा है चेन के पास. दैट्स व्हाई हैशिंग इज यूज्ड rather than एनक्रिप्शन. एनक्रिप्शन का कोई यहाँ पे काम है ही नहीं. आई होप यू अंडरस्टूड. Okay. I think that was. So I hope Unnati understood it. But let's move ahead. So hashing का अब मैं बताता हूँ आपको. So what is basically hashing? Hashing is basically the process of creating a key to the data so that if you give it a data, एक second, give me a moment. So sorry about that. Yeah, तो basically hashing में क्या होता है कि we pass some data to the algorithm, hashing algorithm. There are multiple hashing algorithms, SHA-256, KSEC-256, AEC-256. So बहुत सारे हैं यहाँ पे. We can choose one. But blockchains basically क्या करते हैं कि Bitcoin uses SHA-256, Ethereum uses KSEC-256. तो हर ब्लॉकचेन अपना खुद का हैशिंग एल्गोरिथम यूज़ कर सकता है. देयर इज नो रेस्ट्रिक्शन कि कौन से ब्लॉक को कौन सा हैशिंग एल्गोरिथम यूज़ करना चाहिए कि कौन सा नहीं करना चाहिए. लेट्स मूव विद दिस. लेट्स ट्राई इट आउट. यहाँ पे हम क्या करते हैं कि सी दिस इज अ हैश जनरेटर. ओके. सो वी बेसिकली विल हैव से अगर मैं अभी यहाँ पे डेटा दे रहा हूँ, दिस इज द ब्लॉक से यहाँ पे क्या क्या था हमारे ब्लॉक के अंदर. इट हैज़ द इंडेक्स. सो यहाँ पे द इंडेक्स इज 0. वी कैन गिव इट द पेरेंट हैश. The parent hash can be, let's take this one, the generated hash, and then we can have the transactions. अब ट्रांजेक्शन्स क्या होंगे कि इसमें हो सकता है एनी इट कैन बी एनीथिंग. सो अभी के लिए मैं डेटा नहीं फिल करता हूँ. आई जस्ट फिल दिस. देन देयर कैन बी द नॉन्स. द नॉन्स कैन बी कोई भी रैंडम नंबर. जस्ट गिव इट एनीथिंग. एंड देन देयर इज द हैश, द करंट हैश. जो ये नहीं होगा, द हैश विल बी जनरेटेड बाय दिस. सो ये जो हैश आया ना, दिस इज द ब्लॉक हैश नाउ. समझ रहे हो आप? This is a block hash, and I can, if I change anything, see, if I take this data and if I always enter the same data, now the hash will remain the same. तो इससे क्या हो रहा है कि वेरिफिकेशन हो रहा है that unless and until something changes. So if we have algo, then he can actually decipher cannot he. यहाँ पे हम कुछ हाइड कर नहीं रहे ना. वी आर नॉट हाइडिंग एनीथिंग. डिसाइफर कब करेंगे? जब एनक्रिप्शन होगा या कुछ साइफरिंग करेंगे हम. But hashing cannot be deciphered. You cannot go back. मतलब you can only generate a hash from the data, but from the hash you cannot generate the data. वैसा नहीं होता है. Hashing does not work that way. There, see, the thing is कि the data is always transparent. You all are misunderstanding कि क्या होता है यहाँ पे. So let's check एक बार. Let's go with ether scan. Yeah. See, this is a block. The block number, this is the block index. You see 24031263 is the block index on the Ethereum chain, and उसका hash should be, see this. This is the hash. अब ये hash किससे बना है? This hash is built with the index, the timestamp कब हुआ था block mine. You see the timestamp, it was created 22 seconds ago. एंड देन उसके लिए कितने ट्रांजेक्शन है. यू सी 403 ट्रांजेक्शन. अब मैं जाके ट्रांजेक्शन को भी चेक कर सकता हूँ. आई कैन सी कि क्या ट्रांजेक्शन थे अंदर. सो द चेन, सी ये सारे ट्रांजेक्शन हैं. आई कैन क्लियरली सी कि उस ट्रांजेक्शन में क्या हुआ था, किसने किया था, उस ट्रांजेक्शन का क्या हैश है, एंड उस ट्रांजेक्शन को कितना टाइम हुआ था. ओके, तो आप समझ रहे हो. सो दिस इज बेसिकली अ ब्लॉक विल कंटेन ऑल ऑफ दिस. एंड देन ये जब फंक्शन से, ये जब हैशिंग फंक्शन से जाता है ना गुजर के, तब वो हैश आता है. दिस इज द हैश दैट इज जनरेटेड बेस्ड ऑन ऑल ऑफ दिस डेटा, और आई मीन ऑल ऑफ दिस डेटा. एंड उसका प्रीवियस ब्लॉक भी उसमें कनेक्टेड रहता है. सो इफ यू सी वेयर इज द प्रीवियस ब्लॉक, इट्स नॉट गिवन हियर. या बट सी यहाँ पे दिख रहा है, यहाँ यू कैन गो टू द प्रीवियस ब्लॉक. इसमें वो लोग दिखा नहीं रहे हैं, बट अ ब्लॉक विल ऑलवेज कंटेन द प्रीवियस ब्लॉक्स डेटा एज वेल. सो आई कैन गो बैक, यू विल सी कि यहाँ पे मैं 262 पे आ गया, 263 पे था. आई केम टू, it is for the hash is just a unique id, not for security purpose. It is for security purpose. I mean, not ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि कुछ हैक हो रहा है या कुछ वैसा नहीं है, but it is actually used for verification. Verification comes under security because you want to make sure that the chain, or the chain itself want to make sure that it's secure. Secure कैसे verify करेगा वो? When it verifies that everything behind, जैसा भी नया मैं कोई नया ब्लॉक दे रहा हूँ, तो नया ब्लॉक को भी मालूम होना चाहिए ना कि पीछे के जितने मेरे सारे ब्लॉक्स हैं वो सब सिक्योर थे, उनमें किसी ने आके कुछ टैंपरिंग नहीं की या कुछ मॉडिफाई नहीं किया या कुछ हैक करने का ट्राई नहीं किया ब्लॉक्स को, राइट? तो अगर वो कैसे वेरीफाई करेगा? हैश से. तो यस, हैश इज अ यूनिक आईडी दैट इज गिवन टू एवरी ब्लॉक, एंड दैट हैश इज यूज्ड टू वेरीफाई कि पहले के जो सारे डेटा है ना, जो ब्लॉक्स बने, दोज वर अनटैम्पर्ड, दोज आर नॉट टैम्पर्ड विथ, दोज आर नॉट टैम्पर्ड विथ. तो इसके लिए ही इट इज़ यूज फॉर सिक्योरिटी एज वेल टू वेरीफाई, बट सिर्फ वेरिफिकेशन के लिए, और बाकी उसका कुछ ऐसा यूज़ नहीं है. यस, यस, एग्जैक्टली दैट. सो एक तो ब्लॉक्स के खुद के हैशेस होते हैं. सी यू सॉ ब्लॉक हैज इट्स ओन हैश, दिस इज द हैश, एंड यू सी द पेरेंट हैश. यू सी दिस पेरेंट हैश क्या होगा इस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में? पेरेंट हैश विल बी द हैश ऑफ द प्रीवियस ब्लॉक. सो अब मैं क्या करता हूँ कि मैं इसको ओपन करता हूँ, एंड यू विल सी यहाँ पे इफ आई चेक द हैश, यू सी 0x507257 स्टार्टिंग नंबर्स पकड़ते हैं खाली. एंड इफ यू गो हियर, यू सी पेरेंट हैश क्या है उसका? 0x507257, एग्जैक्टली जो उस ब्लॉक का हैश था, राइट? तो इस तरह से ब्लॉक से कनेक्टेड, मेरे करंट ब्लॉक को पता होगा कि उसके पहले के ब्लॉक का क्या हैश था, एंड इट विल स्टोर दैट. और जब वेरिफिकेशन की बारी आएगी तो एक स्ट्राइप में वेरीफाई करेगा कि ब्लॉक 2 विल वेरीफाई कि अच्छा मेरे पास ब्लॉक 1 का हैश है. ब्लॉक 1 पे चेक करेगा वो क्या उसका हैश मैच कर रहा है. मैच कर रहा है तो मतलब इट्स अ वैलिड ब्लॉक. फिर वही ब्लॉक 1 भी वही करेगा. ब्लॉक 0 तो जेनेसिस है. द चेन नोस कि ब्लॉक 0 का क्या हैश है. आई होप यू अंडरस्टूड. या दे आर इंटरकनेक्टेड. यस. सो देखो ये हैश आया मेरे ब्लॉक का. इसी हैशेस ऐसे ही हैं. आप अगर यहाँ पे भी देखो, खाली हेक्स में हेक्साडेसिमल है, बट दे आर लाइक दिस ओनली. तो यू नीड जस्ट नीड टू अपेंड हेक्स देयर. तो ये ब्लॉक हैश हो गया हमारा. अब मैं कोई भी डेटा, अगर मैं कोई मैलिशियस एक्टर हूँ, मैंने क्या किया कि मुझे ये हमारा समझो ब्लॉक 1 है, ये दिस इज आवर ब्लॉक 1, एंड मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ कि ब्लॉक 2 भी बन चुका है हमारा. ब्लॉक 2 भी बन गया है, पर मैं मुझे क्या करना है, मुझे मेरे अकाउंट के बैलेंस को चेंज करना है ब्लॉक 1 के अंदर ही, ताकि बाद में जो ब्लॉक्स हो गए उनको लगेगा कि मेरे पास ज़्यादा पैसे हैं और आई हैव मोर बिटकॉइंस इन दिस कॉन्सेप्ट. सो व्हाट आई विल डू इज आई विल क्रिएट अ ट्रांजैक्शन और से कि बी अकाउंट और जैसे सेंडर बी सेंट मी कितने अमाउंट से 100 BTC. आप समझ रहे हो? मैंने ये जैसे ही ऐड किया ना, तो आप देख रहे हो ये हैश चेंज हो गया. अब ब्लॉक 2 के पास तो हैश है ब्लॉक 1 का, विच इज दिस हैश. एक सेकंड, इसको पहले हम कॉपी कर लेते हैं सो दैट वी डोंट हैव टू कम बैक टू दिस अगेन. So this is the hash, and block 2 के पास अपना ये हैश है. So now let's go there. अब मैं क्या करूँगा, मैं ये डालूंगा. I entered this. If you see the hash has changed, the hash change हो गया यहाँ पे. अब ब्लॉक 2 जब वेरीफाई करने जाएगा ना, तो ब्लॉक 2 को लगेगा कि मेरे पास जब हैश ये वाला है 8024D है, तो इसके पास ये हैश कैसे आ रहा है. इफ तो ब्लॉक 2 को पता चल जाएगा, या चेन को ही पता चल जाएगा. ब्लॉक चेन इज बेसिकली अ कोड. इट्स अ बिग कोड दैट इज रनिंग. दैट कोड वेरीफाइज एवरी हैश, एवरी ब्लॉक को. तो जब वो कोड चेक करेगा ना ब्लॉक्स को, तो उसको दिखेगा कि अरे ब्लॉक का जो डेटा चेंज हो गया, ब्लॉक 2 के पास जो हैश है वो ब्लॉक 1 के हैश से मैच नहीं कर रहा है अभी. तो वो क्या करेगा, उस जो अटैकर ने जो डेटा सेंड किया था ना ब्लॉक को, उसको रिजेक्ट कर देगा, इट विल रिजेक्ट दैट डेटा, समझ रहे हो? सो दैट वे द चेन विल ऑलवेज बी सिक्योर। तो यस, तो आपका जो क्वेश्चन था कि वो सिक्योरिटी पर्पस के लिए यूज होता है कि नहीं, यस, हैशिंग इज यूज फॉर सिक्योरिटी पर्पस, बट जस्ट फॉर वेरिफिकेशन, खाली वेरीफाई करने के लिए होता है। तो दिस इज वॉट ब्लॉक हैशेज आर और हाउ अ ब्लॉक हैश इज फॉर्म्ड। आपने देखा, और इसमें कॉन्सेप्ट होता है एवलांच। तो एवलांच इफेक्ट क्या होता है कि एक तो अगर आप हैशिंग को ऐसा कॉन्सेप्ट समझोगे, तो हैशिंग क्या होती है, डिटर्मिनिस्टिक। अब व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय डिटर्मिनिस्टिक? जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि जब तक डेटा सेम है, इफ आई पास इन से, अगर इसको मैं पकड़ता हूँ, लेट्स डुप्लीकेट इट, एंड मैं यहाँ पे लिखता हूँ हेलो वर्ल्ड, समझे? तो आप देख रहे हो जो हेलो वर्ल्ड का डेटा है ना, 84FE989, ये तो मैंने पहले से यहीं पे ओके स्पेस दिया यहाँ पे शायद, ओके फॉरगेट इट, उसमें गलत एग्जांपल है। वी कैन चेंज पास ब्लॉक राइट, वो फिक्स हो गया, वी कैन क्रिएट न्यू ब्लॉक विद पेरेंट हैश एंड चेंज इट राइट, वी कैन चेंज पास ब्लॉक राइट, क्रिएट न्यू ब्लॉक विद पेरेंट, यस, यस, दैट्स एग्जैक्टली व्हाट यू डू, यू कैन नॉट चेंज द प्रीवियस ब्लॉक्स। सो उसकी वजह से ही उसमें ही हैशिंग यूज होती है। बेसिकली द हैशेस आर यूज्ड टू वेरीफाई पहले के ब्लॉक। तो अगर मैं हेलो वर्ल्ड टाइप करता हूँ यहाँ पे, तो इसमें क्या हो रहा है कि आप चेक कर रहे हो कि इट जनरेट्स दिस हैश, राइट? अब मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ कि इफ आई टाइप इन एनीथिंग, एक सेकेंड, कुछ तो गड़बड़ है यहाँ, हेलो वर्ल्ड, या अभी बराबर है। सो इफ यू सी, मेरे एग्जांपल में भी मैंने हेलो वर्ल्ड का ऑलरेडी यहाँ पे हैश देके रखा था। हाउ डिड आई नो? मुझे कैसे पता था कि ये सेम हैश आएगा? इफ यू चेक इनको और इनको, द हैश हियर A591A6D4, एंड यहाँ पे भी देखो A591A6D4। सो हाउ डिड आई नो कि यहाँ पे सेम हैश आएगा? आई डिड नॉट बेसिकली नो दैट, इट वॉज डिटर्मिनिस्टिक। द हैश विल ऑलवेज बी सेम फॉर द सेम डेटा। जैसे मैंने आपको बताया, यू कैन ऑल्सो यूज दिस टू वेरीफाई कि अगर मैंने कोई फाइल भेजी है, उसके अंदर किसने कुछ गड़बड़ी करी है कि नहीं। तो दैट्स व्हाई हैशिंग इज यूज्ड। तो आप एज यू सॉ, हेलो वर्ल्ड ऑलवेज रिटर्न दिस सेम डेटा, वैसे ही इट्स डिटर्मिनिस्टिक इन नेचर। हैशिंग विल ऑलवेज गिव द सेम हैश इफ द डेटा इज सेम। एंड जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि हैशिंग इज वन वे। अब वन वे क्या होता है कि यू कैन गेट द हैश फ्रॉम द डेटा, but you cannot get the data from the hash. That is impossible. As of right now, honestly, it is impossible. So you cannot reverse engineer the hash. And फिर बाद में आता है कॉन्सेप्ट हमारा एवलांच इफेक्ट। नाउ एवलांच इफेक्ट क्या होता है? इफ यू सी, टाइनी इनपुट चेंज क्रिएट्स कंप्लीटली डिफरेंट हैश। अब अगर मैं हेलो वर्ल्ड को देखूं, अगर मैंने हेलो वर्ल्ड पे एक एक्सक्लेमेशन मार्क भी डाल दिया, तो आप देख रहे हो पूरा हैश चेंज हो गया। तो उसकी वजह से ही हैश चेंज हो गया, तो फिर वो डेटा इनवैलिडेट हो गया। हाँ, मुझे मालूम पड़ गया कि अरे कुछ तो किसी ने गड़बड़ करी है मेरे फाइल के साथ या मेरे ब्लॉक के साथ, तो दिस इज नॉट द करेक्ट ब्लॉक। नाउ लेट्स go into proof of work, that is also called as mining. I hope you guys understood. uh, okay, I think uh, we can okay, I'm hoping you guys have understood. Cool. So let's move with what is mining. I'll quickly start to wrap it up because we have only 1 hour. Another half an hour has already been gone. But I was just making sure that you guys know कि blockchain में होता क्या, what is actually the base of it, so that when I create the code for it or when I show you the code for it, you'll understand कि what's happening in the code. So what is mining? Now mining is basically, as I to explain it to you, mining is the concept where people calculate the nonce, or yeah, they try to calculate the nonce and then they try to see ki if it is matching with the block. The block that the blockchain will only give you our next block ka hash dega blockchain. So what happens is the guys will use their GPUs or graphic cards to ask the graphic card to calculate random numbers and see how close they can start to get to the hash. So as soon as a miner hits the hash, what happens is it he will send that data to the chain कि okay, I have found your nonce or the correct hash. Now take my block and give me the reward. So that's the whole thing around mining. Mining is finding a nonce value. मैंने आपको बोला every block will have its own nonce. We need to find that nonce, and जब हमको nonce मिल जाता है ना, we can send a bunch of transactions to the block. So and then the blockchain will reward you with bitcoins. Because बहुत सारे blockchains है. अगर मैं आपको बताने जाऊँ, there are multiple types of blockchains. एक हो गया हमारा बिटकॉइन, विच इज द बेसिक टाइप जहाँ पे कुछ नहीं होता, पीपल कैन ओनली सेंड एंड रिसीव बिटकॉइंस. एंड देन देयर इज अ सेकंड वन कॉल्ड एज इथेरियम. इथेरियम में क्या होता है कि यू कैन ऑल्सो डिप्लॉय कोड एज कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स. तो इथेरियम हैज समथिंग कॉल्ड स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स. आप इस सेशन के बाद यू कैन either ping me or contact with LevelUp to get in touch with me. तो स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स में क्या होता है कि स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स में यू कैन राइट कोड एंड दैट कोड विल बी एग्जीक्यूटेड व्हेन समबडी ट्राइज टू इंटरेक्ट विथ योर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, राइट. तो इसलिए इथेरियम पे आपने सुना होगा कि बहुत सारे टोकन्स लॉन्च हो रहे हैं, बहुत सारे लिक्विडिटी पूल्स बन रहे हैं, पीपल कैन ट्रेड ऑन इथेरियम. जैसे स्टॉक मार्केट होता है हमारा, वैसे ही इथेरियम पे भी अपना खुद का मार्केट ही चल रहा है. उसको बोलते हैं डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड फाइनेंस. जैसे डेक्सेस होते हैं, अपना जो जेरोदा हो गया या हमारा ग्रो हो गया, वो सब सेंट्रलाइज्ड एक्सचेंजेस हैं. सेंट्रलाइज कैसे हैं? बिकॉज दे आर अंडर द इंडियन गवर्नमेंट. द इंडियन गवर्नमेंट कैन स्क्रूटिनाइज देम and hold them accountable for anything that happens that they do wrong, right? But decentralized में क्या होता है कि nobody can hold anybody accountable. It runs on its own because the blockchain is running on its own. So whatever happens वहाँ पे nobody is controlling it. Not a single entity is controlling whatever the decentralized finance. That's why it's called as decentralized. कोई central entity नहीं है. Everybody can do whatever they want to buy and sell वहाँ पे. So let's move back to mining. Those are very interesting concepts. If in future I can get to teach you that, I'll for sure do that. But moving into mining, mining is finding a nonce value that makes the blocks hash start with the required number of zeros. This requires computational effort but is very easy to verify, right? So एक जो nonce होता है, the nonce is given by the chain. We calculate that nonce, and then if the nonce is correct, then we send it to the chain. एंड देन वी रिपीट दिस प्रोसेस जब तक हमें बार बार वी डोंट हिट दैट ब्लॉक. अगर किसी और माइनर को नॉन्स मिल गया पहले, तो वो क्या करेगा? सबमिट कर देगा, उसको रिवॉर्ड मिल जाएगा, द चेन विल रिवॉर्ड हिम, एंड देन अगले ब्लॉक का विल रीस्टार्ट द प्रोसेस ऑफ फाइंडिंग द नॉन्स. सो दिस कीप्स ऑन हैपनिंग, एंड देन उससे क्या होता है कि people are incentivized to keep the block running, to keep the blockchain running. कैसे? माइनिंग करके. तो मैं एक यूज़र हूँ, मैं ट्रांजेक्शन दे रहा हूँ, आई एम डूइंग अ ट्रांजेक्शन. मैंने क्या किया? ए से बी को पैसे सेंड किए, आई सेंड हिम सम बिटकॉइन. बट वो ट्रांजेक्शन को कंप्लीट होने के लिए ये पूरे माइनिंग प्रोसेस के थ्रू जाना पड़ता है. दिस प्रोसेस इज कॉल्ड एज ब्लॉकचेन कंसेंसस. कंसेंसस क्यों होता है? क्योंकि अगर एक माइनर ने ब्लॉक माइन कर भी दिया, तो सारे जो माइनर्स हैं, देयर आर मिलियंस ऑफ माइनर्स कनेक्टेड टू द नेटवर्क, दे ऑल हैव टू अग्री कि हाँ इसने करेक्ट ब्लॉक माइन किया है. तो वो सब भी चेक करते हैं कि क्या तुमने वैलिड ब्लॉक माइन किया है कि नहीं. तो लाइक वेरिफिकेशन बहुत सारे स्टेजेस पे होता है यहाँ पे. ब्लॉकचेन विल डू इट, माइनर्स विल डू इट, एंड देन अगर माइनर्स को भी लगा तो द माइनर्स कैन स्टॉप और हॉल्ट माइनिंग. दे विल स्टॉप हॉल्ट द माइनिंग, एंड देन फिर वहाँ से क्या होगा कि अगर किसी ने अटैक करने का कोई वेक्टर अटैक करने का कोई ट्राई किया होगा टू द चेन्स, तो द माइनर्स कैन देन मेक देयर ओन chains. I mean, they can agree, not just the miners, the whole community will come together and then they'll say कि हम इस block से will restart the mining. समझो मैंने क्या क्या हुआ था बीच में. If you read about it after this session, just go and search what are forks. Bitcoin कब fork हुआ था, इथेरियम ने कब फोर्क किया था, क्योंकि बीच में ना देयर वाज अ वेरी मेजर अटैक ऑन इथेरियम जहाँ पे बहुत सारे पैसे अ लॉट ऑफ फंड्स वर स्टोलन, चोरी हो गए थे. तो उन्होंने क्या किया, सारे माइनर्स एक साथ आए, सारी कम्युनिटी एक साथ आई, और उन्होंने क्या किया, एक स्पेसिफिक ब्लॉक, एक ब्लॉक जो था, जैसे हमारा हम पकड़ लेते ब्लॉक 10, ब्लॉक 11, ब्लॉक 10 पे क्या हुआ था, अटैक हुआ था, राइट. ब्लॉक 11, 12, 13, 14 सब कॉम्प्रोमाइज थे. क्यों? क्योंकि एक अटैकर ने पैसे चुरा लिए थे. कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं थे, एज इन द ब्लॉक वॉज करेक्ट, सब वैलिड था, बस एक अटैकर ने एक बहुत बड़े प्रोटोकॉल जो दैट वाज बिल्ट ऑन इथेरियम उसको हैक कर लिया था, एंड सारे पैसे उस प्रोटोकॉल से निकाल लिए थे. तो बहुत बड़ा हैक था. तो पूरी कम्युनिटी एक साथ है, उन्होंने क्या किया कि ब्लॉक 10 को, ब्लॉक 10 से जितने भी ब्लॉक्स बने थे उनको इनवैलिड कर दिया। उन्होंने क्या किया कि उन्होंने ब्लॉक 9 जो था, 9 से एक सेपरेट चेन बनाया। यू कैन ऑलवेज डू दैट। सो उस प्रोसेस को बोलते हैं फोर्किंग। जैसे आप गिटहब पे क्या करते हो, कोई सोर्स कोड रहता है, आपको भी कुछ चेंजेस करने हैं उस सोर्स कोड में, समझो आपको कुछ मॉडिफाई करना है, आपको कुछ पसंद नहीं आ रहा, आपको कोई बग आ रहा है, तो आपने क्या किया, आपने उस रेपो का, उस कोड को फोर्क किया, अपने खुद के पास रेपो बनाया और आपने फिर उस पर चेंजेस किए। सेम प्रोसेस यहाँ पे होता है, चेंज फोर्क होते हैं। तो ये सब कुछ माइनिंग के साथ ही होता है। So this is mining. In short, mining में you calculate the nonce for that block. Nonce मिल जाता है आपको. You can submit the block to the blockchain. The blockchain will reward you for doing the hard work of finding that nonce and verification के लिए भी. So this is what is mining. Now let's look at the implementation. We'll start with the implementation. यहाँ तक सबको समझा है? So basically attack कैसे हुआ था? Attack was not on the blockchain itself. मतलब blocks पे attack नहीं हुआ था, but okay, I can repeat that hacking part. The attack was not on the chain itself. मतलब इथेरियम या कोई ब्लॉकचेन पे अटैक नहीं हुआ था. इट वाज ऑन द प्रोडक्ट. जैसे मैंने आपको बोला कि इथेरियम पे आप क्या कर सकते हो, इथेरियम पे यू कैन डिप्लॉय कोड, योर ओन कोड, राइट. अब आप कोड डिप्लॉय कर रहे हो तो कोड के अंदर वल्नरेबिलिटीज तो होती ही हैं, राइट. बट इथेरियम पे कैसा रहता है कि आपने एक कोड डिप्लॉय कर दिया ना, तो आप उसको उसी सेम एड्रेस पे रीडिप्लॉय नहीं कर सकते. इम्यूटेबल होता है ना, इट इज इम्यूटेबल इन नेचर. तो यू कैनॉट फिक्स दैट कोड. वो कोड को फिक्स करने के लिए यू हैव टू रीडिप्लॉय इट ऑन एन अनदर एड्रेस. जैसे मैं आपको फटाक से दिखा देता हूँ. जैसे लेट्स टेक दिस स्टेबल कॉइन का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लेते हैं. यू सी, दिस इज अ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट. कॉन्ट्रैक्ट क्या मतलब, क्या होता है? इट्स अ कोड. अब कोड है तो कोड इट हैज इट्स ओन एड्रेस. जैसे मैंने ब्लॉकचेन में क्या होता है कि हर वॉलेट, हर यूजर के पास उसका खुद का एड्रेस होता है, वॉलेट एड्रेस. आपने सुना होगा मेटामास्क या कहीं पे भी आप जब अपना नया साइन अप करते हो, यू गेट अ सीड फ्रेज. एक की मिलती है आपको, प्राइवेट की. उस प्राइवेट की से यू कैन जनरेट दिस पब्लिक एड्रेस. दिस इज अ पब्लिक एड्रेस, बट इट्स अ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट. तो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट का अगर आप इसमें देखो तो यहाँ पे देखो आप कॉन्ट्रैक्ट सोर्स कोड. सो दिस इज बेसिकली अ कोड रिटन बाय द पीपल, द थेथर फाउंडेशन, एंड दिस इज अ स्टेबल कॉइन. ये कोड पूरा रन कर रहा है. तो ये जो पूरा स्टेबल कॉइन मार्केट है, इट्स रन्स ऑन दिस कोड. तो अब क्या होगा कि जैसे मैंने कोई, अब ये तो खाली एक टोकन है, बट पीपल डिप्लॉय एंटायर लिक्विडिटी पूल्स. ट्रेडिंग के लिए भी कोड डिप्लॉय करते हैं. तो अगर उनमें कुछ बग हुआ तो अटैकर्स क्या करते हैं कि उस बग को एक्सप्लॉइट करते हैं एंड दे स्टील फंड्स फ्रॉम दोज प्रोटोकॉल्स. तो ऐसा ही एक बड़ा सा प्रोटोकॉल हैक हुआ था. इट वॉज नॉट ऑन द चेन इटसेल्फ, बट वो प्रोटोकॉल पे कुछ बग था एंड हैकर ने उस बग का फायदा उठाया एंड स्टोल अ लॉट ऑफ मनी. आई फॉरगॉट द नेम. Ethereum versus Ethereum Classic fork. Why was Ethereum Classic formed? Let's see. Oh, no, I don't think it's Ethereum Classic. मेरे को मिल नहीं रहा है. Once I get that, data or the article news, I'll just send it over to you guys. Okay. I'll just तो जब वो प्रोटोकॉल हैक हुआ था, तो what the chain can do is, वो चेन उन्होंने क्या किया कि उन्होंने बोला कि ब्लॉक 10 से विल रीस्टार्ट माइनिंग इट. जहाँ से हैक हुआ था ना, उस ब्लॉक को छोड़ देंगे, उसके पहले के ब्लॉक से हम माइनिंग स्टार्ट करेंगे. तो फोर्क हो जाता है. दैट्स व्हाट द फोर्क इज. आई होप यू अंडरस्टूड. ब्लॉकचेन पे अटैक नहीं हुआ था, ब्लॉकचेन के एक एप्लीकेशन पे अटैक हुआ था. दैट वाज बिल्ट ऑन टॉप ऑफ ब्लॉकचेन. Okay. So let's quickly go through the implementation because we have only 15 minutes left. तो ब्लॉक के अंदर आप चेक करोगे यहाँ पे, यू सी, एक ब्लॉक क्या करता है, देयर इज अ क्लास ब्लॉक. एक इनिशियलाइजिंग फंक्शन होता है विच इज द जेनेसिस, टू इनिशियलाइज द जेनेसिस ब्लॉक. उसके अंदर क्या होगा कि वो खुद का इंडेक्स होगा दैट इज जीरो, टाइम स्टैम्प कब बना था, करंट टाइम स्टैम्प, एंड ट्रांजेक्शन क्या हो गया, जेनेसिस है तो कोई ट्रांजेक्शन नहीं होगा, सेल्फ क्रिएशन का एक खुद का ट्रांजेक्शन रहता है, तो उसके अंदर नॉर्मली ट्रांजेक्शन जीरो होते हैं। प्रीवियस हैश कुछ नहीं होता क्योंकि जेनेसिस है, तो उसका जेनेसिस के पहले कोई ब्लॉक नहीं है, तो जेनेसिस एक ऐसे, जेनेसिस इज द ओनली ब्लॉक जिसका कोई भी पहले का हैश नहीं होता। एंड देन नॉन्स, जेनेसिस हैज इट्स ओन नॉन्स। फिर इसमें on the blockchain we can add transaction. Transaction is basically sending or doing performing an action of sending or receiving money, or it can be any currency, BTC as an example. So यहाँ पे सेंडर कौन है, रिसिपिएंट कौन है, और कितना BTC सेंड कर रहा है या रिसीव कर रहा है। डिफिकल्टी, ब्लॉकचेन विल हैव इट्स ओन डिफिकल्टी। सो माइनस क्या होता है, स्टार्टिंग में माइनिंग वाज वेरी इजी। स्टार्टिंग में जब 2009 में बिटकॉइन बना था, तो माइनर्स वर एबल टू माइन अ ब्लॉक विद इन सेकेंड्स, 1-2 सेकेंड या वैसे टाइम पे ही दे वर एबल टू वेरी इजीली फाइंड द ब्लॉक। बट अभी जैसे जैसे क्या हो रहा है कि बहुत सारे लोग, बहुत सारे माइनर्स ज्वाइन हो गए, तो एवरी ब्लॉक पे माइनिंग डिफिकल्टी बढ़ते जाती है, थोड़ी थोड़ी करके बढ़ते जा रही है, सो दैट इट गेट्स हार्डर एंड हार्डर टू माइन द ब्लॉक और प्रिडिक्ट द नॉन्स। तो इसलिए एक हर ब्लॉकचेन की अपनी खुद की डिफिकल्टी होती है। दिस इज अंडर प्रूफ ऑफ वर्क। तो यहाँ पे देखो ब्लॉकचेन का क्लास है, वी इनिशियलाइज द ब्लॉकचेन। सबसे पहले वी सेट द चेन और उसका ये पेंडिंग ट्रांजेक्शन एज एम्प्टी, एंड देन वी जनरेट द जेनेसिस ब्लॉक। अब यहाँ पे जेनेसिस ब्लॉक पे क्या होता है कि वी जनरेट द इंडेक्स, द ट्रांजेक्शंस आर एम्प्टी, एंड देन वी जनरेट द नॉन्स। पेरेंट हैश उसके पास नहीं होता बिकॉज इट्स जेनेसिस ब्लॉक। एंड देन वी हैव द ऐड ट्रांजैक्शन फंक्शन, जहाँ पे क्या होता है कि वी ऐड ट्रांजैक्शंस कि पर्सन ए से पर्सन बी को हम कितना दे रहे हैं, व्हाट अमाउंट आर वी सेंडिंग, एंड देन दैट इज एडेड इनटू द पेंडिंग ट्रांजैक्शंस का पूल। नाउ व्हाट इज दिस, एक ब्लॉकचेन का समझो मैंने कोई ट्रांजेक्शन भेजा भी, तो ट्रांजेक्शन तुरंत नहीं जाता ब्लॉक पे, देयर इज अ वेट टाइम। जैसे आई थिंक बिटकॉइन का इज 8 मिनट्स का वेट टाइम है, इथेरियम का 12 मिनट्स 12 सेकेंड्स का है। वैसे ही बिटकॉइन पे 8 मिनट लगते हैं, दैट इज द एवरेज टाइम, 8 to 10 मिनट्स आई गेस, दैट इज द एवरेज टाइम दैट द माइनर विल टेक टू गेट द नॉन्स। क्यों? क्योंकि डिफिकल्टी बढ़ गई है ऑफकोर्स। तो जब बहुत सारे लोग एक साथ माइन कर रहे हैं तो उतना टाइम तो लगता ही है, 8 से 10 मिनट ऑन एवरेज जाता है एक ब्लॉक को माइन होने के लिए। तो अगर मैं कोई ट्रांजेक्शन अभी कर रहा हूँ, से मैंने ब्लॉकचेन को बोला कि मुझे पर्सन बी को, मुझे अनुराग को समझो 10 BTC या 0.1 BTC भेजना है, तो ब्लॉक क्या करेगा, ब्लॉकचेन विल नो, ब्लॉकचेन मेरा ट्रांजेक्शन ले लेगा, मुझे एक हैश भी दे देगा ट्रांजेक्शन का, बट दैट हैश विल रिमेन एज पेंडिंग। वो पेंडिंग क्यों रहेगा? क्योंकि वो पेंडिंग ट्रांजेक्शन में गया है, अब तक किसी माइनर ने ब्लॉक को माइन नहीं किया, नेक्स्ट ब्लॉक को माइन नहीं किया है, जब तक वो पेंडिंग स्टेट में रहता है। और वो पेंडिंग स्टेट को हम क्या बोलते हैं, उसको बोलते हैं हम मेमपूल स्टेट, नहीं सॉरी, पेंडिंग स्टेट में, बट वो सारे ट्रांजेक्शन जो पेंडिंग है वो कहाँ पे रहते हैं, तो ब्लॉकचेन के अंदर एक स्पेस होती है, उसको बोलते हैं हम मेमपूल। तो सारे ट्रांजैक्शंस जो पेंडिंग होते हैं वो उस मेमपूल को जाके हिट करते हैं, वो मेमपूल में रहते हैं। फिर माइनर क्या करेगा, माइनर वहाँ से ट्रांजैक्शंस उठाएगा, नॉन्स जनरेट करेगा, नॉन्स जैसे ही जनरेट मिल जाता है उसको, और तो वो नॉन्स के साथ साथ ट्रांजैक्शन भी ब्लॉकचेन को दे देगा। एंड उससे क्या होगा कि ब्लॉकचेन विल माइन दैट ब्लॉक, और जैसे ही ब्लॉक माइन हो जाता है तो आपका ट्रांजेक्शन क्या हो जाता है, ब्लॉक के अंदर आ जाता है, फिर वो ट्रांजेक्शन सक्सेसफुल हो जाता है, पेंडिंग से इट बिकम्स कन्फर्म्ड। सो वो स्टेट होता है। सो यहाँ पे पेंडिंग में आया, एंड देन यू सी दिस माइन पेंडिंग ट्रांजेक्शन फंक्शन। दिस इज द फंक्शन वेयर वी कैलकुलेट द हैश, द माइनर्स विल कैलकुलेट द हैश, एंड देन माइन द ब्लॉक। एंड देन यहाँ पे एक फंक्शन है इज चेन वैलिड। नाउ इसका इस पूरे फंक्शन का एक ही मतलब है कि वो इट विल गो थ्रू ऑल द ब्लॉक्स एंड वेरीफाई कि उसका पेरेंट हैश सेम है कि नहीं। So you see, block represents a single block with index, timestamp, transaction, hashes, and nonce. Got it? And then the blockchain has the blockchain is the code that manages the entire chain. That is from maintaining the mempool, mining, and validation. ये सारा काम blockchain का होता है। ये हमने blockchain बहुत simple बनाया है। It's in Python. It's very simple. You can I'll share the code post this lecture. Then the calculate hash method. अब मैंने जैसे आपको बोला कि हर ब्लॉक का अपना खुद का हैश होता है, राइट? तो उस हैश को हम द ब्लॉकचेन विल हैव इट्स ओन फंक्शन टू कैलकुलेट दैट हैश। तो आप यहाँ पे देख लो कैलकुलेट हैश फंक्शन, बिटकॉइन यूजेस SHA-256 टू कैलकुलेट। तो हम बिटकॉइन को जैसे सारा डेटा मिलता है ना, इट विल जनरेट द हैश एंड गिव इट टू द माइनर्स और द नेक्स्ट ब्लॉक। तो उसमें ये कैलकुलेट हैश फंक्शन आता है काम, जैसे मैंने आपको बोला आप कि ये हैशिंग ऐसे होती है, जैसे आप देख रहे हो ये पूरा डेटा है ट्रांजेक्शन का, ये हैश बन गई. Similarly, the chain will create this hash. Then the mining loop. अब mining loop क्या होता है कि mining loop is basically फटाफट फटाफट नंबर्स जनरेट करना एंड वेरीफाई करना कि इफ इट इज मैचिंग दैट नॉन्स, राइट. सो देखो यहाँ पे क्या माइंड पेंडिंग ट्रांजेक्शन में सबसे पहले एक नया ब्लॉक बनता है और ये ब्लॉक चेन बनाता है. एंड देन क्या होता है कि वो ब्लॉक को द माइनर्स विल टेस्ट दैट ब्लॉक विद द nonce that the blockchain has given, sorry, the hash that the blockchain has given them. एक उनको एक प्रॉब्लम मिलता है, उस प्रॉब्लम को माइनस क्या करते हैं, कैलकुलेट करते हैं, सॉल्व करने का ट्राई करते हैं. जैसे ही उनका प्रॉब्लम मैच हो जाता है तो फिर वो चेन को डेटा भेज देता है. तो इस पूरे प्रोसेस से एक लूप में चलता रहता है ना, क्योंकि फटाफट फटाफट हमें नंबर्स जनरेट करने हैं, सॉल्यूशन जनरेट करना है टू दैट प्रॉब्लम दैट इज गिवन बाय द चेन. तो उसकी वजह से ये एक पूरा लूप चलता है. तुरंत तो माइनस माइन नहीं करते, जैसे मैंने आपको बोला 8 मिनट लगते हैं ऑन एवरेज, 8 से 10 मिनट लगता है एक ब्लॉक को माइन करने के लिए बिटकॉइन पे. तो तब तक माइनस क्या करते हैं, दे ट्राई टू फाइंड द सॉल्यूशन टू द ब्लॉक, द क्लोजेस्ट सॉल्यूशन. तो दिस इज हाउ इट वर्क्स कि यहाँ पे स्टार्ट कितने अटेम्प्ट्स लगे हैं और कितने टाइम में ब्लॉक माइन हुआ है. सो दिस इज द डिफिकल्टी. So the mining loop increments the nonce until finding a hash that meets the difficulty target. So the miner will just keep increasing the nonce, or randomly generate a nonce, and then find the solution to the problem given by the chain itself. That is closest to the hash that the chain has generated or given to the user miners. Then the chain validation कि hash integrity. I hope कोई doubt ना हुआ हो. If you have any doubts, do let me know. Anybody? Anurag, Unnati, or Vivek. Anybody have any doubts? Do let me know. So hash integrity basically means that we need to verify कि जो सारे blocks हैं उनका hash proper है कि नहीं. Then the linkage. लिंकेज का मतलब वही है कि वी सी कि जो लिंक ब्लॉक्स हैं वो क्या, जो मेरे पास डेटा है हैश का, क्या वो पूरा पहले के ब्लॉक से हैश मैच हो रहा है तो मतलब चेन इज प्रॉपर्ली लिंक्ड. एंड देन कंफर्म प्रूफ ऑफ वर्क इज बेसिकली कि माइनर्स भी वेरीफाई करते हैं. तो माइनर्स ऑल्सो वेरीफाई ऑल ऑफ दैट व्हेन दे माइन ट्रांजेक्शंस. सो द कंफर्म हैश स्टार्ट्स विद द रिक्वायर्ड नंबर ऑफ जीरोस. हर ब्लॉक का अपना एक ये होता है, माइनिंग कंसेंसस होता है कि कैसे प्रॉब्लम्स आते हैं, कैसे प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करना है. तो वो सब डिफरेंट होता है फॉर एवरी चेन. जैसे बिटकॉइन का प्रूफ ऑफ वर्क है, इथेरियम हैज प्रूफ ऑफ स्टेक, वो उनका कंसेंसस मेथड है. आई थिंक सोलाना हैज प्रूफ ऑफ हिस्ट्री इन माय आई थिंक वेट व्हाट कंसेंसस डज सोलाना यूज. Proof of history, yes. Solana uses a combination of proof of history and proof of stake. तो Solana uses proof of history and proof of stake. तो अगर आपको इन डेप्थ पढ़ना है तो यू कैन कॉन्टैक्ट मी, आई गिव यू द रिसोर्सेज, द गाइड्स टू अंडरस्टैंड. बट ये सब ना बहुत डीप होते हैं. दिस इज द इन डेप्थ ब्लॉकचेन इंजीनियरिंग, एक्चुअल ब्लॉकचेन इंजीनियरिंग इनको इसको कहते हैं. बट इफ़ यू आर टू यूज़ अ ब्लॉकचेन एंड उसके ऊपर आपको ऐप्स बनाने हैं तो उसके लिए आपको सॉलिडिटी ये सब पढ़ने की ज़रूरत है. सॉलिडिटी सो दैट यू कैन राइट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स ऑन इथेरियम, और रस्ट में यू कैन राइट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स फॉर सोलाना. सो अगर आपको रस्ट आती है यू कैन लर्न द एंकर फ्रेमवर्क एंड देन यू कैन स्टार्ट राइटिंग योर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स फॉर सोलाना. देन देयर इज द टैम्पर डिटेक्शन इन एक्शन. सी जिसमें मैंने आपको बोला वैलिड चेन, ब्लॉक 1 में अमाउंट 50 है, ब्लॉक 2 इज लिंक्ड, राइट, क्योंकि ब्लॉक का डेटा चेंज नहीं हुआ अब तक. अब मैंने क्या किया या कोई हैकर ने क्या किया, उसके खुद के अमाउंट को 50 से 1000 किया तो हैश चेंज हो गया. अब ब्लॉक 2 को पता चल गया कि अरे हैश चेंज हो गया, तो द ब्लॉक बिकम्स ब्रोकन. सो व्हाई टैम्परिंग इज डिटेक्टेड, मॉडिफाइंग डेटा चेंजेस द हैश नो लॉन्गर मैचेस द स्टोर्ड वैल्यू. मतलब जो ब्लॉक 2 के पास जो डेटा है दैट डज नॉट मैच विद द हैश ऑफ ब्लॉक 1 नाउ. तो क्या होता है फिर द चेन ब्रेक्स इटसेल्फ, वो चेन बोलता है कि समथिंग हैज चेंज्ड, आई डोंट वांट टू मूव फर्दर। तो द कम्युनिटी विल हैव टू यू नो फिक्स और अटेंड टू दैट इशू कि चेन व्हाई हैज द चेन paused. See, key inside attackers would need to remind all the subsequent blocks faster than the network adds new ones. अगर ये सब करना भी है उनको, तो they will have to be very smart. उनको क्या करना होगा कि they'll have to get the entire mining or stake community, which is honestly around 51%. अगर आपके पास ये है, the minimum required percentage of malicious actors needs to be around 33 point more than 33.3% to actually make an attack possible. बट अगर आपको इन श्योर शॉट अगर आपको अटैक चेन को अटैक करना है, तो आपके पास 51% ऑफ द माइनस शुड बी एटलीस्ट ऑन द malicious actor साइड, तभी ही ये पॉसिबल होगा एंड दे विल बी एबल टू पुल इट ऑफ. बट नॉट एवरीबडी, ऑल द माइनस दे डोंट वांट टू टैम्पर विद द चेन्स, बिकॉज हर चेन का खुद का एक कंसेंसस मैकेनिज्म में एक पेनल्टी भी होती है. अगर चेन ने पकड़ लिया आपको कुछ करते हुए गलत, तो द चेन विल पनिश यू, आपसे पैसे ले लेगा या तो फिर आपको बैन कर देगा माइनिंग से. सो उनका बहुत there is a lot of security involved in this as well. So if someone tries to attack the chain will penalize them. This happens under proof of stake. वहाँ पे क्या होता है कि इन प्रूफ ऑफ स्टेक यू स्टेक योर कॉइन्स. इथेरियम में क्या होता है कि आपको 32 इथेरियम स्टेक करने पड़ते हैं टू बी एबल टू माइन. और अगर इथेरियम ने पकड़ा कि आपने कुछ गड़बड़ी की है या आपने कुछ मेलिशियस ट्राई करने की कोशिश किया है, तो इथेरियम क्या करेगा, पहले तो आपके स्टेक्ड इथेरियम में से कुछ इथेरियम ले लेगा और फिर आपको पेनल्टी भी देगा कि यू वोंट बी एबल टू माइन फॉर अ सर्टेन पीरियड ऑफ टाइम. तो वो सब कंसेंसस मैकेनिज्म में आता है. सो फर्स्ट कम्स द ब्लॉकचेन, फिर उसके बाद में आता है आपका कंसेंसस मैकेनिज्म, एंड देन फिर ऑल द प्रोसेसेस दैट आर हैपनिंग. ओके, सो ये तो हम बाद में पढ़ते हैं. लेट मी क्विकली जस्ट शो यू कि क्या होता है. लेट्स ओके, say this is the block class. It has the initialization function कि है ब्लॉक के अंदर क्या डेटा चाहिए रहता है, इंडेक्स, टाइम स्टैम्प, ट्रांजेक्शन्स कितने कितने हैं, प्रीवियस हैश, नॉन्स एंड द करंट हैश ऑफ द करंट ब्लॉक. कैलकुलेट हैश का फंक्शन जैसे मैंने ऑलरेडी बता दिया आपको कि उसके अंदर क्या होता है, ब्लॉक का हैश कैसे कैलकुलेट होता है. आई डोंट नो इफ यू आर एबल टू सी दिस. लेट मी जस्ट क्विकली इंक्रीज द फॉन्ट. ओके, सो द इंडेक्स, टाइम स्टैम्प, ट्रांजेक्शन, प्रीवियस हैश, नॉन्स, ये सब लेके वी कैलकुलेट द हैश एंड रिटर्न दैट डेटा. सो ये ब्लॉक बन के आ जाता है. एंड देन आवर ब्लॉकचेन क्लास ये क्या करता है कि इट फर्स्टली इनिशियलाइजेस इटसेल्फ एज द चेन के अंदर कितने ब्लॉक्स हैं, ट्रांजेक्शन्स कितने हैं, द मेमपूल. दिस बिकम्स द मेमपूल. द डिफिकल्टी, क्या डिफिकल्टी है माइनिंग की, डिफिकल्टी इंक्रीजेज ओवर टाइम, और कितना रिवॉर्ड है माइन करने का. जैसे मैंने आपको बोला, माइनर्स ऑल्सो गेट रिवॉर्डेड फॉर माइनिंग अ ब्लॉक. So that is that. And then the other function is create genesis block. This block is created as the first block. Then there's the get latest block. हर blockchain का we can query the blockchain and see कि कौन सा current block है. Then we can also get the balance of a user. We can add transactions. के balance का मतलब क्या होता है, balance basically returns the current balance of an address. एक public key का current balance, how much balance does he hold on the chain. And then we can add the transaction. We can mine pending transactions. This is used by miners, जिसमें आपको ऑलरेडी दिखा दिया था. एंड देन इज द चेन वैलिड. ये एक फंक्शन है तो चेक करता है कि इफ द चेन इज वैलिड. एंड देन दीज आर ऑल फंक्शंस टू हेल्प विद इट. सो मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ, आई जस्ट रन दिस. आई लेट मी क्लियर इट आउट एंड आई रन python 3 blockchain.py. So you see, wait, let me see if I can, yeah, okay, let's take it. So this is building a first blockchain demo. सबसे पहले क्या होगा कि मेन फंक्शन में अगर आप चेक करो, पहले ब्लॉकचेन बना रहा है विद द डिफिकल्टी 4. तो हमारा ब्लॉकचेन बन गया, हमारा जेनेसिस ब्लॉक भी इसमें जनरेट हो गया. आप ये हैश देख रहे हो, दिस इज द हैश ऑफ द जेनेसिस ब्लॉक. फिर क्या होगा कि हम कुछ यूजर्स को कॉइन्स दे रहे हैं. टू ट्रांजैक्ट ऑन द चेन वी नीड टू गिव, द यूजर्स नीड टू हैव सम कॉइन्स. इसको बोलते हैं फॉसेट्स. दीज आर फॉसेट्स. तो द ब्लॉकचेन विल ट्रांसफर सम कॉइन्स टू द यूजर्स. तो ब्लॉकचेन ने क्या किया कि एलिस को 100 कॉइन्स दे दिए. अब एलिस के पास कितने कॉइन्स है, 100. अब एलिस ने काम कॉइन्स डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करने के लिए ब्लॉकचेन ने माइन किया, तो पहला ब्लॉक भी माइन हो गया, राइट। ब्लॉकचेन ने एलिस को 100 कॉइन्स दे दिए। अब इसका भी हैश बन गया। सी दिस इज द हैश ऑफ द फर्स्ट ब्लॉक, दिस इज द हैश ऑफ द सॉरी जेनेसिस ब्लॉक, दिस इज द हैश ऑफ द फर्स्ट ब्लॉक। नाउ अब एलिस क्या करेगी, एलिस ट्रांसफर्स 50 कॉइन्स टू बॉब। अब ट्रांजेक्शन ऐड हो गया, दिस ट्रांजेक्शन हैज बीन एडेड। अब एलिस ऑल्सो सेंड्स 25 कॉइन्स टू चार्ली। अब क्या होगा कि ये भी ट्रांजेक्शन ऐड हो गया इन द पूल। अब एलिस ट्राइज टू सेंड 100 कॉइन्स टू डेविड, बट क्योंकि एलिस के पास 100 थे, एलिस ने 50 प्लस 25 ऑलरेडी भेज दिए, तो उसके पास रिमेनिंग कितने होते हैं, 25 खाली। बट एलिस ने अटेम्प्ट किया 100 करने का, तो ब्लॉकचेन ने रिजेक्ट कर दिया कि यू डोंट हैव दैट मच बैलेंस। तो फिर उसने ब्लॉक माइन किया, एक माइनर ने ब्लॉक माइन किया, द ब्लॉक गॉट माइन, एंड देन वैसे ही मल्टीपल ट्रांजेक्शन माइन हो गए, थर्ड ब्लॉक भी माइन हो गया, एंड देन वी गॉट द फाइनल ब्लॉकचेन स्टेट, जहाँ पे आप देख रहे हो सारे blocks were verified. Okay, so then some person tried to tamper with it, and then you see उसने बोला कि stored hash plus calculated hash में difference है, तो the data has been tampered with, and उसे reject करता है. So this is it. The demo. This was the demo. I'll send the code to the guys, and then we can if you have any issues, questions, do let me know. Because time हो गया, so we'll can conclude with this. So मैंने क्या क्या पढ़ा है, what is blockchain, क्या होता है proof of work, how does the hashing work, and for further you can check the slide out, or check the resources on the internet. So that was it from my side. I hope you guys understood everything. It was nice.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. It was a very nice session. If you have any resources that you want to share with the students, we have a Discord channel. You could just share it over there so
Yeah,
that
for sure.
students can access it afterwards.
Okay, चलेगा. Cool. I'll connect with you on Discord then. I'll share everything that is
Yeah,
on this in the Discord itself. Thank you so much.
yeah.
It was nice
Thank you
teaching you
so much,
guys.
sir.
Bye bye.
Okay, guys, now we are going to have our next Gen AI session in a few minutes. So just stay here. Now, moving forward with our last session for generative AI by Mr. Lokik Salvi, sir. He is a researcher and educator in artificial intelligence, IoT, and digital trust, as well as an author, keynote speaker, and tech advisor. Currently, he serves as an assistant professor in computer engineering in Thakur College of Engineering and Technology. His work focuses on building intelligent, secure, ethical, and sustainable systems. With his deep academic insight and practical approach to emerging technologies, we are honored to learn from his experience in Gen AI domain. Thank you so much, sir, for joining with us. You can start with the session.
I hope I'm audible.
Yes, yes, you're audible.
Okay, yeah. Just give me a second. I'll just share my screen. I hope the screen is visible.
Yeah, it's visible.
Yeah, I hope this PPT is visible as well.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, folks. First of all, thank you so much for the introduction. Truly humble. And for the kind invitation from you guys. I'm so happy to be here and interact with all of you. The topic that I'll be discussing, see, this is not going to be a session. I would really love to have a discussion on this. This is about prom battle. This is what I have got as a topic from the organizers, and I have been working around this topic for a while now. As the host introduced, I am an assistant professor. I work at engineering college, and I am also a AI education ambassador over there. So of lately, I'll just share what I'm doing. I'm just working around with the educational institutes, and I'm working with a lot of active projects in the government sector as well. And most of my work is regarding the education, and how do we empower education with the help of AI. And in all the while, when you talk of AI, you always talk of a lot of generative AIs, you talk of agentic AI, and you talk of n number of tools that you have today. And guys, to be honest, working as a professor these days has become very difficult, because you often get a lot of students around who are very well versed with the AI, so much so that they no longer need you. And I'm completely in my senses and responsibly saying this, that students these days do not need teachers because you have AI around it. But that's the other part of the coin. The positive side of the coin is obviously the teachers are tutors, and we get to learn a lot from students today. And that is why I said I am obliged, highly obliged, to have such young crowd around. And this event is really going to make a huge pledge in the right direction. So moving ahead with the session, we'll be focusing on just a minute. Yeah. So the session is going to run around these agendas. We are going to discuss about what exactly do we talk about, why do we talk about prompt battle, and in the backdrop of everything, what do we actually have to discuss in the making of a great event or a hackathon. Then we're going to talk a bit about how the prompt works. I'm going to just brush up things about prompt working, because that is going to really help you to understand and tune your understanding about how to actually write a good prompt. Because if you talk about the conclusion of the session, it is going to be all about how do we write a good prompt. And when we talk about the analogies that you should be using in terms of the generative AI, and you talk about all things that you would do with respect to the generative AI platforms you have, what analogies you should be using. And then we'll be talking about ROCF formulae. And it's a method, and not so much like a formula, but back in the statistical world that I live in, we call all of these methods as formulas and formulations. So now, this is the ROCF method that we'll be talking about, and that will be the highlight of the session, because I want you guys to pay attention to ROCF, because of writing a good prompt is all about ROCF. And in the space that I'm currently living with the researchers in the AI, ROCF is really heating up, and it's a very open domain, and a lot of people are contributing to it. And then we'll be also talking about some common mistakes. We'll be talking about the prompts, the takeaways. So we'll quickly start with the first aspect of today, that is, what exactly is the prompt battle. When you talk about hackathons, or when you talk about some technical events in which a lot of people participate, often and not, I've been lucky to be a part of these hackathons as a mentor and as a judge as well. A recent past experience comes from the SH 2025, wherein I served as a mentor and a judge at the national level. So even there, I saw a lot of people using a lot of generative stuff, generative AI stuff, and a lot of people who are of a generation from from the early 2000s or early 1990s. In that case, they would always be very precursive about this, that are we in the right direction? Should we use gen AI for prompting, or should we use gen AI for hackathons, when people are wanting to get out a critical thinking from the people? The answer to this question is absolutely yes. You should always use AI, and you should always put AI to good use. And the ideation that the people do, obviously the ideation is something that's very unmasked, very pure, and it is not something that is taken from the chat GPT or any generative AI platforms. But the way, the methodology, obviously there can be something that you can derive, or majority of the thought process can be derived from the generative AI. Wherever you're stuck, obviously you can use those platforms. So when you talk about generative AI, it is always seen that it's always been about how do you use the prompts, or how do you make a better use of this generative platform. And the answer is to prompt well, and getting the best output of the same AI from the same AI model is completely possible. And I've seen a lot of people, what I shared with you is one of my activity recently in my class. A lot of students were using chat GPT for my assignments, and I was completely okay with that, because I feel you can't just you just can't disallow them or debar them from using generative AI, because AI is the future, as everybody says. And when you talk about this particular activity, what was so different about this activity, that I also took prompts from them, and I really took the pains of getting into their shells and finding out what prompts they have written. And to my surprise, I had a class of 70 people, and I had nearly about 50 different prompts written. And that this exercise was really really great, because when you look at the talent that these people have with ChatGPT these days, it is really unwavering. And this is completely something that they've learned on their own. But what I felt was there was always a need for better prompting. For some people, it was just a one liner, it was a statement. Rather, for some people, it was a conversation. So we were dealing with the same data, and the instructions were different. And what I could see is, on the output end, the things were completely different. A lot of people were able to get glaring outputs, whereas some of them were getting subsidized outputs. So we need to change the way we prompt, because the prompt can radically differentiate the results that you get. So, as a bottom line, what I could get from this exercise was prompting is actually a technical skill, and it is just not chatting. It is not. It is just not chatting around with people as we do on our social media platforms, but rather it is a conversation, a meaningful conversation, in which you are wanting to get the best out of the generative AI platforms. But mind you, while you do that, and that is occurs with the chat, with the generative AI or the AI in it, as a whole, is that it's so intelligent that we somehow do not give it a lot of time or enough time to generate good outputs. We are rather always on our horses, that we would want to have better outputs delivered within seconds. And at the same time, we as humans do not want to invest more in prompting. Now, that for me, as a person who's been in this space for a while, as I said, it's completely wrong, because I feel you should first and primarily give enough time in writing a better prompt, because better prompt is not only a better idea, code, or pitch, it is the clarity, and it is a good relation that you build with your generative AI. Maybe this would sound very wayward when I say about the relation that you're building with the generative AI platform, but trust me, when we talk about artificial intelligence, we're talking with machines, but it does not feel like, because it is as good as talking to a friend or a fellow human. So the communication, the language that we use for us is prompt. So I preach everyone, and I want everyone to get better with the prompts, because this is going to help you with that. Now, I'll share one such scenario in which I recently had the opportunity to get in touch with one of the one of my colleague who is in the US, and he's working for a startup, and he did have some contacts with the OpenAI, and he's a very good practitioner of NVIDIA as well. So this bugger happened to he keeps on attending some sessions regarding this generative AI and what AI is doing in this world. So in one of the session, he said that we are living in ChatGPT 5.0 today, and we even for that case have 5.2 as an engine today. But he said the leap between 4.0 and 5.0 is not that much. And to be honest, when I heard about this, that the leap is not much, I was surprised. And I said, okay, come on, these people have taken 6 months or so, or maybe in this fast age as well, more than a 1 month or two for a development is just considered too much. So these people have taken so much of time to develop these particular platforms, and they have rolled out 5.0, and you said that the leap is not much. So he said, in the development perspective, the leap is not much, because for 4.0, or for the entire journey of ChatGPT as a whole, OpenAI had found out through their survey that people are not able to optimize their platform, and that too because of wrong prompting. So now what you have done is, if you just from your recent past experiences on ChatGPT, you would testify on this, that if you go on to the ChatGPT and have your particular platform ChatGPT 5.0 or the engine 5.0 selected, whenever you give a prompt, it is always going to probe you into some questions. And these questions, mind you, are some or the other way trying to better the input that you give to the chat gpt, and in a way they are trying to up the ante when it comes to the inputs that we are getting from the user. And rather, to their surprises, they saw that whenever these people were giving good prompts, or whenever these inputs were taken from the user, they they actually were getting good outputs. So this is a good testament, and this is a good starting point for all of us to know, coming from these people themselves, the developers, that prompting is really an important part of the entire Gen AI culture. Now, before we jump into how to write a prompt, let us just get a quick insight of how the prompts are actually going to work. So think of it as something, I've put it in a vague language. I've tried to be a technical, but I don't want to completely bug you up with the technical aspects as of now. But, think of it as a tokenizer, and the prompts basically, or the AI or any machine or any model that you can think of, they are going to break the statements that you say or that you give, or the text that you give, into numeric chunks. So the first part is always tokenization, and then they already have been trained on a lot of aspects. Depending upon those aspects, they just try to calculate the probability space. So which means if you give a good and a better and a clear prompt, the probability space is going to have a good score, and the instruction guide, which is created as in, it's also termed as the AI prediction path, that path is created in a stronger and a better manner, and then this is obviously going to yield out a certain good output. Now, is that it with the prompt? Not really, because we also have a attention mechanism, which means what? We often and not, you will see that we as users, we will always be giving some or the other keywords, and these keywords are very very important, because these keywords are going to help and train the AI in such a manner that they'll be giving you, or they'll be probed into giving you a better output. So it is as good as the expressions that we have as human. So I can have a statement which could be which could be a very generic statement, that I had exams today, right? But the facial expressions with which I say this particular statement is going to actually make the difference. So the expressions that I give are going to dictate the pace and the output of this particular statement when it is being taken and calibrated by the people around me. And because of that, because of those expressions, they are going to collaboratively reciprocate on that. Now, in the same manner, when we use some specific words for the prompting, specifically, as the example that I've mentioned on the screen for now, a very vague one, that is, think of you as an expert, right? Or some prioritization given to the data, that is going to build up the attention mechanism, and it is going to give you a output of that manner, magnitude, and calibration. So that is how the attention mechanism is going to work. Now, if you just connect the dots, and if you just move to Gen AI for that case, and you say, okay, all of these aspects that we discussed, how do they affect on the generative AI platforms? The answer is, the prompts have to be very strategic. And what does this prompt strategy do is they narrow down the search space, and they move you away from vagueness and take you towards high quality and professional results. Now, this is exactly what you want as a person who is working on AI, because you have said some or the other way AI should save time, and it should give you outputs which are much legible in that case, right? So that is exactly why you would say that the good prompting and the working of the prompting is actually important, and you should know how it works. Now, moving ahead, just to take you through a real world example, an analogy that you should think of is, you should think of AI as a genius, not a generic intern, but a genius intern, right? So he's someone with the characteristics of a superhuman speed, because you obviously know they can write and read thousands of lines in seconds. But is it always necessary to put it through so many lines of codes and still expect a better output from them? Or if I can just narrow down the amount of things that he has to look through, right, to start with, he's going to be in a better position, it is going to be in a better position to answer my questions, right? Next, the second characteristic that your genius intern can have is the literal thinker attribute. So it does what you say quite literally and not what you meant. And this is a very important aspect, because moving ahead, you could say that this is going to be one of the major pitfall. And if you look backwards and if you look in the history of generative AI, and you have so many people and revolutionary platforms that have worked, and you have a lot of blue chip companies who have invested heavily in the AI and Gen AI platforms, always you will find many of them are not able to make a proper menace in the field because their platforms are actually little thinkers. But the fact of the matter is, you cannot change this. You cannot make it, if I can put it in this way, you cannot make it to be like a human, right? So it is going to be a little thinker, it is going to be someone who has a lot of knowledge but who has a less amount of context. And my friends, these contexts, or the context that we're talking about, it is our responsibility to build it in a proper way. And if we happen to crack this context well enough in the way we think and the way we feel around us, these literal thinkers are going to become smart thinkers and strategic assets for us, right? So subsequently, talking of literal thinkers, the next point says that it will always need and require guidance, right? So when we talk about a particular, these terms literally that they require guidance, we would say that a vague and a brief prompt, or a brief, just a brief about what is supposed to be done, leads to a very generic and useless output. So this take this from me, this is this is a boon, or you would say this is a blessing in disguise, maybe, that whenever you type anything to chat gpt or any generative platforms, generative AI platforms, you would at the least get something from it, right? And I hope everybody agrees to it. So when you get something from it, the point of this thing is that irrespective of what you get, you're just happy because you've got something out of it. And all the more, quote me on this, the brain rot, this is an even bigger epidemic and a pandemic than anything that the world has ever faced, because AI is going to rot your brains, rot our neurons to such a level that in time to come, in decades to come, anything that the generative AI is going to give to us, we are going to consider it as gold. And that, my friends, is completely wrong. So why not put them in such a perspective that even though they are genius interns, they are always going to require guidance. So do not give a brief or a vague brief which is going to lead them to be a genius intern with little thinking capabilities but without any context. So do not probe them into becoming generic or useless, give you an useless output in that case. So your prompt should be a cut to cut task or professional task brief which should have clear jurisdictions and clear constraints. In the next slide we talk about that. So now this is exactly what are the answers to our previous questions about how to prompt well. And we said that there were multiple pitfalls, and we directed ourselves in such a way that we should not be doing all of those things. Now here, how to use the prompts right is something that I've put before how to write a good prompt, because this is very important. You have to think about a prompt as a chain of thoughts, right? So you have to keep it in a step by step manner. But when you put it in a step-by-step manner, always remember to put it in a regressive manner, right? So you have to increase the logical reasoning, accuracy, and maturity of the prompts that you give. And similarly, you can also have a technique called as a few shot technique, which is providing one or two examples of the desired format. So I'll give you a very apt example in this case. Is of lately I have been building a lot of prompts for the educational space that I'm working in. And a lot of people were they were tasked with having such aspects to be done with me, and they were following my lead in that case. Now here what I did was, we just had a group of 10 people, and we were sat inside a lab. uh, and we once we were sitting in the lab, we had all 10 different PCs. We had different accounts of the generative AI. We were using ChatGPT for that instance. And we just tried to have a task done on our own, and that was to automate the process of the question generation for a certain set of subjects. And to my surprise, and to our surprise, we got 10 different outputs. Now, what was the reason behind these 10 different outputs? It is the way we write the prompt. It is the way we think, because we are 10 people, same lab, same same set of machines, same set of generative platforms, but different way of thinking. Now this made the difference. Now, if I want to fundamentalize and if I want to standardize everything, because it might happen that I'm having different subjects, different thought process of subjects, completely agree, different syllabuses. But if I want to standardize everything, and if I want the entire team to work on the same role, or on the same platform or the same frequency that I'm working currently, then I should be providing some examples. So the next step that we did was I took one or two examples in a way that how I have written the prompt and how I have got the output, and just rallied it around to the other 9 people. And then at the end of this exercise, we were able to get all. In fact, you could say the output was still different, but the way and the format and the desired output, or in a way, the output was in a desired manner or a desired format. So all of them then looked standardized and percolatively quite similar, right? So that was about a few shots. Now, apart from that, in the previous slide, if you recollect, we said that this platform is a literal thinker. And when we say that this person is a literal thinker, it means just like humans, uh, it can overthink as well. So we need to delimit that thinking. We need to delimit its generic approach. We need to use spaces, or we need to use cursors, or we need to use colons, or the dashes or backslashes, in order to separate the instructions from the code and the text, in order to ensure that these people are going to give me, or these platforms are going to give me things which I need, and only to that limit which is asked to them, right? And then comes the directives. So directives are as good as some emotions that you can give, and as good as some intangible things that you can set when it comes to the generative platforms. Now these generative platforms would be very happy if we are very positive to them. Now what do we mean by being positive, right? Quite literally, being positive in terms of the generative AI platforms could be that it might happen that the generative AI platforms might throw an input output, sorry, to you, which is vague according to you. But that's not wrong, because that is down to the prompts that you have given, right? So maybe you go back and you tell the generative AI platform that, or the AI platform, that okay, this part, the first part of the prompt, the first part of the output that I have gotten is right. This second part lacks so and so. The third part should have been better, and so and so. Now this is creating a positive feedback, because let me be honest, this is actually just like how they say in the Hollywood that you need to train your dragons. And this is quite literal when we say that you need to train your generative platforms in such a way, even on a conversational basis, that they give out a better output to you, right? So having said that, the positivity should be within the chat, and it should be in a way that it again takes us back to the first point, that is, we have to create a chain of thoughts. So irrespective of what output you've got, you still have a lot of time to pull out a better output, if you can project that in the chain of thought manner, right? So that really matters in the prompts. Okay, now we've coming to the business end of the things now. That is the ROCF method. Now this is a strategic framework, as we've talked about. We are talking about the ROCF structure, and when we say that the ROCF is a strategic framework, what does it stand for? In this, the R stands for the role, So who's the AI? It could be, for considering, if I have to talk about me, it is my AI is always a professor, a senior professor, or someone who's teaching so and so, and someone who's got this and that experience, right? So depending upon the role that you find yourself while you are using or leveraging Gen AI, you could fixate on a role. Next is the objective. What is the specific task that you are providing these people? So what do you want to do specifically? Now you would say, why not have the framework and the backdrop of everything done in the start and then give the objective? That is completely fine. Why I personally feel the objective should be at the start is because we are trying to delegate a job, but more than that, we are also trying to set the tone. And if I want to set the proper tone to that particular thing, I should be able to give the objective, and I need to objectify everything right at the start. So that is exactly what you should be doing if you talk about the ROCF method. And next in line is the context. For context, you would say that in that case, I also need to give the backdrop of what is happening, right? So the backdrop is very important because, as we said, if we talk about what's happening around in the Gen AI platforms, we talked about my recent experience and my discussion with the person who's working in the NVIDIA. He said, okay, Chat GPT 4, or for that case 4.0 to 5.0, is not a big leap. It's only setting the context right. So it is something that we were lagging, and now the platforms are doing it for us, but still there is a need to have this done in this manner, right? So context, setting, and constraints of the backgrounds, all of this. In this case, I've taken an example of rural India or offline applications and all of that. Considering you're building something for your hackathons, so it could be anything. What are we supposed to do, and in what manner are we supposed to do? And last but not the least is surely the output style. How do you want it, right? So this is a very important part, because one example that we talked about was about the standardization of the outputs. And with the standardization of the outputs, the format is going to help. But in the same manner, the formative arrangement of the output is also going to make sense for you. Maybe, if I say that you are talking about someone who is a third grader, or who's a person who's from a kindergarten, and I have to explain some terms to him. For him, in that case, the format has to be very different. Whereas for some person who is a 10th grader, for him or her, the format has to be completely different in that case, right? So this is why the format, or the way you are going to you're going to look at it, is going to be completely different. So that is exactly why the format is very, very important in that case. Okay, now let us talk about the context and the backdrop of why we're doing all of this, the hackathons and all the events that you have around. Now, in the hackathons, I personally, as I said, from the experience that I have, I've seen a lot of people using generative AI platforms, and I myself, being the AI ambassador, I completely enjoy the fact that people are using generative platforms, and I completely am pro to this idea of having these things used. And I know for a fact that even if I wasn't a pro for this particular thing, people would still use it. So talking about the aspects why these particular generative AI platforms are going to be game changer, I feel first, you have a compressed development cycles. So maybe something that takes about an hour or so, or as I've said, 4 hours or so, would be done in 5 minutes of prompting, right? Not always will you get the expertise on demand, but whereas if you talk about Chat GPT, it is, for me, I consider it as the expertise on demand. Whenever I need to think of anything in any manner, I can think of it in any particular role. So we can instantly hire a virtual CTO or a UX researcher or anything around that fits the job and the bill of what I'm supposed to do now. It's completely possible. Next is the hyper personalization. Now this is the fact that I really love and I really appreciate, and would be, advisable for all of you to use this, because if you think of hyper personalization, it is not, it is not personalization. That means it does not mean that I am just going to try to create a context, but the ethnicity and the intensity of this context is going to be very, very remote. And why do I say that? Is because you can actually write a prompt that think of you as a person who is in a hackathon and who's doing this and that, and who's been stuck with this bug, and this is what I need at the end. Now this is hyper personalization. You put that particular chat GPT or that person, that generative model in your place, and you want to derive a lot of things from them, right? So, and the last thing is the stress testing. So that could be just mapping your vision, mission, and what you have built for now, so that you can just sound logical before and after you build anything. So what ChatGPT, what these people do is, what generative AI platform does is, they are going to help you to get over the grunt work and focus 100% on innovation. And let me tell you guys, they will also let you know what and whether what you're doing is innovative or not. Right? So everything from A to Z is done by ChatGPT. Now there comes the topic of ethical thinking and ethical usage of AI. Right? So I have always stressed on this fact that using AI ethically is very, very important. We do not want to become brain rotten people. We do not want to become people who are completely hell-bent on AI, because AI is as good as what we think and what we can make out of it. Right? So I was recently struck by this post on LinkedIn, and it said that they give something that relates to Turnitin and AI. So I'll tell you, this is the AI paradox. When you talk about generative AI that is generating a lot of contents, you can possibly say that there is an industry that has been built around generating the particular platforms or particular applications or anything that you want in that case can be generated. Now, when I say that there is an industry around it, I also say that there is an industry to check whether you have done this through AI or not, right? So this is actually a very big paradox in the AI world. So I heard, and I went through that particular post, and I had it cross checked with the professor as well. So that post said that they actually did an exercise in which they gave the Turnitin a copy of something that was created by AI, paraphrased. So they got somehow they got a zero GPT zero AI flag in that, and then they gave something that was written long back, the Constitution of India, and the Turnitin was showing that there was a flag, and that too AI flag in that. Now, for God's sake, we know that we're talking about the Constitution of India written in 1947, pro after 1950. So when it was provisionalized in 1950, if we are not even closer to Chat GPT or Gen AI in that manner, right? So this is what is happening in this space. And this is quite well and truly tested as well, right? So we need to bypass the grunt, but we do not need to stop with what we are doing currently, and we do not need to get over our innovations just for the sake of making something happen. We do not need to use the Chat GPT. We can, for that case, as I said, we can use it only as an instructor, or maybe an intern in that case. So that is exactly what is expected when we talk about those particular aspects, right? So moving ahead on this, let us take an example of a mega prompt. In that case, what are we supposed to do? How are we supposed to do? So in this case, what I've done is I've just followed up on the previous slide, and I have followed up on the previous slide in such a way that we have a role based and a content based and an objective and a format manner. So the role over here is for it to act as a senior full stack developer and a startup CTO, context is to building a fintech app for a rural India. It could be for microloans as setup, and you see that small statement at the end of it. 12 hours left. This, my friends, is hyper personalization, right? So when we talk about hyper personalization, this is exactly what we are talking about. Now we talk about objectives then. The objective is to create a system architect and Python Flask, particularly boilerplate, for which we are wanting to build around it, and we might be in that context we have missed out on that, right? So the format is as mentioned. So they have mentioned three types of things. In that case, I can also have anything that I have left on or that I have yet to be innovate on has to be put in that particular format. And in the end, I should just plug and play. I should just copy paste everything from there and put it onto the saucer on which I'm just working, and put it on the palette and just start building around it. Right. So that is how exactly the mega prompt example is going to serve, and you can possibly say this is also going to be a part of what you do. And take it from me, always you should always use these generative platforms, but as I said, put them to good use. Okay. Now, just a shift, from the regular topics on Gen AI, and we are now talking about the India's vision when it comes to prompting, because very frankly, all of the hackathons and every participative event that is happening around these days, I personally feel we are somehow, and this particular event of Hackspace, I feel these people as well are somehow contributing very significantly to the greater India, and as it is said by the Indian government as well, the Vikasit Bharat platform that we're trying to build. So all of you, everyone around who's participatively putting their efforts in this particular platforms and these events, I really congratulate all of you, because you are actually building, or you're actually contributing brick by brick to the Vikasit Bharat and the India of 2047, which is surely going to be AI empowered. But that AI empowerment has to become for has to come up for the public good, and it does not have to come at the cost of our innovativeness. Now, where can we actually leverage AI is, as we know, when we talk about the population scale, the potential of population in India is so high. Scaling up the solutions that we have is always an issue, right? So when you talk about telemarketing, I'll just share one of my another instance about AI, and telemarketing is one such field which is very developed in the subcontinent of Asia, and in the mainstream land of India as well. It is very highly pursued upon by a lot of people. And why? Because you see the numbers on the PPT as well. It is 1.4 billion people who live around in the Indian subcontinent, and because you have so many potential customers, the telemarketing is then a very important aspect when you come talk about the business front. So these days, you don't get people who are on the other side. You do not actually literally get people who are answering your calls. You actually get the AI empowered telemarketers, and these telemarketers are tuned in such a way that you can actually talk to them about your complaints. See, I'm not saying that they're going to know about the context. They're not going to know about the intensity of your complaints, but at least this is a part of a funneling effect that the AI can have and AI can build around. That somehow you can say that these people can just funnel out and filter out those things which are vague and not really important, with the aspect of what is important for the business, right? So these telemarketers, AI telemarketers, can actually funnel out things which are not important, and actually get to those who actually need the help. So one such initiative from the Indian government in the terms of India's vision is the Bhashini, that is multiple language put in one platform so that people understand. And we are, very honestly, when you talk about the comparison graph, there was a survey that came out yesterday, and it says that India is amongst the top three countries in the AI adoption. But you would say yes, the AI adoption is there. Where is the AI innovation? It is happening. Is it happening at the rate at which it is happening in the US and the West? Sorry to say, it is not. But the adoption is the most important thing, because very honestly, in India, every tech is commercialized, and when you talk about a commercialized tech, AI is going to be at the forefront of it. And adoption and awareness of the people, that is where we lagged when computers came up, right? When mobile phone came up. But we did not lag about it when the Bitcoin came up, right? Because by that time we were very much into the adoption phase, and we was very much into the awareness frame. So same happens with the AI. We are not going to fall back. That is sure, from what good knowledge I have about the adoption of AI in India, right? So in the terms of adoption, we are there, up there in the top three. And then obviously, as I shared, there are platforms like Smart India Hackathon, and you yourself, you people are going to be putting you're going to lock your horns against each other for this particular event as well. So these events around, and the Niti Aayog as well, the MIETY of India, the space that, or the ministry that works for the entrepreneurship, social networking, and the information technology. All of these people, they are backing AI like anything, right? So at the bottom, or at just not at the bottom, but at the forefront of everything, as the India AI mission, we have to build AI which is sovereign, which is inclusive, and which is adoptable, which is and for that we need very much aware people around us. And that, as I said, we have a lot of people, from this 1.4 billion people that we have. A majority of them are now aware about AI. For that, even if you see, if you just pick up a first standard or a fifth standard book today, people are aware about AI because they're learning AI in that case, right? So all of this is going to build good prompters. What I'm trying to say is the context is about good prompting, right? But today I want you people to invest your time in learning the policies, in learning the technologies, and understanding the domain knowledge and having the domain knowledge about it. Because prompting is going to be that bridge which bridges the policy and the rapid technology development. And all of this is going to be very, very important, mind you guys, right? So whenever you think of prompting, whenever you think of writing a prompt, henceforth, do not take it lightly, because you are always going to ensure that these prompts are written in the right manner. Because honestly, people like you, the generation that we have, the Gen Z, Gen Alpha, these people don't have time, right? And I'm happy that they don't have time, because they're busy building something that's very inclusive, and it's very intriguing to say that these people are building a lot of things around. So I want you guys to not waste your time in nurturing a lot of domain knowledge, but rather getting it from the AI and the generative platform. But for that, your logical thinking and awareness should be very, very good, right? So that is something that you should always do. Okay, so what are the common prompting mistakes? Before we just drop curtains to this particular talk, I just want to develop a consensus among you guys about what exactly prompting mistakes do we do. So first, and the very much important thing that we do in that case is a one-liner, right? So as I said, it's a statement, and then the AI has to figure it out on its own what is supposed to be done. So that should not happen. It should not be a one liner. So it should not be write a business plan, because this is too vague, and you could never get a multiple or a good optimized output from it, right? So that is one thing that you should always refrain from doing. Next is no constraints, forgetting to mention the tech stack or the audiences that you're wanting to talk or you're wanting to deal with. And then is the blind trust, which is a very classic problem. Because let me tell you again, this comes from experience. Previously, when ChatGPT was brought in, they did not have that line written in small letters down regarding these particular things that the ChatGPT say is not credible, and it is completely probabilistic, and it depends on you, and please go and cross check. and fact check. It was only after the version 2.0 they started mentioning about it. But because you would obviously say this is all about the business aspects, but or the legal aspects, but very honestly we should never just blindly trust, because as I said, it depends completely on your lead, and you're leading this conversation. So if you just scroll up and see what conversation you have had, from the quality of conversations that you have had, it could actually lead to the particular platform to hallucinate, right? So that is not at all a very good thing to practice. Next is obviously treating chat gpt or gen ai like Google. Now what do I mean by treating it like Google is just going around and typing a one liner, searching something, and then wait for it to give you multiple objects, multiple inputs. And it is actually a reasoning engine. So you should be asking it questions, you should be asking it things that are good enough. It is not just a search bar or a directory search for those instances, right? So let us have a comparison now, from the brief talk that we have had. Now we know that what is right and wrong. So the feature over here is direction. The bad prompt would be to just ask it to write a script. Sorry. The effective ROCF prompt in that case would be to act as a Python expert, right? Similarly, the context, now if you, the bad prompt would be having no context at all, but the effective prompt using the ROCF method would actually have, for a 24-hour hackathon, now this is a context I've just built around this context, so I've just mentioned it. Structured wall of text, just give me text, right? But the effective prompt would be in the form of tables and list. Results, generic is what the bad prompt actually gives you out as a result, and that is why you feel chat gpt has hallucinated. But you would always want the effective prompt to give actionable results, something that is strategic, something that is going to be tangible, something that is going to look like connected thoughts, right? So that is exactly what you would want with, or what you would expect from a effective prompting technique, right? So the key takeaways from the discussion that we have had: prompting generally is a generic life skill of lately. It has become a generic life skill because we live in the AI era, right? So that is something that's very important. And the ROCF that we discussed is a very good indicative platform or a model. Why? Because it is going to work across all the models, right? So it is going to work across Gemini, it is going to work across Chat GPT, Claude, and all of that. Then, if you talk about the hackathons, these hackathons, I feel, I personally feel that these are ultimate playgrounds to actually master the iterations. Why? Because very honestly, when you're in the field, when you're on the battlefield, it's a it's a burning pot. It's very hot in there, the pressure is running, the time is, you're running short of time, and the thoughts are gushing through your mind, what to do and what you're supposed to do and what not to do. So in that particular frame of time, I want you people to be a bit expressive, courageous, make mistakes, and you can obviously make use of these prompting techniques that we've talked about, the ROCF method, to give out good prompts. And because otherwise you'll be just wasting your time around giving some or the other vague prompts. So my takeaway from this particular session, or my bottom line to you, would be you should be able to prompt better, because you will be then able to build faster and treat your hackathons as battle. And while in the hackathons, what a better as a weapon in your arsenal than a good prompting technique, right? So trust me on this, this is going to be very, very important, right? So yeah, guys, that is it from my side. Thank you so much for listening up patiently.
Thank you, sir. So there are some questions in the chat,
Yes, sure,
so if you could
sure.
answer those.
Okay, just let me go through the comments. Okay, I'm taking this one. thing to start with, sir. If we are asking something new, then the chat GPT always takes more time than usual. Why so? And is this a part of a chain of thoughts? Now, Ansh, if you can help me on this, what do you actually mean by something new? What do we mean by something new? Is uh, I'm just unsure about it. But okay, let me take a context in that case. I'll just say that maybe you have asked something that's really not really absurd, but really upcoming in this particular tech world to the chat or to the generative AI platforms. You would get some. Okay, I have a confirmation like the questions maybe which is not asked by someone previously. Yes. Now see, you have to understand about the working of the entire aspect. The entire aspect of AI and ML completely works on the part they have been trained on, right? So you would say logically they have to come up short when you talk about these things. But on the user perspective, you would say no, for you it is not expected to expect these kind of flop show from the chat gpt or generative platforms. So the part that they do these days is whenever you ask them something that's really off the book, they try to question you or back question you and try to dig into the depth of what you're actually asking. That is going to buy them some time. And when I say this, you should not feel that I'm talking absurd, because yes, they do behave like humans, and they are wanting to take up some time to understand the question and then answer it properly, right? So yes, it is a part of chain of thoughts. They're trying to build up the board. They're trying to just build up the palette and then connect the dots and then give you an answer which is quite legitimate, right? So that is what I feel is the correct answer to that. I hope I was able to satisfy your question. Okay, moving on to the next. Unnati says, if ChatGPT is so powerful, then why do I still need to prompt to reprompt it multiple times to get what I want? Yeah, Unnati, this is again, uh, how would you how would ChatGPT exactly know what you need, right? It is through the language of communication that you're doing. And as I said, ChatGPT as a machine, it's very very powerful. Okay, think of this as a car. We're talking about the machines that were built in the automobile industry. You name any machines that were built by the Ferraris and the Lamborghinis, so powerful engines and so aerodynamic. But if you make a novice or a beginner to sit in it and drive that car and rev it up, you would never get the maximum output. You would need someone pro who is going to give out a maximum output. Now that is about the skill, and that is why in the presentation as well I said it is all about the skill. So yes, ChatGPT is very powerful, but today you have to be skillful enough to get the majority or optimized output from it, right? And at the same time, I personally believe, as I said, and it has come from the industry experts as well, that ChatGPT 5.2 is really working around it. It somehow understood that, okay, I might be the most powerful machine around, but people around me are not as intelligent as they should be. So maybe I need to show some empathy towards them and help them to onboard these people, right? So you need to prompt properly, and one prompt is, if you talk about the number and attempts of the prompts, one prompt for me is always enough, right? So if we write that prompt as a statement, a conservative statement, you're never going to get a better answer. But if you write a prompt in a way that you are pouring your heart out, technically, quite literally, yes, you are going to, you're just going to need one prompt to answer everything, right? So that is the answer to your question. Okay, next question, Mitesh. In the machine learning, we have training data set. So can I consider context in the AI the same as the training data? Uh, Hypothetically and metaphorically, Mitesh, you are right. Quite literally and technically not so. Uh, in a way, let us say that I am. I'm building a daily soap, or I'm building a OTT. These days OTT platforms are there, and I'm building a web series, right? And a lot of OTT platforms you have around, right? And they all are of the same manner. You have Geo, Hotstar, you have the Amazon, you have Netflix, and all of that. All of these are OTT platforms, and all of them are surviving at the same time with the same context, right? Oh, sorry, with the same content, but all of their context is different. So if you talk about Netflix will never show you live sports. They will try to get as many web series from all over the world and put it in your language, and it would give it to you, right? Amazon Prime is something that is very local to, if you talk about what you see on Amazon Prime, it is very local to what happens in India. Geo Hotstar is something that is powered with live sports as well, right? Then there is fan code, again one of the OTT which is completely based out of what you say, the sports, and the exotic sports, all the exotic sports that you get. So what I'm trying to make sense in this manner is that you have multiple platforms of OTT. They have the same content, but the context they sell it is different. In the same manner, the chat GPT, the machine learning engines behind that, or algorithms behind that, have a lot of data with them. You want to provide one more dimension to that data, and that dimension has to be the one that you want, right? And for that you need to have that context set. So what you're saying is partially right. Okay. Next question is, why does the same prompt give different answer in chat GPT and Gemini? Yes, again, this is how, for this you will have to dig deep into the architectures of these platforms. And I want to derive some reference from my previous answer. Again, you would say, in the platforms that you have around, you have multiple platforms which are generative AI, Gen AI platforms, and all of them are still competing and surviving. You would say, okay, accuracy is a parameter on which you judge, the usability is one of the parameter that you judge, the accessibility is one of the parameter that you judge, but the way you contextualize and the way they contextualize your questions, your inputs, and put it them into a better way is how they actually have positioned themselves in the market. So if you see, if you go to chat GPT and generate an image versus you go to the Gemini and you generate an image, I am not saying, I'm not quoting that chat GPT would give you a subsidized image and Gemini would give you a better image, but in one single prompt, Gemini would give you a better image, right? If you talk about Grok, for that case, that's something that is active on the Twitter, right? You would see that it is built on multiple databases of the Twitter, right? So because it is built on the multiple databases of X, which is what is known now. So because of that, the context of geopolitical aspects, something that is a news to you, if you want to answer all of those questions, Grok is the best, right? And if you want to look at something that is generative in the form of images, Gemini is good. If you want something that's a research perspective and just conversational, ChatGPT is better in all of them, right? So that is why, if you just dig up into the architecture, if for that case, if you want, even I have those architectures with me, or if you have any knowledge about the image processing architectures, because mind you, all of these image processing architectures which were built in the early decades of 2010s and 2000s, one of them was GoogleNet, ResNet, and all of these people, these algorithms are fabulous algorithms. Why do I say them? Because they are the algorithms which are very sophisticated and deep at the same time, right? So because these algorithms are deep, you talk about neural networks, then the black box theory and all of that, the amount of computation that is happening around is very, very heavy, but the amount of context that you provide, and the right amount of context that you provide is very important. That is why these platforms are very different in their aspect, right? So I hope I have answered your question. Okay, moving ahead. Gulam says the main concern about AI development is with the hallucination. How can we improvise or restrict that? How can you stop AI from hallucinating? The answer is no. Answer is absolutely no. Because, let me be very honest. We are talking about a platform to whom multiple people are querying, and there are multiple brains and multiple minds who are asking the same question in a different aspect. Can it not hallucinate? It's a very big ask then, right? But what is the future then? As you would say, what is the future to hallucination? As I said, one part of the story says that in the time to come, we are going to we are going to be so reliant on these AI platforms that even if they hallucinate, we would not know, and we would take up everything as it comes, which is wrong, right? One part is optimization. The other part of the story is optimization, and that is exactly what ChatGPT 5.0 has done. Optimization on their development in such a way that you take more inputs from the user, earn up some time, and give out an output in that case, right? So yeah, as you say, if you give a multi-shot prompt, make it more worse, yes. But it depends upon a lot of optimization techniques, Gulam. See, if I personally talk about my experience on chat gpt, while I started when since from the inception of the from the OpenAI platform, I've been using chat gpt. At that time, the way I was prompting, the way I was writing, it was just as it came up in the market, right? It is something with the tagline that ask anything and it will answer. But that very I'm very sorry to say, that has stayed with us. This tagline has stayed with us, and we are actually asking anything in any manner, right? So a better prompting, and I would really appreciate if all of you who have put in efforts to ask the question, I really would appreciate if we can have this exercise done, that you can use the ROCF method next time, or even just after this session gets done. You can use the ROCF method. I'll just put the PPT across with the people in the background, the organizing committee, and you can use the ROCF method. For me, I feel I'm satisfied with the ROCF method, and it's a tried and tested method, and maybe that is going to really help to ease the hallucination and the questions that you have, right? So yes, that was about the question. Any more questions? Okay, yeah. Yeah, so guys, that is it from my side. Thank you so much for being a patient listener. I really appreciate the doubts and the questions that you have asked, and I hope I was able to answer them in a right manner. And if there's something that we can discuss, always feel free to reach out to me. And most importantly, a great thank you to the Level Up team. You guys are doing a great job. Keep up the tempo, and I feel so proud to be associated with you for this long. And I really want you to see making good progress in this field. So thank you so much for your kind invitation, and I hope I was able to deliver well. Until next time, I'll see you on the next event. Thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
so much, sir. It was a very great session. If you have any resources that you want to share with our students, we have a Discord channel. So just share it over there so that they can access it afterwards.
Sure. I'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So guys, finally, it brings us to the end of our today's journey. You all have been absolutely incredible. The energy, the curiosity, this is what Hackspace is all about. I would like to thank all of our mentors. Their insights have brightened up today's session, but this is not the end. We have many more exciting sessions lined up for tomorrow. So see you all tomorrow with the new energy, new ideas, and whole lot of building. On behalf of the entire Level Up team, thank you so much for being there and present for the whole session. Thank you so much.